Good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, June 9th. Here, the city is Philadelphia, and I'm continuing our Rally for the Arts. This Rally for the Arts is in support of defunding the PPD and spending the money instead on the arts and humanities, rebuilding our city from the ground up, changing the face of what we consider policing in the face of violence against black and brown bodies. It's super important that we do this work today and that we get this testimony in front of our city council officials, that we get people engaged. I have a full docket of people scheduled for today to come on the broadcast in support of this effort. We've got Swim Pony taking over the broadcast at 7:30. We've got Blue Stoop taking over the broadcast at 8:45. Excuse me, 8:30. We've got Liz Felios as a guest, Pamela Hetherington as a guest. Gabby will be back at 10 with several guests. We've got some video testimony that I'll show you in a few moments, and some performances that have been submitted in support of this effort. We've got Tala Puerto Riqueño as a guest, Kayla Speedy, Irish Heritage Theater. We've got more individual guests than I can count. We're going to open up the phone lines, as it were. We're going to open up this testimony to individuals as of, I believe, 1:30 p.m. We'll have a spot where we can take individuals online and let individuals take say their piece live. We'll have Rock to the Future, production company here in Philadelphia, take over at 2:30. We have some more individual video submissions, and then Gabby will be back speaking with various guests until 6:15. Just keep in mind that at 2 p.m. The testimony for City Council does start live, the testimony that is directly to City Council. Folks that have signed up, if any of you wants to bring your cell phone and wants to go live from your City Council testimony, I understand that it may be socially distanced, so you may be giving that testimony over the internet. If you are giving that testimony over the internet already, feel free to join us via your cell phone, and we will gladly carry your testimony here as well, so there's a separate record of it. That testimony is only from 2 till 5 p.m. as far as I'm aware. However, there is an effort called the People's Hearing, the People's Budget Hearing, and that is accepting live testimony today as well as pre-recorded testimony. Philly Cam, our local public access channel, is going to take over the stream at 6:30. And then we're going to have a financial management Philly City Budget Special 2021 takeover at 7:30. King Friday Productions is going to join us at 8:30. We're going to have some more individual testimony at 8:45 and 9. We'll also have a late ability for you to call in and give your public testimony. And then we're going to have Teatro del Sol take over at 9:15, and that'll take us till 10 p.m. If we have the interest and the input, we're going to keep this rally going after 10 p.m. But we'll see what happens. For now, I'm going to share some videos with you folks, and we will give you the ability to watch these videos live, and we look forward to talking with you in a few minutes.
Because everything they do. Because black, white, Asian, Latinos are all underneath the thumb of this imperialist country. And a lot of people might not get down on that because everything they do was guided by the way they want things to be. We say that's incorrect. You look and you see how things are and you deal with that. Like, we're saying we're going to have this undying love only for black people. We only going to love black people. But Malcolm came back. Man, he walked past a young classman and get so car right there, whoop his motherfucking ass because Malcolm was not in the room. The white people weren't even alive. Malcolm's dead. Stupid fucking car might be talking that sepsis bullshit. Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds real good. He can talk shell off a peanut, but that shit don't mean nothing to nobody if it's not making forward progress. The man who murdered Malcolm is a black man. The man who's testifying against the chairman right there in Chicago on the conspiracy trial, a black man. Enough pieces of silver would turn an O'Neill into a Judas. Now, we never negated the fact that there was racism in America, but what we said was that racism is a byproduct of capitalism. That when they brought the slaves over here, it was to make money. So first, the thought came was that they wanted to make money, so then the slaves were brought over here to make that money. So it has to be through historical fact that it was capitalistic exploitation first, and racism is the byproduct of that. And you know, a lot of people might not get down with the party because the party talk about a class struggle. But anybody, Lenin, Che, Mao, anybody who has ever done, said, or practiced anything revolutionary has always said it's a class struggle. That is two classes, the oppressed and the oppressor. And anybody that don't want to get down with that are those who don't want to be a part of a real revolution. Because as long as they just dealing with a race thing, they'll never be a part of a true revolution. Because we gotta face the fact that the masses are poor. The masses belong to what you call the working class. And when I'm talking about the masses, I'm talking about the white masses, the yellow masses, and the black masses too. We gotta face the fact that some people say you fight fire with fire, but we say you put out fire best with war. We're not gonna fight racism with more racism, we're gonna fight it with solidarity. And you don't fight no capitalism with no black capitalism, you're gonna fight it with socialism.
continue to fund the arts here in Philadelphia. Inishnua means new island in the Irish language. We produce contemporary plays from Ireland, England, Scotland, and Wales, and we are part of the rich tapestry of arts here in Philadelphia. And losing the funding would greatly affect all the diverse arts organizations that we have. So please continue to fund the arts. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matt Pfeiffer. I'm an actor and director from Northeast Philadelphia. Please save Philly arts and culture. I've lived in Philadelphia my whole life, and Philadelphia needs the arts now more than ever. So please, do what you can.
Well, good morning. If that doesn't get you awake, I'm not sure exactly what will. Saw some personal testimony there from a few Philadelphia theater folks, and the Philly Blocco and Unos de Philadelphia Batucada, and so good morning. So while we wait for our friends to join us for their takeover, I just wanted to cover some stuff that we went over late last night. Having some trouble keeping the live streams up this morning, just because folks keep flagging stuff and submitting false DCMA claims, stuff like that. Currently, I believe the part 1 and part 2 of the digital rally are available on YouTube for playback. I had some trouble with live streaming them last night, so they're currently available for playback, saved on YouTube. On my channel, that's youtube.com/raveneyes77. I'll paste that in the chat so folks can find it if they are so inclined. So some stuff that we went over last night. The Black Philly Radical Collective, We Want Freedom agenda. End the war against Black Philadelphians now. I'm just going to paste the URL for that in the chats as well, and I will read from some of it real quick. So the bullet points are: no to Philadelphia Police Department budget increase. We demand that the city of Philadelphia immediately cease all plans to increase the police budget by $14 million. There's also another approximately $10 million dedicated, earmarked for the police through other budget items. I personally would say no to increase on all of those. In fact, let's look at cutting the police budget. Some of the reporting this morning is quite interesting. There's a 6ABC article about our campaign and a few other campaigns to defund the PPD. Defunding the PPD is essential. We have a PPD that spends entirely too much money. It is twice the next largest department, which is the fire department. It spends twice the amount of money that the fire department does, and the fire department actually protects people. The fire department in Philadelphia, in case you don't know, provides both fire and EMS services. And so it's essential that that be funded, but funding for the PPD should be cut immediately. Some of the commentary is interesting. We have a FOP president who claims that defunding the PPD would be taking money out of the community. Excuse me one second, I just need to fix this glare. Sorry about that. So, Mr. McNesby claims that this would actually be taking money out of the community, and it would not. Defunding the PPD would actually be for putting money into the community. At the moment, there's no requirement that Philadelphia police live in Philadelphia. There's no requirement that any of the money spent by the PPD gets spent in Philadelphia. There's no requirement or ROI or any sort of tracking that indicates that any of the money spent on the PPD actually does Philadelphia any good. In fact, if you look at the numbers, over the years from 2015 to 2019, the Philadelphia police budget increased by 30%. Meanwhile, violent crime increased by the same amount, 30%. That's ridiculous. So a negative ROI on spending by the PPD, not actually investing in the community, if you look at it from that perspective. Additionally, the solve rate for homicides went down from 57% to under 50%, 49 if I remember correctly. I don't have the exact statistic handy, but it did go under 50% for the same period of time. So in 2015, we had a 57% resolve rate for homicides. By 2019, we had an under 50% resolve rate for homicides. After asking for no to Philadelphia Police Department budget increase, the Black Philly Radical Collective asks to immediately cease the criminalization of black resistance. We will not permit the black community's legitimate struggle against white supremacy to be criminalized during this time of rebellion. We demand an end to the use of tear gas, grenades, assault rifles, and surveillance in our neighborhoods. We further demand that DA Larry Krasner drop all arrests and charges against community members and activists in in relation to the rebellion, and no future detainment, arrests, or charges to be made. This is because on 6/1, really on 5/30, 5/31, and 6/1, the Philly police resorted to militarized and violent tactics to attempt to silence the voices of Philadelphians speaking out in their First Amendment rights and speaking out to end police violence. Quite ironic when you look at it. We're having a demonstration to end police violence, so the police respond with violence. Pretty ironic. D.A. Krasner has done an adequate job to this point. I don't know if I want to say adequate. He's done a job to this point. He has prosecuted some of the PPD that have been shown to be violent on video. He hasn't prosecuted all of them. There were over half a dozen officers involved in the kettling and attacks of protesters on 676, on 6-1, and to my knowledge, they've all been given desk duty, but they have not been pulled from duty. They have not been suspended. They have not been suspended without pay. They haven't been charged with any crimes. Again, that's to my knowledge. I may be wrong in that. So check your headlines to see if that is the case. The next demand that the Black Philly Radical Collective makes is immediately and permanently remove all symbols of state violence. After decades of work by Philadelphians, black organizers, and community members, Mayor Kenney has finally conceded to the demands to remove the Frank Rizzo statue. We further demand the immediate public destruction of this white supremacist symbol of hate, oppression, and violence so that it can never be erected elsewhere. The street sign honoring Wilson Good is an equally flagrant symbol of state violence against Black Philadelphia, as former Mayor Good presided over the bombing of our city and the murder of 11 members of the Move family, including 5 children, in 1985. 1985, folks. We demand that the street be reverted to its original name. We further demand legislation that removes all other existing monuments of state violence and ensures that no future symbols of state violence against black, indigenous, or brown people be permitted in the city of Philadelphia. I think that one speaks for itself. I'm very glad that the mayor has chosen to remove the statue of Frank Rizzo from the steps of the city services building. It is a symbolic gesture, and yes, the destruction of the statue would probably be a good cathartic healing gesture for the city and put the city's relationship with its black and brown community back towards a footing of consolidation. Bullet point number 4, end the military occupation of the black community. We demand the complete demilitarization of the Philadelphia police and the police occupation of black communities. The black community is consistently targeted by SWAT teams armed with military-grade equipment. We demand the city end any participation in the U.S. Department of Defense's 1033 program and return any equipment acquired through it, and refuse any participation in Operation Relentless Pursuit, the DOJ's newest war on crime tactic. A local police force should not have the ability to engage with community members like enemy combatants. Also, relatively self-explanatory. I don't really need to go too much into this, just to say that the tactics used on the 1st, on 676, on the 31st and the 30th to police the protests in Philadelphia, even though the protests started off peaceful, they became riotous when the police rioted and attacked protesters. And there was looting and vandalism involved because the peaceful voices of the people weren't being heard. Bullet point number 5, protection for Black Philadelphia. Excuse me 1 second. We acknowledge the severity of gun violence in our communities, dismantling the structural violence of poverty, and not applying discriminatory gun laws is the only way to create safe communities. Anti-black violence, which is emboldened in the current white supremacist climate, is an ever-increasing threat to black communities. Pockets of white Philadelphians are currently roaming the city with guns, axes, and other deadly weapons in the wake of rebellion. Also, other improvised weapons like bats and sticks. Not only roaming with those weapons, actually hitting and injuring passersby, not just black and brown Philadelphians, but random cyclists, people who look and speak and live in the same neighborhoods as these groups, but who have been deemed for whatever reason to not belong. These extragal white terrorist groups pose a significant risk to the black community. We assert that black Philadelphians have the ability to defend ourselves. We will no longer be criminalized for enjoying the Second Amendment rights that are permitted to all other Pennsylvanians. We demand that no current or future concealed carry violations are registered as a felony in Philadelphia. Concealed carry is a very special situation here in Philadelphia. Philadelphia has registered itself with the state as what it calls a city of the first class. It is, as far as I know, the only city of the first class in Pennsylvania. As a city of the first class, it does not follow the state laws on gun ownership, gun control, gun carrying. So there is no open carry in Philadelphia, and all carrying of firearms must be done with a concealed carry permit. Concealed carry permit, other than carrying a locked gun in an approved gun carrier, is the only way to carry a weapon legally in Philadelphia. So Philadelphians aren't actually able to exercise our Second Amendment rights, regardless of whether you agree with Second Amendment rights, whether you think that folks should be able to have firearms in their possession. Black Philadelphians, by and large, do believe in an individual right to gun ownership. Black Philadelphians, by and large, do believe in responsible gun ownership, carrying firearms with concealed weapons permits if they're able to get them granted, and responsible gun ownership, carrying, being sure to know how to use their weapon, being sure how to clean it, keeping it locked away when it is not in use. I know a lot of the folks in Philadelphia theater, especially the unmelanated folks in Philadelphia theater, don't believe in a right to individual gun ownership. This debate has come up time and again, and I would just urge you to listen to your black and brown friends. When gun ownership is criminalized, when gun carrying is criminalized, the only people who suffer are your black and brown friends. We suffer as a result of any criminalization of anything at a much higher rate than our non-melanated friends. So if you think that there shouldn't be a right to firearm ownership, if you think that folks shouldn't be carrying firearms in any sort of way, I urge you to look into ways to get that approved that don't involve creating laws that criminalize the carriage of firearms. Bullet point 6, end all carceral systems. The destructive effect of mass incarceration on individuals, families, and communities extends beyond the prison walls. We demand an immediate end to the criminalization of poverty through the multiple carceral systems that target Black Philadelphians. We demand the dismissal of warrants, cash bail, and the end to probation and parole systems that target our community members for prison re-traumatization rather than providing support for individual and communal restoration. We demand an end to the separation of Black families through the forcible removal of our children by the Department of Human Services. Children must be returned to willing parents and caregivers without ransoming their return with bureaucracy. We demand the city of Philadelphia live up to its promise as a sanctuary city, immediately disband all immigration and customs enforcement activities, and reunite individuals and families that have been separated as a result of ICE detainments in Philadelphia. That's a very multi-part bullet point. I will concentrate on two segments here. That ICE does in fact operate several facilities here in Philadelphia. They operate with impunity in the streets of Philadelphia. I personally, because of how I look, was followed from the intersection at the entrance of the Navy Yard up Broad Street. I was driving a vehicle, and an ICE vehicle fell in behind me after pulling up next to me at a light. That ICE vehicle followed me north on Broad to Jackson Street, and I pulled into the Starbucks at Broad and Jackson. That ICE vehicle's occupants, the ICE officers, had the temerity to follow me all the way into the Starbucks, and were literally sizing me up for arrest until I spoke to the Starbucks cashier in my normal, clear, and unaccented English. I shouldn't use the word clear there, I apologize, but my unaccented English. I speak English with as unaccented a way as I possibly can, because that's how my parents and grandparents raised me. But I spoke in unaccented English to the cashier, and immediately the ICE officers turned around and walked out of the Starbucks. They were literally only there to follow me because of my brown skin. I'd also like to talk to the fact that the support of individual and communal restoration for former prisoners, for people who've been convicted of a crime. The most ardent law and order folks that I know, I'll say something akin to, if you don't want to do the time, don't do the crime. But most of them will admit that once having done the time, people should either be rehabilitated or they have served their punishment for violating the law. The continued punishment of Black and brown people is just an echo of the Jim Crow laws and slavery in general, disenfranchising Black and brown people who often get pushed into the system of carceral justice and punitive justice that we have set up in this country, through very minor actions. Examples include driver's license suspension because of missed child support payments, leading to arrests, leading to conviction of driving without a license or driving while suspended, leading to multiple convictions of driving while suspended, leading to not being able to have a job because you can't drive, leading to petty crime where that person can't get a job, leading to additional need for resources and folks doing what they can to care for themselves. If we had a restorative justice system, folks, once having caught up with their child support payments, wouldn't be further penalized. Folks wouldn't be penalized for crimes that were created just because of something that was out of their control. Folks wouldn't fall into this repetitive cycle of problematic incidents because they missed one child support payment one day. So, and I know, folks are going to be like, oh, that doesn't happen. Believe me, it happens. I have tales, my friends. I have tales. We need to support people coming out of the prison pipeline. Prisons and justice here in Philadelphia are designed to feed into each other, and they're designed that way so that we can support private prisons, so that we can support the prison industrial system, and continue funneling money away from the city of Philadelphia. So every time a citizen of Philadelphia is arrested and incarcerated, not only for the time and duration of their incarceration, but also in the time after that incarceration, that they cannot gainfully participate in the society as a member of society. All of that time creates a drain on the economy of Philadelphia. We, as citizens of Philadelphia, are being robbed by the Philadelphia police, by the criminal justice system here in Philadelphia. And so, quite contrary to the FOP president's statement, we need to reverse this system so that this money can stop being lost from Philadelphia, going in a pipeline to already wealthy people who don't live in the city. Sorry, just following up on some YouTube copyright claims. It looks like some folks tried to still claim a copyright against this video. I'm gonna have to dispute that as soon as I get a second, but I will separately host parts 1 and parts 2 on my own website. They can also, for the time being, be found on Twitch. Twitch has a copy of them, as does my Mob Crush profile, if you want to watch parts 1 and 2 from yesterday. The first 12 hours that extended to, I believe, 14 hours of our 24-hour Rally for the Arts. Back to Black Philly Radical Collective. Bullet point number 7. Fund communities, not cops. We demand an immediate decrease in the Philadelphia Police Department's budget over the next 5 years until the PPD is fully defunded. We demand these resources be diverted from policing to long-standing community-led organizations working to support returning citizens and build strategies that enable Black people to address their own conflicts and struggles in a manner that centers transformative justice and eliminates punitive systems of behavioral change. We demand the redistribution of these funds be decided by those who are directly impacted by the criminal legal system, including returning citizens, sex workers, our members of the disabled community, our LGBTQIA+ communities, and members of undocumented communities. Yeah, folks, that's relatively self-explanatory, and defunding the PPD does not mean that the money wouldn't be going to the community. It means exactly the opposite, that we would be taking that money and putting it into the community. Bullet point number 8, immediate permanent release of Mumia Abu Jamal, Major Tillery, Arthur Sedaweo Johnson, Russell Maroon Shoez, Omar Asika, Joseph Jojo Bowen, and all Black political prisoners. Kind of a catch-all for that last one, and I'm going to paste the names because I just really horribly pronounce them. These folks, if you look at the history, if you Google them, I'm sure you'll see quote-unquote multiple sides of these stories, but let's for the moment believe the victims of police violence, and let's look at them from these incidents, from these arrests, and these men, and women from their perspective. No one can argue the statistics that Black men and women, especially Black trans women, are arrested and convicted at a much higher rate than white or other counterparts. The communities are no different. Crime isn't committed at different rates amongst peoples. So what is the problem? The problem is that these folks are being criminalized and being focused on by a violent police force that concentrates its efforts on policing Black and brown people. One might say racist. I am certainly one. Moving on from there, swift firing of killer cops and community response. We demand an end to superficial policies that assign desk duty and administrative leave for officer-involved shootings. If a police officer murders someone, they should be immediately and permanently fired and referred to counseling. The retirement funds of killer cops must be frozen during all parts of the legal process. If the officer is convicted, their pensions will be seized and transferred to victims and the victims' families. Also, relatively self-explanatory, and something that I was just speaking to with some demands from the community that makes sense. We can't go on with police policing themselves. The statement of "we investigated and we found no wrongdoing" needs to stop. It is impossible for there to be no wrongdoing in such a high number of cases of police violence when it is so prevalent. Continuing on. Bullet point number 10, abolish the Fraternal Order of Police and the Police Advisory Committee. The current overlap of financial and personal relationships between the elected city officials, the Fraternal Order of Police, and the Police Advisory Commission, paired with the PPD's ability to conduct an internal investigation on itself when misconduct arises, makes it impossible for police to be held accountable for their actions. The PAC should not be simply reformed, repackaged, and represented to the community as a progressive change as indicated by the recent city and state police reform proposals. We demand that the Police Advisory Commission be abolished and replaced with a fully funded Community Control Board provided from the budget of the Philadelphia Police. This is also a very important point. The proposed budget of the mayor not only asks for an increase to the police budget, but also asks for decreases to all oversight methods for the police. This is unconscionable. I don't even know what Mayor Kenny was thinking. If you're going to raise the police budget, you need to raise the money for oversight. And yes, it's important that we change that oversight to be actually effective, but how could you possibly think that raising the budget for the police force without also raising the budget for police oversight was in any way a good idea? I'm probably going to get off on a rant there, and I apologize for my cat. But it's insanity. It's complete insanity. I honestly have no idea what Mayor Kenny was thinking in proposing the budget the way that he did. But it is not effective. It is not effective for communities. It's not effective for individuals. It's not effective even for the police force to be without any sort of oversight. The police often welcome oversight because when an independent investigation is available, police can point to that independent investigation in questions of wrongdoing, and the community can be assured that an independent body was able to determine whether there was any wrongdoing. And as for the FOP, we also demand the FOP be dissolved immediately and police bargaining shifted into the municipal unions of the city of Philadelphia until the police are disbanded. The Fraternal Order of Police, its president and agenda, is more committed to defending police violence, terror, and mass incarceration than it is in protecting and serving Black Philadelphians. Through intimidation, bullying, political intrigue, and lots of money, that was an aside, that's not in the text, that's me. It has set itself up as an unaccountable power block and political lobby that is a threat to our city's democracy. Not only has it set itself up as an unaccountable power block because it is the police union, and so it decides for itself who its president is, it decides its own policies, but you as Philadelphians are paying its budget. You're paying its budget through your taxes and through the payroll taxes, the payroll deductions the FOP makes on police. So you're paying for Mr. McNesby to support the violence against black and brown bodies every day. You're paying for Mr. McNesby to make racist and sexist, homophobic, transphobic statements on a regular basis. You're paying for Mr. McNesby to literally support the violence against black and brown bodies, the violence against just regular people who are protesting and speaking their right, using their First Amendment rights. It's insanity. It's insanity, and it needs to stop. I would urge all police officers to call on the FOP to have an immediate vote to get rid of Mr. McNesby. If I didn't think it was so useless, I don't think that that'll happen. But if you are a black or brown police officer, that's one thing that you can do immediately to help your black and brown brethren who are not police officers. If you as a police officer feel that this violence needs to stop, if you don't feel comfortable with the violence that your department enacts against other citizens every day, then you should get rid of Mr. McNesby as your FOP president. And you should vote to change the policies of the FOP or vote to disband the FOP. It is your union. It is your voice. Use it. 11. Immediate release of all vulnerable individuals in prison. Accelerate the release of the 1,800 individuals eligible under the reprieve order signed on April 10th, 2020, and expand this order so that all eligible individuals are released by the end of June 2020. Include in your reprieve all individuals who are medically vulnerable regardless of their offense. This is with regard to the pandemic. This is with regard to COVID-19, symptoms of SARS-CoV-2. There's still a pandemic out there, folks. There are still people dying literally every day here in America. We're not New Zealand. We didn't defeat the virus. There's coming on close to 2 million identified cases of the virus. We're coming up on 120,000 deaths from the virus. This virus, this pandemic, has been more deadly than most of the modern wars we've had in the U.S. Excuse me. The joy of having pets. It's been more deadly than almost anything in modern history. Yet we can't develop the political will to fight it. It's insanity. It's pure insanity. I don't care who you are. Wear your goddamn mask. It's pretty simple. All right, number 12, disband all private police departments. Black Philadelphians are policed in virtually every area of our lives. Due to jurisdiction overlaps, a Philadelphian may be policed by PHA police, transit police, university police departments, and city police simultaneously. We demand that the Philadelphia Police Department immediately end all memorandums of understanding with private police, which allows access to J-band frequency. We further demand that legislation be passed that mandates all public and private institutions, including educational institutions and transit and housing authorities, disband their police forces in the interest of public safety. This is a wild loophole where we're also seeing expanded expenditures for the policing of black and brown folks. Black, brown, queer, and indigenous folks are more highly policed than any other segment of Philadelphia because we participate in things that are policed by multiple agencies all at the same time. And there's also increased policing, private policing in places that are ethnically diverse, that are majority minority. I don't know how often folks go to West Philadelphia Lowe's, for instance, but there's private policing there, not at the Lowe's, but at that shopping area. There's private policing in the Philadelphia Housing Authority, so that Philadelphia Housing Authority runs buildings that service the minority community primarily. That is the majority of the usage of Philly Housing Authority properties. Yet they have their own police force. For what? It's beyond understanding, but we do need to disband these private police departments. We demand reparative economic justice for the aforementioned harms to communities. Just to put it in a simple word, is reparations. I understand why the Black Philly Radical Collective decided to avoid the word reparations. Reparations as a word can be triggering for certain folks. I'm going to go ahead and trigger you. It's reparations. The government must repair the damage it has done. Current policies are designed to perpetuate racial and economic injustice against black communities. We demand a participatory approach to public budgets that is under community control to ensure that the resources are equitably distributed and meet the needs of black communities, which have been purposefully and systemically under-resourced. Those are the 13 bullet points of this letter. I've pasted it in the chats of all of the streams. Hopefully you guys get to take a look at it. Read it again, get used to it, get to understand the points of view expressed by it. These are the points of view of your black and brown friends. When we say amplify the voices of black, indigenous, and people of minority description, this is what we mean. Amplify this voice. Express these exact same expressions to your city council. Express these exact same positions to anybody who you have influence over. Express these exact same positions to your Facebook followers, your Twitter followers, your Instagram followers. Make sure that people know and understand that this is the will of the black community, and that this is what the black voices in your community are asking for. It is currently 8:16. I'm missing a guest at the moment, but at 8:30 we're supposed to have Blue Stoop take over. I'm going to cut over to a playback of sorry, spacing for a moment. A playback of the video that has individual testimonials in it from Power Street Theater Company. Gabriela Sanchez and Power Street Theater were able to gather many testimonials before this rally started and edit together a video. And I'm going to play back that 20-minute video for you now.
Dear Mayor Kenny, I am a Philadelphian and I am co-artistic director and resident playwright with Power Street Theater. I am asking that you don't defund OA, CCE, and PCF. We artists are not just a collection of small cultural organizations.
We are local businesses,
community leaders,
and ambassadors for the city.
We connect Philadelphia through song, dance, and theater.
And art.
We provide services to our neighborhood like local classes,
programming for kids, and the spaces for expression.
But most importantly, we are a beacon of hope in hard times.
Now, more than ever, our people need connection, and that's what we do. Philadelphia Art Community. That's what we do best.
For the sake of the health of our artists, our community, and our city,
we ask that you retain the OACCE and PCF.
For half of a century, arts and culture organizations have made the case that points out our significant contribution to the local economies. Southern Eastern Pennsylvania's cultural organizations and their audiences have a combined impact of $4.1 billion on the region's economy, supporting 55,000 full-time jobs, generating $157 million in city tax revenue. Also, it is important to highlight the revenue that surrounding businesses rely on from our patrons, like parking, restaurants, bars, public transportation. It's real. At this moment, you have the power to invest in the cultural humanity of Philadelphia.
I understand that in a crisis, the easy answer is to cut arts and culture, but what you are doing is keeping the body alive while taking out its heart. Don't take the easy way out. Now is the time to think outside the box, to show with where the money goes, what kind of Philadelphia we want after this pandemic has passed. Please, make the right choice.
Alcalde Kini. Soy una filadelfiana del sur de Filadelfia y artista, y le estoy pidiendo que por favor no deje de financiar la Oficina de Arte y Cultura y el Fondo Cultural de Filadelfia.
Hi, I'm Melody. I'm from West Philly and Chinatown. The Arts in Philly is a place where I work, where I learn, a place where we build community, and a space where we could tell our own stories. Don't take our funding away.
Hey Mayor Kenny, my name is Elijah Desmore, and I'm begging you to please save Philly arts and culture. I am an upcoming actor, and that is my dream, so please save it. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Hola, soy Lorenza Bernasconi. Estoy based en Center City. Para mí, Philly Arts me dio una comunidad en un lugar donde yo pensé que estaba sola. Y me dio la oportunidad de construir una comunidad a través del arte. Salven al arte y la cultura en Filadelfia.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Boyhe, and I live in West Philadelphia. Philly's art and cultural community is the strongest I've ever witnessed in a major city, which means that you can both practice your art and enjoy others as well. It's something that I don't take for granted because this mixing of people, thoughts, and culture is integral to the way we all experience our city.
Hi, I'm Lori. I live in Fairmount. I work as the community outreach coordinator of Power Street Theater, and Power Street Theater is really important to me personally because it provides a much needed resource and outlet for the Latino community here in Philadelphia, especially in Kensington, by providing free local classes and community convenings. It fills a space that otherwise wouldn't exist.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Janelle, and I was born and raised here in Philly. And as an artist and a creative myself, I can express to you the impact that Philly's arts and culture have had on my life growing up. Not only is this important to our city and our people, but most importantly, it's important to our youth. Please, save Philly's arts and culture.
Hi, my name is Brian, born and raised in Germantown. Save Philly arts and culture.
Kiara Alegria Hudes, West Philly. Please, save Philly arts and culture. We're the city that created the nation. Let us continue to create our American story.
Hi, my name's Jose Marquez, and North Philly is my neighborhood. Please, save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Fabiano from the Kensington area of Philadelphia. Please help save Philadelphia arts and culture.
Yo, it's your boy Donnell. I'm tuning in from Nicetown. Yes, Nicetown 19140. And I'm just asking Mayor Kenny, please save the arts and culture in the city of Philadelphia, please, man. It is a valuable asset to this community.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Goldfinger, and we love arts in Philly and culture in Philly. Hava, what do you love arts in Philly?
I love the art museum.
We love the art museum, including all their free summer programming. We love going to the Academy of Music.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's awesome. And they do their kids' concerts. Do you remember when we got to touch the violin?
Oh, yeah, that was so cool.
That was so cool. And the storytelling in the Kimmel Center on Saturday and Sunday mornings.
Yes.
So we are asking both for the big people and the little people who will be big soon. Please save arts and culture and Philly. Thank you, Mayor Kinney.
Thank you.
Me llamo Tanequil Márquez. Soy directora, artista y creativa en el sur de Philly. Por favor, salva los artes y la cultura de Philadelphia.
Save Philly arts and culture.
My name is Adrian and I live in South Philadelphia. The arts are the reason that I love living in this city, and I can't imagine being here without them.
Hi, this is Jeanette in Northeast Philadelphia. Please support Philly's arts and culture.
Hi, I'm Tamanya from the Fishtown, Kensington part of the city, and I'm going to talk about saving Philly arts and culture. I am in the city because right out of college I came here to join the vibrant arts community, and that is why I stayed here to make a family. I am so excited about theater companies like Power Street Theater that democratize arts education, create a space for artists like me to control our own narrative and create beautiful plays, and also who bring our community together. When you're weathering a storm, you don't pull up the trees by the roots. They hold this community together like all of the arts and culture institutions, and we have to protect them. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hiberto, and I live in South Philadelphia. Save Philly arts and culture.
Good morning, my name is Teresa. I'm from Port Richmond. Save Philly arts and culture.
Save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, my name is Freddie Emil. I'm from North Philadelphia, born and raised. Please save Philly arts and culture.
Hello, my name is Lisa Nelson Haynes. I'm Executive Director of Philadelphia Young Playwrights. Please continue to support Philadelphia arts organizations. It is vital that we expose our young people to art, to encourage their creativity, for they will make sure
thanks for doing this. How's it going?
that our cultural ecosystem is sustainable in the future.
Oh, no worries.
Karen,
yeah,
I feel.
Yeah,
Karen's
this is
been a
awesome.
professional
I'm
playwright.
gonna. I
feel like I work with just about everybody in the Philadelphia area, so it really has an impact on me. Even just being this still with my art, is trying. You know, it works on you in every possible way, physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically. You know, I feed off of people, and that energy I see is needed when I play outside. I see the people that want to gather around. They feel the rhythms and whatnot. So it just can't go away in any possible way. It just can't.
Hi, my name is Victoria Lang, and I live in Fishtown. Save Philly arts and culture.
My name is Julia Terry, and I live in West Philly. Please save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, my name is Erisa Ann Riley, and I am a Philadelphia theater artist, and I am asking you to save Philly arts and culture.
I'm Maurice from Center City, and I can't stress this enough, everyone. We have to make sure that we save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, my name is Kate Davis, and I live in Germantown. Mayor Kenny, please save Philly arts and culture. Do not defund the Philadelphia Cultural Fund and the Office of the Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy. These institutions provide millions of dollars to local arts organizations in the city of Philadelphia. Now more than ever, it's the arts that help us through these tough times. It's the arts that help bring our communities together, and it's the arts that will help save our local economy. Please don't do this.
I'm Gabrielle Corsaro. I'm in Center City, Philadelphia. Please support Philly arts and culture.
Hola, es Virginia Sanchez, Ainalo de Save Philly Arts and Culture.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Wills, and I'm a resident in Center City. We need to save Philly arts and culture and not slash any of the funding to the OACCE and the PCF. I have personally worked for organizations in the city of Philadelphia that are supported by both of these institutions, and they are incredibly vital, especially to smaller organizations. Please do not slash the funding for either of these institutions and support the artists that make the Philadelphia cultural scene what it is.
Dear Mayor Kenny, my name is Benjamin Cuss. I live in West Philadelphia. I moved here about 4 years ago to pursue theater acting because the city has an amazing reputation for indie, underground, community-based theater, and that's exactly what I found to be true. I've been in dozens of productions. I've met amazing people. I know things are challenging right now, but when we get out of this, and we will, we need the arts and culture. We need our imagination, we need hope, we need our dreams. Please do not cut funding to the Philadelphia Cultural Fund. Almost $3 million, a tiny amount, produces world-class art. Please don't cut it. Thank you for listening.
I'm Val Dunn, recording in Kensington. Save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, I'm Angela Longo. I'm from South Jersey, but the Philadelphia theater community is a big part of my career and who I am as an artist. It's really important to me that we save Philly arts and culture. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kat Ramirez, and I live in West Philly. So many small arts organizations in Philly are doing the work to make sure that art and community care are synonymous. Cutting the Philadelphia Cultural Fund and the Office of the Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy is dealing a devastating blow to arts organizations who are constantly making space outside of their performances, even, to make sure that audiences can imagine, can feel held, can feel seen. It is imperative that you save Philly arts and culture.
My name is Nimisha Ladva, and I'm a writer, storyteller, and playwright. I live in Wynwood, Pennsylvania, just outside Philadelphia. Every opportunity I have had as an artist has been because of my proximity to the city of Philadelphia. Please save Philadelphia culture and arts. Pennsylvania is better for it. Philadelphia is better for it. We are all better for the arts.
Hi, I'm Carly from South Philadelphia. Please save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, I'm Mindy. I live in Lansdowne, PA, and I've been the Director of Education at Philadelphia Young Playwrights in Center City for almost 10 years. Our organization alone serves around 20 Philadelphia district schools in upwards of 40 classrooms, and our on-site programs host students from all over the city. Arts are one of the vital ways young people engage with their community and find their civic passion. Save Philly arts and culture.
My name is Rebecca Wright, and I live in West Philadelphia. I'm the Artistic Director of Applied Mechanics and a freelance theater director. I moved to Philadelphia because it is one of the world's great theater cities. Please save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, I'm Emily. I live in Pensport in South Philly, and you need to save Philly arts and culture. Simple as that.
Hi, my name is Pax Wrestler, and I live in West Philly. Please save Philly arts and culture. Hey, I'm Sarah. I live in the Northeast, and the arts community is my livelihood. There are just so many small organizations that I rely on and that need support from the Cultural Fund just to continue to exist. Theater companies, arts education, dance, circus, cultural advocates, music venues, visual arts, these all inform my work. And when I scroll through PCF's grant recipients, like just for 2020, there's got to be about 100 organizations I personally would miss if they weren't part of the city. And I'm one person.
Hi, Mayor Kenny. My name is Chris McDowell. I moved to the neighborhood about 2 years ago when I moved to Philly to take a tech job down at the Navy Yard. I love this city, and part of what this makes this city great is all the arts and culture here, and I really hope you don't defund the arts and culture that make this place one of the coolest cities in the country. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ross.
And I'm Brenna.
And we both live in South Philadelphia.
And we're both working artists.
And we are asking you to please save Philadelphia arts and culture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kira, and I've been participating in Philly Young Playwrights for 4 years. They've not only helped me grow as a writer, but as a person, giving me valuable skills and, most importantly, a supportive community of mentors and friends. Save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, my name is Pratima Agarwal, and I'm based in Kensington, Philadelphia. For me, the arts means the ability to create a sense of community with other artists and share the work that we create with the city of Philadelphia. Without arts funding, it makes it incredibly difficult for artists to survive and share that work for people and to enjoy, which they need as part of the fabric of their lives. Save Philly arts and culture.
My name is Valerie Tracy Santiago. I live in the Overbrook Farms section of Philadelphia. When everything is lost, there's always music. These are the things that keep us strong and inspire us to keep going, to contribute, to help others. If we lose our arts and culture, it'll be very difficult for us to come back after that. We should and can never lose the arts and the arts and culture in Philadelphia.
Hi, my name is Catherine, and I live in West Philly. For the past 10 years, I've been an actor, a teaching artist, a facilitator, and a mentor in the Philadelphia arts community. I miss my students terribly. I miss being in the rehearsal room terribly. Please, save Philly arts and culture. We need it now more than ever.
Hi, Mayor Kenny. My name is Mel Crodman. I'm a resident of Philadelphia and South Philly, but soon I'll be living in West Philadelphia. I'm so excited. Mayor, please, please, please do not defund Philadelphia arts and culture. I know that you know this, but we can't afford that. I know that there have got to be a million things I don't understand about how city budgets work and how to dig oneself out of this incredible economic hole that this COVID crisis is creating. Thank you for your leadership. But Mayor, we can't afford to cut off arts and funding culture in a city like Philadelphia at a time when people need the arts to help deal with the psycho-emotional trauma that this COVID crisis is creating. People need art to help understand, digest, process their world, and feel excited to live in it. The arts and culture sectors offer people life.
My name is Jay Kimberly, and I live in Overbrook Park. Please save Philly arts and culture.
Will be our stance for why it's important to support arts and culture. We provide, obviously, a service to the community, but the service that we provide is healing to the mind, body, and soul, right? So we are teachers, we are healers, we bring joy, and in this particular environment, everyone's concerned about health and human services, and justifiably so. But once you have those basic needs met, it's been a very depressive period for a lot of people. and people need to be able to have their spirits restored. Not everybody has money to sit on the sofa. Not everybody will, with the libraries being closed, have an opportunity to learn. And I think what we bring to the public, right, is joy, healing, and learning.
All right, hello and welcome. I'm here with our takeover guest, Blue Stoop. They will be taking over the broadcast for me for the next hour. Tell me, would you introduce yourself, your preferred pronouns, and let us know a little bit about Blue Stoop.
Who wrote the poem "The Blue Stoop," which is what inspired our name. And he just has like a lot of insight and long, deep commitment to Philadelphia and the arts. So I'll share my screen and just read that, and then we'll do some other fun stuff.
One second, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I messed up technically. I had you turned down to the stream, so.
Oh, no problem.
Please, I sincerely apologize to everybody watching, and I apologize to you. If you would just go through that spiel one more time, because I only caught the very end of it.
No problem. Yeah, my name is Emma Eisenberg. I am the director of Blue Stoop. We are a hub for writers here in Philadelphia. We connect writers to each other to support emotional, financial, professional. We offer rigorous classes in the craft of writing, employing excellent local Philadelphian writers as instructors. Yeah, we sort of think of it as like, half alternative MFA program meets non-terrible happy hours, meets lots of hopefully good professional networking experience, and just a place to learn and be together. We're hopeful to have a physical space one day. We do have a residency at Cherry Street Pier beginning this month. So we'll be doing some socially distanced and cool remote programming there. We usually run an event series that brings nationally touring diverse writers from around the world to Philadelphia in conversation with.
Okay, it looks like our guest has frozen for the moment. hopefully she'll drop off and come back on. Hang on a second. Let's see if we can help her out. Doing it live, folks. Doing it live. So, yep. Oh, you're back. Are you back? I'll unmute you. There you go.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
No problem. All right. So you fell off there when in your description, but I'll let you take it back.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yes, I think just saying that we usually run a event series that's wonderful and brings people from mostly around America, but also some international writers in conversation with Philadelphia writers. So we'll be doing that in some form in a socially distanced way or online via our residency at the Cherry Street Pier this summer and fall. And my pronouns are she, her.
Excellent, excellent. So you had a letter to read and some video of your own to share, and then you were going to share some video that some other folks shared with us. And if you have the floor, so take it away.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna start by reading, a letter that just went up this morning on Plan Philly, or I'm sorry, an opinion piece that just went up this morning on Plan Philly by Tom Devaney, who's a great native Philadelphian poet here in the city. He essentially wrote this poem, The Blue Stoop, that gave us our name. That's really a lot about just growing up in the city, the like richness and beautifulness and scrappiness of Philadelphia. And this is very, of course, very, very relevant to today, asking city council not to defund the arts. So I'll go ahead and share my screen and then just read it aloud. All right, so it's called Art Helps Democracy. Mayor Kenny's plan to zero out Philly's arts budget hurts us all. Arts office, excuse me. We live in a city where the opportunity to create art and share culture is not equally distributed. Mayor Kenny's budget plan to eliminate the Office of Arts, Culture, and the Creative Economy and the Philadelphia Culture Fund, PCF, would only worsen this disparity, which community leaders have worked for years to address. Our city-run arts office is a rare public entity explicitly charged with responding to the cultural and ethnic diversity that makes up our vibrant neighborhoods. It aims to close the gap in access to cultural experiences and creative expression that can change people's lives by funding art and culture across the city, especially in neighborhoods that don't have the museums and culture venues seen in Center City. Right now, it is more important than ever for the city to commit to doing all that it can for communities, organizations, and individuals, especially those in neighborhoods where access to museums, galleries, and other cultural venues is limited. On May 27th, 18 of us from the arts community gathered to testify to the city council and asked them to reject the mayor's proposal. Louis Messiah, the director of Scribe Video Center, shared the historical tradition of Philadelphia's arts and culture institutions. The history of accessible cultural institutions goes back to the earliest days of the city, including institutions founded by Benjamin Franklin and AME mother Sarah Bass Allen, Messiah said in his testimony. In the late 19th century, we see organizations that blossomed during the settlement movement. And today, throughout Philadelphia, there are places like Taller Porcuniano, Asian Arts Initiative, Philadenko, Brandywine Print Archive, and the Clef Club and Scribe, which are very much part of this tradition. Messiah went on to talk about the significance of these organizations for residents. We know that one of Philadelphia's greatest assets is the culture that emanates from the neighborhoods. Community culture is a key reason that Philadelphia is a healthy and livable city. In her testimony, public art artist Karen Olivier shared a story about how art can make people feel seen. I was thinking of one of the Philadelphia Cultural Friends tenets, to preserve and protect the cultural heritage of Philadelphia and encourage a sense of pride and commitment in the city, she said, which led me to think of a public art project I did in Vernon Park in Germantown. I remember vividly the day a resident hugged me, thanking me for making the artwork. Olivier recalled that the person told her, "If the city allowed you to make this piece and gave you money to make it, they must know we are still here. They haven't forgotten us." When the city art funds in areas often overlooked by private investors, it offers, quote, reassurance that our economically depressed neighborhoods still matter to the city, end quote, the artist said. The city's entire arts and culture budget amounts to 0.5% of Kenny's overall budget. With those limited funds, the Arts Office has created remarkably effective and far reaching programs that touch every corner of the city. I love that. It is exactly the kind of thing the city government can do. It's something that people want, and the rate of return is measurable and real. The Art in City Hall program is a model of equity and inclusion. This past year, the program hosted 20 exhibitions, as well as numerous panels, talks, films, and special projects. The annual Arts Ed Fair featured 60 organizations with over 500 attendees. Having representation in City Hall, serving as a microphone to the cultural community, is our democracy in action, to whom City Hall's exhibition manager remarked recently. In a No to Zero discussion channel, Shira Walensky, an artist known for her murals and social practice work, describes how art feeds democracy. Thinking about this art is a manifestation of ideas, possibility, she wrote. The First Amendment freedom of expression, a fundamental value, to have that seated visibly in City Hall, was to say we as a city value being a healthy democracy. The anger and rage at the Rizzo statue shows us that art in the city absolutely matters. It represents the citizens. The Arts Office provides platforms for hundreds of artists, dancers, musicians, photographers, writers, and other visual artists. Digging deeper in her testimony, the artist Sarah McCaney made a valuable point about how much many local artists contribute to civic life. She said, "We invest in the city, we are civically engaged, we are community activists, we volunteer, we give back." From the artists to the local organizations, the building blocks of so many small to mid-sized arts nonprofits depend upon the modest grants they receive. The Percent for Art program has been transformative. The Arts and Culture Office is the custodian of the largest and oldest public art collection in the country. It is important to remember that the Arts Office is people working with people. They are top-level professionals with deep roots in the city and its diverse arts communities. I know firsthand that they are well respected and have great credibility, which is no small thing. Let's celebrate and be proud of their work. Our city, which has great poverty and need, would be all the poorer without our intentional support for the arts. Also, if it is not clear that if the city can recover without an investment in the arts and culture sector. Let's not fool ourselves into thinking that somehow the core functions of the office will continue without the office. The Arts and Culture Office is a meeting place inside the most significant meeting place in the city. The shining example of this is City Hall itself, a building that is more than a building. City Hall embodies the convergence of the civic and the cultural. Yes, some cuts must be made, but this is no time to get out of the arts. We need to use all of our resources, and the Arts and Culture Office is one of them. All right, so Tom Devaney is a 2014 Pew Fellow and co-director of the film Bicentennial City 2020. His most recent books include Getting to Philadelphia from Hanging Loose Press and You Are the Battery from Black Square Editions. He is on the advisory board of Blue Stoop, a home for Philly writers, and he teaches at Haverford College. So that's us, Blue Stoop. Tom is our wonderful board member and namesake. Again, we are named after a poem that he wrote called The Blue Stoop. So I will now go into sharing a few videos from the larger No to Zero campaign. I believe these videos are from a wonderful music duo band called Ants on a Log that creates socially conscious music and content for young people, really geared towards kids, but I believe they call it for children or other childlike people, which is a slogan I love. So I'll go ahead and share my screen with these videos as well. So here we go.
Radio works just fine, and your fingers keep the time. That is all I need from you, your mind. That is all she needs from you, your mind. With a little hot water, then you can begin to open up that door in the middle of the winter, baby. You drive me wild, 240 miles. Taking it slow on the highway, you know that's just how I like it. Just how she likes it. I love you dearly. You take me where I wanna go. Your ear function weirdly. Your ace is a little slow. But your radio works just fine. And your wipers keep the time. That is all I need from you. You're mine. That is all she needs from you. You're mine.
All right, awesome. So that was actually an Anya Rose. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this we'll do an Ants on a Log one now, which is sorry about that. The again for kids I was referring to, but one of their participants is Anya Rose, who was in the previous video you saw.
Oh, I see you have peanut butter and jelly here.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hey, do you mind just
I don't know what you were going to do with those two, but let me explain to you how that makes for a brilliant sandwich.
Right, but I was really just wondering...
I'm happy to give you my help. You see, using a knife can be difficult, and getting the jelly out of the bottom with a spoon may also require some explanation. Let me explain to you how to...
Just let me speak. I've got things I want to say. I'm listening with all my might, but I can't stay here all day.
All day? No, who said anything about all day?
Uncle Steve.
I was just saying...
I can tell, listen. I can tell you're trying to help, but you're not even listening.
Oh yes, I'm a very good listener. I actually had both my ears checked recently.
All right, yes, thanks, but listen to my words. Ask me if you're telling me what I've already heard. Everything you're telling her, she already knows. So please leave her some space to speak. Your faces are long and you're leaving her nowhere to go. Wow. Thanks. I feel so supported. That
Yes,
was really...
a woman should feel supported, and let me tell you why.
Oh,
See, this is how women should
I
feel.
got
It's
things that I
important that...
wanna do.
Well, no,
I got places I gotta be.
Listen, I have someone
I can't stay here all day with you.
Let me show you
Listening
how...
to you explain all these things that you know to me.
Wow, what an adorable song.
I got things that I gotta do. I got places I gotta be. I can't stay here all day with you. Listening to you explain all these things that you know to me.
Well, actually, I have a problem with that too.
What? You do?
Yes, everyone looks to me like I'm an expert. I'm not an expert.
Exactly.
They assume that I know things.
And they assume I don't know things.
Even when I don't.
Even when I do. Well, all right. Yes, thanks. We're singing it loud and clear. Ask her if the things you say she wants to hear. Wait to see how she responds. Leave her and stay. Then decide which words to use and which ones are erased. Yes, I'm a woman. I may be polite, but wondering what you know doesn't keep me up at night. Yes, I'm a woman.
Yes, I'm a man.
I may be polite.
I speak loud, I speak low.
But wondering what you
But I don't have the answers.
doesn't keep me up at
Do
night.
all you want to know?
Yeah, wondering what you know doesn't keep me up at night. As I was trying to say, could you please pass the jelly?
Oh, jelly. Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, delightful. So yes, I love that. That's a song for children and other childlike people about mansplaining, essentially. Let's see. Here's another one. Oh yeah, this is wonderful. Ansonologue, also again a Philadelphia band for children and other childlike people, also does a lot of songs about environmental advocacy, and they did a great musical about the pipeline in Philadelphia. Here's another one called Air and Space. Oops, this is the same one, apologies. Let's see, I'll give you Dog of My Dreams. Also
I met the dog of my dreams today. We met on the beach and we had a play. He let me drag him into the sea. And we fetched for hours, just him and me. Oh, I met the dog of my dreams today. I rode the bike of my dreams today. The handlebars were red and the frame was gray. I'm faster than wind on a windy day. Faster than the speed of light, some may say. I rode the bike of my dreams today. That's love. That's true love. 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 I brined the pickle of my dreams today. It was flavored with dill, salt, and caraway. I took one little bite of it, and my mouth exploded at the taste of it. Oh, I brined the pickle of my dreams today. That's love. That's love. That's true love. That's love. That's love. That's true love. That's love. That's love. That's true love. That's love. That's love. That's true love.
Right.
Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Got my fist in the air, got my feet on the ground. Got my fist in the air, got my feet on the ground. Gonna do what I'm gonna do, say what I'm gonna say. Gonna try to get through before I make it another day. Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. One foot in the town hall, one finger on the dial. One foot in the town hall, one finger on the dial. Gonna call it right fast, complaints I'd like to file. Gonna try to get through to you, to make it another day. 'Cause I'm going rogue, you silence me. Will eat your game with democracy. Yes, I'm going rogue, you silence me. Will eat your game, alternatively. No power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop. Got my fist in the air, got my feet on the ground. Got my fist in the air, got my feet on the ground. Gonna talk to strangers, gonna make some friends today. Gonna learn the history to remember what we're fighting for each day. 'Cause I'm going rogue, you silence me. We will beat your game, democracy. Yes, I'm going rogue, you silence me. We'll beat your game, alternatively.
Right.
So I teach all boys. say something, and then I'll have to say it again, and then I'll have to say it again, then I'll have to say it again, and then like a male teacher will come walking by and he'll say it. And here's a song about that. Is it because I have a lady voice that you don't hear the words I say? If I were loud and intimidating, would you give me the time of day? Lady voices on the rise. Lady voices, you are wise. Some are soft, some are low, some are thoughts, they come slowly, some. I could say the same thing that he said, and will think it's nonsense. He could say the same thing that I say, and we'll all rattle in the knowledge that his presence is informing our day. I could say the same thing that he said, and we'll think it's nonsense. He could say the same thing that I said, and we'll all rattle in the knowledge that his presence is informing our day. Is it because I have a lady voice that you don't hear the words I say? If I were loud and intimidating, would you give me the time of day? Lady voices on the line. Lady voices, you are wise. Some are soft, some are low, some thoughts, they come slowly sometimes. She can say the same thing that we said. Yes, she can say the same thing that you said. I can say the same thing that he said. We'll think it's nonsense. He can say the same thing that I said. We'll all rattle in the knowledge that his presence is informing our name. Is it because I have a lady voice that you don't hear the words I say? If I were loud and intimidating, would you give me the time of day? Lady voices on the rise. Lady voices, you are right. Some are soft, some are low, some are thoughts, they come slowly sometimes. Some are soft, some are low, some are thoughts, they come slowly sometimes. Some are soft, some are low, some are thoughts, they come slowly sometimes.
All right, awesome. So I'm actually going to share with folks a couple of poems now by people who are affiliated with Blue Stoop, including, we'll start with the Blue Stoop poem that I was referring to earlier that was written by Tom Devaney, amazing local Philadelphian. This poem I feel like really just kind of encapsulates the spirit that we were trying to pay homage to in choosing the name The Blue Stoop. Kind of let you take what you will from the poem, but also want to note that it's based on a a photograph by Zoe Strauss, also amazing Philadelphian, queer Philadelphian photographer, called The 4th of July Barbecue. So I'll read you the poem. The Blue Stoop. Who remembers the Blue Stoop? I am laughing at the question. Who? Everybody. All the names. Like an early book of the Bible. It isn't just names. They go deep and make 3 wide steps. 3 very wide steps, and everywhere. There's Franny and Tina, Amy, Gary and George, Dawn Ann and her red-headed brother Bobby, B.A., Matthew, Paula and Rob, Tommy Fliss and all the Flisses. Goddamn Steve Fliss. Steve smoking Fliss. Anthony's mother is leaning out the window. Does she ever go out? Yes, every day. She leans out the window all day long. Anthony's uncle played the trumpet. Everybody knows that. But when we say he played the trumpet, we mean he played with everybody. Yes, Tony Bennett, but have you ever heard of Al Martino, Guy Lombardo? People, big bands, he played with them all. And in some third floor heaven, he still is. People say once upon a time a call was a dime. They say more than I can say here. They say don't forget where you're from, but I don't have to, because I never left. Recently, somebody said the Blue Stoop looks smaller than it used to. I guess they know what they're talking about. But don't tell that to Michael, and a generation of roses weaned on a fresh coat of swimming pool paint every few years. All the dirty kid faces that will never be clean. Let me say that line again. All the dirty kid faces that will never be clean. Those are my faces. So again, Tom Devaney is the author of 2 poetry collections, a series of small boxes, Fish Drum and the American Pragmatist Fell in Love from Banshee Press. That's out of date, he has even 2 more books now, as well as a nonfiction book, Letters to Ernesto Nato. He teaches at Haverford College and is the editor of On and On Screen. Zoe Strauss is a lesbian anarchist from Philadelphia. All right. And I'm also going to read for you another work by another amazing poet, curator, performer, sort of queen Philadelphian here in the city, and also another member of the Blue Stoop Board, Yolanda Wisher. And I'll read you a few of her poems. "5 South 43rd Street, Floor 2, by Yolanda Wisher. Sometimes we would get hungry for the neighborhood, walk up the sidewalk toward Chestnut Street, speak to the Rev holding the light-skinned baby, ask his son to come put a new inner tube on my bike, cross Ludlow, past the mailbox on the corner, Risque Video, Dino's Pizza, and the Emerald Laundromat. The fruit trucks tucked into 44th on the left, houses eyes shut with boards, fringes of children. Once we went into a store sunk into the street, owned by a Cambodian woman. She sold everything, from evening gowns to soup. Over to Walnut and 45th, where the Muslim cat sells this chicken wrapped in pita, draped in cucumber sauce. The pregnant woman behind the counter writes our order out in Arabic. We grab a juice from the freezer, some chips, the bean and sweet potato pies. Back into the hot breath of West Philly. Sun is setting. The sky is smeared squash, tangerines in a glaze. 3 girls and 1 boy jump double dutch. A white man hustles from the video store with a black plastic bag. We look for money in the street, steal flowers from the church lawn. The shit stain from the wino is still on our step. Mr. Jim is washing a car for cash. John is cleaning his rims to Buju Banton. Noel is sweetly talking to the big blue-eyed woman. Linda on her way to the restaurant. The sister in the wheelchair buzzes by with her headphones on. One night, a man was shot and killed on this block, right outside our thick wood door. But not today. Today is one of those days to come home from walking in the world, leave the windows open, start a pot of black beans, smoke some Alice Coltrane, cut up some fruit, toenails, hold on to the moment as if time is taking your blood pressure. So good. All right. I'll go back to Yolanda's site. This is American Valentine by Yolanda Wisher. 1. Slave Poet's 1776 letter, new discovery is for sale. New York Times, November 11th, 2005. Phyllis to Ubor, Valentine's Day, 1776. Her lacerating ink worth $253,000. In 8 years, she will die broke, but here she slashes out pulpit with pen to sister friend, knows a thing or two about barbarity, evil, and craftiness, and still talking about revolution. American as the liberty on her tongue, of Latin edge lingo. They saying this paper holy grail, and yeah, this is our birthright, being Black and writer. Phyllis speaks to us across auction and museum, sings the gospel, puts it all in the big man's hands. Look how the P curls like the hook of a Christmas ornament. Look how she's carved out a piece of dominion for us to sup on, our own dreamy continent to idle in, the purple X on the white sheet of English lit. Why do I keep returning to Miss Phyllis, who used to be a sellout, who used to dance that waitress two-step, that shuffle? She was a first love. I sniffed the peonies under her starched verses and fingered the cornrows under her waspy bonnet, and she cooed for me, gushed metaphorically till we were both spent but not sold. My Phyllis, who got served with the slaves, not the poet's destiny. Riverine woman, Wolverine woman, tambourine woman, Byzantine woman, Maybelline woman, magazine woman, libertine woman, evergreen woman, Springsteen woman, mangosteen woman, mezzanine woman, beverine woman, jujubine woman, aquamarine woman, velveteen woman. And this is what Yolanda says about that poem. I was once a little Black girl writing poems, and one of the standard gifts for birthdays and holidays from those relatives who wanted to encourage me in my literary pursuits was a book of verse, Shakespeare sonnets, or the more cherished Phillis Wheatley collection. At the time, hers was the name they knew, the first Black published poet. She became my measure. Phyllis, she's my homie, so we're on a first name basis, was also a girl child poet, and I fell in love with her because she was the anomaly that I was, a Black girl writing poetry in an awfully white world. She sure could rhyme, had that read a whole dictionary in prison like Malcolm X kind of lexicon, knew her Bible backwards and forwards, had a big voice that consorted with angels and Greek gods. But when I went off to college and became a Black Studies major, I discovered that Phyllis's Black card had been revoked by many a sable scholar. And on the mean poetry streets of Philly, she wasn't as cool an influence to mention as Baraka or Sanchez. The anti-Phyllis scholarship couldn't abide her genteel house Negro upbringing, her biblical brainwashing. Perhaps we expected too much from her, more than we expected of ourselves in this new white world. We wanted her to be both talented and heroic, both mad and vernacular. And so for many years, I fronted on Phyllis. I forsook her. And then one day I stumbled upon this curious notion that one of her poems was a radical anagram, crazy proof, or a sign from glorious heaven that Phyllis was doing an Audrey, using, quote, the master's tools to dismantle the master's house, end quote. It got me imagining Phyllis as Dan Freeman, the main character in The Spook Behind the Door. You know those black dolls that are just brown painted white dolls? That ain't Phyllis. In my mind, Phyllis became a secret spy or white hat wearing gladiator out to topple the system, sending revolutionary messages via verse like Morse code. More than a frozen image of a young girl in a bonnet caught in the rapture of inspiration. The poem's epigraph is from a November 2005 newspaper article, which describes how one of Phyllis's letters to an enslaved Black woman friend, Ubor, will be auctioned off by Swan Galleries later that month. The letter, written on February 14, 1776, reveals Phyllis to be more patriotic than most of the white men upholding the war, the men running the show. She believed more in the idea of America than they did, believed in an America that didn't really see her, and maybe she knew that and played the game. She had an unrequited love for this country, a tough love. Letter's auction price of $253,000 compared to the trifle that she was purchased for as a slave signals that Phyllis, or maybe just her words, continues to be of value on the open market. In the eyes of the slaveholding society in which she grew up, Phyllis's command of her master's tongue gave her value above other Black bodies. But her genius couldn't save her. Like Hurston, like many a Black woman writer, she died poor and ailing. So this poem is a reclaiming of Phyllis as I know her and I read her. It's about getting back to my personal relationship with her, as a mother of this craft I am sworn to, as my poetry Jesus. One day, somebody will probably want to make a Hollywood movie of her life, lighten her up, make her cute as a button. But my Phyllis has many parts, angles, soft and sharp, vulnerable and belligerent. This poem's about pulling back like a call, pieces of her life story, an elegy for an elegist. So that was Yolanda Wisher on her poem, American Valentine. So I'm just going to end with an excerpt from Carmen Machado's story, Blur, which was published in Tin House last year. And Carmen Maria Machado is also on the advisory board of Blue Stoop. She is, of course, an amazing fiction writer, National Book Award winner for short stories, also the author of In the Dream House, a great memoir that was just published last year and won the Lambda Literary Award for Best Lesbian Fiction. And again, she lives here in Philadelphia, in West Philly. So I'm just going to read the beginning of that, and then it looks like I'm going to pass it off. So this is Blur by Carmen Maria Machado from Tin House. En route to visit my girlfriend in Indiana, I pull over at a rest stop in Illinois to wash my face. It is not my first mistake of the day, but it is the biggest. The bathroom is full of people. I see them before I place my glasses on the sink. I realize I am flinching after my body is already tight with worry. She'll be enraged if I am late again. Children with juice-stained mouths are at the sink on either side of me. A middle-aged woman with a deflated handbag scolds them. They scream, she screams, all of it rising above the rush of the tap. The water smells vaguely sulfurous, like the fountain of youth. I hear the rapid escalation and de-escalation of the hand dryers, and when the family evacuates the bathroom, it aches with the relief of emptiness. I press my hand to my forehead, my cheeks, my jaw. I breathe deeply, face dripping over the sink. I reach for my glasses. My fingers scrabble over porcelain and close over nothing. I wipe the loose water from my skin and lean in toward my reflection, my nose nearly touching the mirror, cold and bluish like a fish on the verge of floating. I continue to grope around for the glasses that are no longer there. I drop to my knees and feel nothing, not even the slapstick crunch of glass and wire beneath an unlucky palm. I run my hands along the walls, more tile, swinging door, a glass case that is covering a map of the state, vending machines, doors. I follow the sound of children's voices, the digital jangle of their video game. Excuse me, I say, at the woman's shape. Can I help you, she asks. There is a game over chirrup from the direction of the kids, a yelp of disappointment. My glasses, I say. I think one of your children took my glasses. They were on the sink in the ladies. Her voice is flat. They wouldn't do that. I have gone about this all wrong. I have accused when I should have asked for help. Please help me, I say. I can't see anything. Please just ask the children. Good luck, she says in a clipped voice. My guy keeps dying, Mom, one of them shrieks as the van door slams shut. I return to the Welcome Center. It's an overcast day, so the building is hard to distinguish from the sky. In the bathroom, I touch everything. I scoot over the tiles on my knees. I feel the crevices, trying not to think about any of it too hard. No spare pair, no contacts. She warned me not to be late, and not only am I going to be late, I am trapped along an interstate with no way to continue my journey. I could call her and tell her what happened, as per her rule about keeping her informed, but the idea makes my stomach blossom with anxiety. Should I call the police? Is this a police matter? At least then the officer would explain the situation to her, She could not accuse the police of lying to her. She certainly wouldn't yell at them. Here is Officer Harris, I could tell him. I will let him tell you about this comedy of errors. I sit against the wall and close my eyes. My floaters drift against my lids. The door opens. Someone comes in, pausing long enough to tell me that she is curious about me, but doesn't want to be rude. She leaves me for a stall and pees for a long time, hard and decisive like a horse, or like she's been holding it for a long distance. She flushes, washes her hands at the sink farthest from me. Then, are you all right? This is very embarrassing, I tell her. I've misplaced my glasses. I think they're here somewhere. Oh, she says. Oh, you poor dear. Let me help you look. Where were they? On the edge of the sink, I say. She drifts like a peach phantom up and down the row, humming a song to herself. She does not pause anywhere, and before she talks, I know what she's going to say. I'm so sorry, she says. There's nothing here. I've gone to every sink. The heat on my face is tears, but I don't know it until she says, Don't cry. Can I call someone for you? I imagine it, the call, the friendly woman handing me the phone, and my girlfriend's voice on the other end, acidic with suspicion. Who is that? Who is calling me? Who are you fucking? Where are you? I told you not to be. No, I say. I'm fine. Thank you for your help. She awkwardly touches my shoulder. I can hear the rustle of her leaning over, the dry hiss of a delicate chain striking the synthetic fabric of her blouse. She has the mushroomy smell of a bra removed after a long day. I hope your afternoon gets better. I believe it will. Do you pray? I think it will only get worse from here, to be honest, I say. And no, I don't pray. I'll pray for you, she says. Better than a phone call, even. The door slams. Someone else will be along presently, I think. I dig into my pocket and locate a loose pill, small as punctuation. I take the Xanax. When I am feeling calmer, I will have someone call her for me. I take another Xanax, a man preferably, though I will have to leave the bathroom for that to happen. I take a third Xanax. So, yeah, that was the beginning to Carmen Maria Machado's short story Blur. Again, Carmen is a wonderful writer of fiction and nonfiction based here in West Philadelphia. That is a short story called Blur, but she also has her memoir recently called In the Dream House that explores queer sexual and domestic abuse. So the ways that domestic abuse can also exist within the queer community and be perpetrated by women against women. So yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm Emma Eisenberg, director of Blue Stoop, and we're a hub again for literary community here in Philadelphia, a home for Philly writers. And thank you all so much for coordinating this. It's been great to be here.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you for taking over for the last hour. I know it's a difficult task, and I really appreciate what you shared with us. Really appreciate the time that you gave me to recover. It's a lot of information flowing through this medium, and it's all important for people to carry forward and to echo the voices of our Black and Brown Philadelphia residents and how we need to be served right now. Again, I just really want to thank you again. If you want to type your org's URL in the chat, I will paste it out to the other chats that are out there. And thank you. And thank you. You can drop off whenever you're ready. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye.
Bye. Hello, folks. Please introduce yourselves and your preferred pronouns and who you are.
Hello, I'm Liz Filios, and my pronouns are she, her.
I am Lindsay Smiling, he, him. I'm an actor here in Philadelphia. I'm one of the Wilma Hot House members, as well as working at a lot of other theaters here.
Awesome, awesome.
You doing?
Well, thank you for joining us. I don't know. Folks who are watching might not be aware. We've had signups open for about, I think, 4 days now. Folks to sign up for 15-minute blocks. Organizations to sign up for hour blocks. Just give people the chance to come and tell us their thoughts. Tell City Council their thoughts. We really want this to be an opportunity for you to speak to Philadelphia authorities, speak to what your truth is. So go ahead and share with us what you wanted to talk about.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you so much, James, for organizing this.
No problem.
We've been watching for the last almost 24 hours now. I mean, we slept, but we are very, very grateful for the work that you have been doing, and it's just a monumental accomplishment, and the fact that so many people from the community have rallied together to support it. And we just want to say thank you so much for keeping us informed and inspired. And thank you to Power Street for hosting this and getting the word out. And thank you to Emma for that beautiful short story. I had no idea that writer was based in West Philadelphia. So I'm originally from Michigan. I moved to Philadelphia in 2005. I came here for an audition. I saw a project online. The audition posting looked like it was going to be a fascinating thing to work on, and so I just came here, and I met a community. I met a group of people. I met a city and a space with such a strong sense of growth. I guess it just felt like things were happening here in an organic way that felt completely different from when I visited other cities, trying to figure out where I wanted to be and where I wanted to begin my life as a professional artist. Philadelphia just kept drawing me back again and again, and it was the people and the community and the sense that it felt like things were possible here that couldn't be possible in other places. Not only could I make a home here for myself, but I could make a life as well. Philadelphia is more affordable than New York, so Philadelphia artists and actors can become homeowners and parents. They can invest in their neighborhoods. They can help build schools and grocery co-ops, and there are so many things that artists in this community do besides make art, and we choose this place for a reason. There's also opportunity to grow creatively. You don't just have to be one thing. You can be many things here. If you're an actor, you can also be a writer. You can also be a director. You can also be a designer. Those opportunities are open to people here in a way that they aren't in other places. And that's another reason why I chose to make Philadelphia my home. But mainly I just keep coming back to the people here. This is a very special place, and the community supports itself in this mutual support system where we've built a network and we help each other. And that sense of competitiveness and the dog-eat-dog nature of other creative communities in other parts of the world, it doesn't apply here in my experience. There's more a sense of, if I don't get this role, this other person will, and that's awesome, and we'll support each other and go to see each other's shows. So that's part of the reason why this is my home.
Yeah, I came out here from Chicago went to grad school at Temple University, and then, had a really, transformational relationship with Philadelphia. It really got to know people pretty quickly once you invest in, the arts around here, which was so striking. I went up to New York for a while. I was up there for 9 years. And, did pretty well up there, doing a lot of work in and out of the city. And then, at a point in my career, I really wanted to focus on what type of work I wanted to do. And I pretty quickly realized that was the work that was happening in Philly. Philly seems like there's a lot of work that is, um, inspired by what is happening in the community, and the community people are propping it up, and I think that's really amazing. I think we're at a really interesting point right now with all that's happening. Both from the protest standpoint and from the economic standpoint of, what does the city value? What do we hold as most important to this our community? The community is what drew me to Philadelphia, and the budget is a reflection of what they hold, where they put their values, where they put their priorities. And I think a lot of people are upset that we're not prioritizing the community as much as a small section of the population. And so thank you for putting this together, because I think it's a really important moment right now. I think we're at a crux. People are wanting some significant changes, and I think there are some changes that are already happening, which is inspiring. I know we have a short amount of time, so we had a couple things we wanted to do. Liz wrote this fantastic song to a Langston Hughes poem that she wants to share with everybody, and if we have time, I'll take a piece from the book Citizen by Claudia Ranking, sorry.
Absolutely, I support all of this.
Yeah. All right, so we'll get into that, because I know there's a lot of people on the docket. And this is, go ahead.
This is actually a song that I wrote for Philly Thrive. They have a benefit called Breath of Fresh Air, and Rachel Camp, Pax Wrestler, Brian Radcliffe, a lot of members of the Philadelphia theater community are very active in that organization, which focuses on clean air for Philadelphians. But there's a very fascinating overlap between the climate crisis and, the the horrible virus that is racism in our country and in our world. So it goes without saying, I'm sure it's been said many times on this live stream already, that Black and brown people are disproportionately impacted, not only by coronavirus, but by the pollution that's released by the gas refinery in Southwest Philadelphia. And so this song was written with that community in mind. And it's a poem called I Dream a World by Langston Hughes. Right. I changed my my patch. Sorry about that. Let's try it again. I dream a world where no other man will scorn, where love will bless the earth and peace its paths adorn. I dream a world where all will know sweet freedom's way, where greed no longer saps the soul, nor avarice blights our day. A world I dream where black and white, whatever race you be, will share the bounties of the earth, and every man is free.
Uh-oh. Looks like our guests have frozen for a moment. Which happens from time to time. Give them a few moments to join back in. Oh.
Sorry about that. Our internet is not the best, so hopefully it comes back soon.
Oh, you're back.
We're back.
All right. Well, anyway, you can hear the rest of the song on.
Uh-oh, dropped again. No. You guys are frozen at the moment.
Maybe we can dial in on our phone or something else so that we can join you again.
You could pause your video. If you want to keep your audio, you should be able to continue doing audio without video.
Okay, well, the next part is audio related because Lindsay's going to read from this book, so we'll turn off our video.
Awesome.
Please keep listening.
Well, all right, here we go. This is a fabulous book, Citizen, an American Lyric, Claudio Rankin. This is just a small section of it, but it had me thinking about what the importance of the arts and everything that's happening right now. Not long ago, you are in a room where someone asks the philosopher Judith Butler what makes language hurtful. You can feel everyone lean in. Our very being exposes us to the address of another, she answers. We suffer from the condition of being addressable. Our emotional openness, she adds, is carried by our addressability. Language navigates this. For so long, you thought the ambition of racist language was to denigrate and erase you as a person. After considering Butler's remarks, you begin to understand yourself as rendered hyper-visible in the face of such language acts. Language that feels hurtful is intended to exploit all the ways that you are present. Your alertness, your openness, and your desire to engage actually demand your presence. You're looking up, you're talking back, and as insane as it is, saying please. Standing outside the conference room, unseen by the two men waiting for the others to arrive, you hear one say to the other that being around black people is like watching a foreign film without translation. Because you will spend the next 2 hours around the round table that makes conversing easier, you consider waiting a few minutes before entering the room. The real estate woman, who didn't fathom she could have made an appointment to show her house to you, spends much of the walkthrough telling your friend repeatedly how comfortable she feels around her. Neither you nor your friend bothers to ask who is making her feel uncomfortable. The man at the cash register wants to know if you think your card will work. If this is his routine, he didn't use it on the friend who went before you. As she picks up her bag, she looks to see what you will say. She says nothing. You want her to say something, both as witness and as a friend. She is not you. Her silence says so. Because you are watching all this take place, even as you participate in it, you say nothing as well. Come over here with me, your eyes say. Why on earth would she? The man behind the register returns your card and places a sandwich and Pellegrino in a bag, which you take from the counter. What is wrong with you? This question gets stuck in your dreams. Another friend tells you you have to learn not to absorb the world. She says sometimes she can hear her own voice saying silently to whomever, "You are saying this thing and I am not going to accept it." Your friend refuses to carry what doesn't belong to her. You take in things you don't want all the time. The second you hear or see some ordinary moment, all its intended targets, all the meanings behind the retreating seconds, as far as you are able to see, come into focus. Hold up, did you just hear? Did you just say? Did you just see? Did you just do that? Then the voice in your head silently tells you to take your foot off your throat because just getting along shouldn't be an ambition. So that was just a section I wanted to read. And I think, it's just having that, this piece of poetry to help navigate what's going on, it just, to me, speaks to why we need the arts right now as we try to transform our world. And it feels like a crux in history right now where we have an opportunity do something special. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, thank you to Theater Horizon. I didn't realize I'm still signed in on their account because they've been a really wonderful ally, and they put a lot of voices out there on their social media platforms, and are sponsoring and supporting some of the work that people do, including mine. So that's why their names down here.
That's great. Thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything else that you guys wanted to highlight? I do have a guest that's supposed to be here right now, but they're not. It's no big deal. And then we're gonna go to Gabby at at 10 o'clock. So.
Well, I guess I'd just like to say thank you for sharing the news about the 14 council members that signed that letter yesterday. It's so reassuring to know that so many people are behind us and our concerns, and the idea that they would increase the police budget by $14 million and completely zero out the arts is so sad and so absurd for so many reasons. Thank you to the people who are standing up against that and saying, no, we hear you, we support you, we thank you. Almost every single organization that I earn my income from is supported in some way by the Philadelphia Cultural Fund. They keep us all alive. It's an entire ecosystem. It's not just a few organizations. We're all connected, and we need your support. So please do the right thing.
And also, I'd just like to remind right now, the Wilma's streaming Kill Move Paradise right now, and all 100% of the proceeds go to Black Lives Matter Philadelphia. That link is available on their Facebook page, their Instagram, their webpage. That show, it was a show I performed in, and it still is a pinnacle of my experience in this career. Like it is, it was such, when I was talking with James Imes, the playwright, and how he, wrote this play, it was, he said to me at that point, and I'll never forget, he's like, I don't think I can ever write another play like this. It was a response to Ferguson. And it was so raw. He doesn't actually really know how it came out, how it came from what was inside of him to on the page, and in performing it, I felt that because every night it was so visceral for me. Like I wasn't quite sure what was going to come out of my mouth, how it was going to come out. There was a point in the play where I would read a list of names of people that were killed unarmed by the police, and that moment transcended acting. At that point, I didn't, it wasn't me doing it. It was these names that that required life in some way, and it was just a vehicle. So saying their names, that language was so important to keep breathe life into those names again. That were taken away way too quickly. So there's that. Please, for anybody watching, please go and make a small donation, and then watch Kill Move Paradise and help, like Claudia is trying to do, and Citizen trying to use language to have some understanding, to find the address of one another, and pay a visit to each other. I think that's what we need to do. We need to, visit each other and spend some time with each other.
Yeah, we need art for healing. We need art for education. We need art to move forward from where we're at. We don't need more guns. We don't need more police.
We don't need more policing.
We don't need more policing. We don't need more military. No. We need more society. We need more community.
Yeah. I know I've been monologuing a lot during the past 2 days about all of this, and it's really fascinating. I I'm getting a lot of positive response. Obviously, you know, folks like you are joining me, and I've been talking in the background to council members and you know, people in media and stuff like that. I'm juggling a lot right now, but the response from people who actually have either lived this or have actually thought about it is very positive. There seems to be somewhat of a consensus on a way forward. What's disheartening is that that segment of the population that you know, refuses to accept a new idea for whatever reason, you know, just because it's new to them, I guess. So hopefully, folks that are out there, not only I just posted while you were talking, I posted all of I tagged all of our city council members in the broadcast. I hope that they or their social media person in their office actually comes to the broadcast, sees some of these testimonials, some folks talking today. We're going to open the phone lines later today. I'm actually going to open this Zoom chat to folks to come in at random and just tell us what they want to tell us. You know, just make it another vehicle by which people can give public testimony.
Just,
I'm sorry.
let us know if we can help.
You absolutely can. You can come on and give public testimony. You know, if you're available. I'm gonna open it from the first slot will be first time period will be open from 1:30 to 2:30. So during that hour we'll take public testimony, and it'll be a nice block. That way I can clip that out, or people sending it onto city council can clip it out and be like, hey, look, here's what the community actually thinks. Not that you know, I'm hoping that that they'll see the larger production as well. We've been rallying for over 24. Well, it's going on to 24 hours now. You know, so hopefully they'll see the overall largesse of the movement. But I understand it's hard to take the time to watch 14 hours of content to see what people want to say. So thank you for joining us. I see that one of our 10 o'clock guests has already joined us, and I really appreciate you guys for, you know, speaking out and sharing those pieces with us, those pieces of art. Art is essential, and let's save Philly arts. Let's save Philly arts and culture. Let's make sure that those programs that actually support people still exist, even with the difficulties that we're facing in our budget.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, James.
Thanks.
Hey, look who it is. Hey, Gabby.
Hi.
Hey, Gabby, your display name is still this random number.
Hey, I'm gonna change my name.
Where does that? I don't even know. Like, I guess when you're joining by computer, it creates a random number.
Yeah. But you were on me yesterday. It reminded me. I love that. I was like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So welcome, Gabby. Welcome back.
Hey, friend.
Thank you, Gabby. For anybody that's watching, Gabby is. What's your title with Power Street?
sorry. I am the founder and co-artistic director / managing director.
Awesome. So Gabby is many hats at Power Street. And has jumped into the middle of this project with very little prompting or prodding or anything. I just said, "Hey, I have this idea," in a meeting, and Gabby was like, "Oh, that's a great idea. I'm gonna do that."
Yes. No, we're gonna do that because we've been doing it, and I'm so proud of you, and I'm so glad that this, like that. Like I remember talking with you at the PST emergency action meeting. And, we already came into it with an idea because the schedule has changed so much when were going to make this decision. I mean, up until a couple of days ago, it was supposed to be made Friday, like every day it was like changing. So we already came into that meeting with an idea of making the video. But a part of me felt really much about like, if this is a community effort, like what does it mean to listen to other voices and support other voices and other innovative ideas that are outside the box and different and are going to be challenging, and me and James are going to need a nice break after this. But
my wife already made me promise that I was going to take a couple days off after this.
Yes, absolutely. But I think that's what co-creation is all about, right? Is like someone planting the seed, and there's been multiple people that have made this possible, and that were on different calls, and it's been really wonderful to have so much support on something new, right? And that we're learning as we're going. And
yeah, I hate to be grandiose about it, but like, I don't know that this has ever been tried before. This is basically, I mean, it's been tried before in like a traditional environment, in a studio environment with cameras and crew and multiple producers handling everything. Like from the production side, this is me running this on my computer. A ton of co-production with people jumping in to help scheduling, all the organizations jumping in to help, use our time, and oh my God, the amount of work that some of these folks have done is just astounding. Like yesterday's some of the performances were breathtaking. I'm constantly astounded by this Philadelphia theater community. And it's why we have to support the arts. I mean, we can't do this by ourselves. We can't do this with no money. We already make a lot out of very little. So
tell them again. Can I make a public announcement? I am still not full-time with Power Street. And I just say that because I think there's this assumption that like no one's full-time with Power Street. Like mostly everyone in Power Street has, done the labor for free for years. And not only for Power Street, but also when we're asked to constantly do things for free. Even for universities, believe it or not. I'm asked all the time to do things for free. And it's, how is this moment, like we recognize, that's why James personally, as a person, I'm not speaking on behalf of Power Street. It's hard sometimes to realize that I'm like, how do I have my own identity outside of the company that I love and be able to be my radical, full, authentic self, right? And call things out for what they are and stay true to myself, And one of the things that I've always had a challenge with is like, a desire of wanting more and expecting more from, arts leaders, but also, the city as a whole. I'm just like, we are always the ones, right, on the front lines. And that's not to say that other folks aren't doing the work, because I see y'all and I love all my allies out there. But just a reminder that like the folks organizing this, been doing this out of just like love, like straight love, right? And compassion. And it's been hard for me and James. Me and James have never, ever worked together before. Like we literally built a relationship from that first meeting of me saying, James, I'm going to follow up with you. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to set some boundaries on my capacity because I am at capacity. I think you heard me say that like probably 100 times. But you know, I was like, I believe in you and I believe in this and let's try it. And even if we fail by whatever that means, because I'm like, listen, we ain't failed. We try something, and even if it was for an hour, it was something new, right?
Yep.
But more than that, a relationship was built, right? And we're gonna reflect after this. We're gonna learn after this. We're gonna, do a debrief after this. But I'm just so proud that we both said yes to each other. We both trusted each other, not knowing each other, right? To do this work for the greater good of our community, of our city, of the little kids that were once us, that had access, that the kids, who was talking about that yesterday? My brain is like at capuche right now, but we had folks talking about like, Tiffany Janelle talking about, can you imagine who I would be if I didn't have the arts or the resources to like fuel my soul and my artistry, right? And so we're doing this for the young people too, right? Because they deserve it. Not only do we deserve it, but the future generations deserve access to the arts in this city.
Not just deserve, need. It's not even.
Need.
It's not
Need.
a.
Absolutely.
It's not a luxury. It's not a gift. It is a need. It is an absolute need. You can't raise people to be good citizens and good people without the arts. And I that may be opinionated of me, and I know I tend to state opinions as facts, but I think there's research to back me up on that. I don't have it handy, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of research to say that the arts are essential.
Denise, you can totally join us. We're literally just like, we
I
just
chatting. Just jump in.
Just jump in.
Cool. Lanish, thank you so much for being here with me today. I just was like texting all of the people that I love and DMing and just be like, does anybody want to like go live with me and we can just talk about the amazing work you're doing? And also maybe like, I was like, what are things I don't know about Lanish that like I can learn today? And how can we make this fun? And also I was thinking, when was the moment I met Lanish? And I remember. So I was just like wanted to think about like our relationship and how far we have come together. Because if folks don't know, like we've known each other for a minute. You've been doing this work for a minute.
Yeah.
For a sec, I just wanna put out a call to action for everybody that's watching. I just tagged the main broadcast of this with literally every city council member. Gabby just tagged her broadcast of this with every city council member. Please go by your post that if you shared it, if you're in a watch party, tag all of your city council members just to show them how many people are sharing this, how many people are watching it. Create a post, share it to your timeline, tag all the city council members and be like, look, I'm watching this, I believe in this. Share your thoughts to them on social media because that's an excellent way to get through to them. Sorry, I just wanted to put that call to action out there real quick before you guys got started talking, because I know you both have excellent things to say at all times. So I'm gonna drop off from video and audio and take care of some things behind the scenes here, but really appreciate both of you for joining us.
Thank you, James, for all like putting this whole thing together and like being the tech command center of it all. Like, thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, and so just real quick, what Jay's mentioned, I also made tags. I did the @ symbols for city council folks because it is a dummy mission to try to tag them. It took, I did it once, and then Astaki actually I did it wrong, so she ended up doing it, and so she shared it with me, and I shared it with people. So thank you, Astaki, for doing that, and it makes it easier for folks to do it, and it saves you a little more time. So check that out. So Lanish.
Hey.
Hey boo, how you doing?
I'm good. This is a great way to start the day.
Right? I wore mustard color yellow just to like kind of exude sun and joy. It's supposed to be like 90 degrees today.
It's already hot. Hot.
It's real. I don't have my fan on because it's gonna be loud, but I'm sweating. I got some upper lip sweat. What did you have for breakfast? Did you eat anything this morning?
I didn't eat breakfast yet. I have like an iced chai that I'm sipping on, and like after that, I'll have some actual. Yeah, I have some actual food.
Cool. I'm like obsessed with Bustelo.
Oh yeah.
And it's crazy because in the last 3 months, I've just been drinking it black, which is crazy to me. Like now I love it. I can't drink it with milk, or almond milk. And so, yeah, but then I'm like wired.
I was gonna say, like, I mean, you're like hitting the ceiling and then coming down.
I'm also eating some banana bread Asaki made for me, which was so sweet, or for all of us. We live together, if you didn't know. But I wanted to reflect a little bit on like, the moment we like, do you remember when we met or how we met?
I like don't, not only like really connected. So like I actually have pictures of you from a PDC, like it was like a festival, like a short play festival or something.
And 30, was it 3030 or no?
No,
you were saying PDC. You're playing. No, okay, no, it wasn't.
It was the like, I think it was the Get Into Your Shorts festival. That was like I don't think we knew each other yet, but I was like on the PDC board, so I was taking pictures of rehearsals. So I like have some pictures of you from that process that's like random. But I feel like we probably didn't like connect until after that. Like, was it at the Bride? When was it?
It was at the. I feel like it was. Remember, Todd was trying to get us to do like a Latino something, and he brought us together.
Yes.
At the Bride, and I remember him being like, "How do you not know Lanish? Like,
that's what he would always say to me. He's like, you don't know my friend Gabby. You got to meet her. You're like, how do you not know her?" I was like,
yeah,
I don't know how I don't know her.
I was like, I'm sorry, I don't know this amazing person you're talking about. But please bring us together. And unfortunately, I know that project that we were kind of visioning didn't come to fruition. Yeah. But I think that was the moment that I was like, oh, Lanish cool as shit. Like, we gonna be like this. Yeah. And so, yeah, I just want to, but that was probably around 7 years ago or so.
Yeah, that sounds great.
So that has been a minute. And so, and from there, we both have been, producing work. And so I wanted to ask you, because one of the things one of the reasons why I connect to you so well beyond like all the ways is that we share a commonality of like producing and like, and not really having, well, I didn't really have someone to guide me along the way of what that even meant, right? And you held space for me to cry. You've held space for me to just ask questions. And I just want to thank you for being that support for me. And I wonder, like, who was that support for you? Did you have any mentors when it came to like producing? How did you navigate? Was it trial and error? Like, what was that like for you as a producer?
I would say like, yeah, a lot of trial and error, especially because I like for the most part, I'm producing in a way that like other people aren't doing things outdoors. So that's like its whole own thing. But I think I've always had like I worked at the Painted Bride for a long time. I still work with them now. And so even though I was like being in both the box office and the marketing department, like I was seeing how producing worked. Like I was there in that and participating in that. And then even when I was at Temple, after I was, I had my like work study in the marketing office, and then I actually worked for Temple after I graduated for a few months. So even with that, like I've always been in marketing, but somehow that like involved having like producing, like being around like the production of things. So I think like having that basis, and then also, but I mean, like my friends and I, we produce stuff in high school, we put stuff together. Like I've always somehow been around people who like wanted to do stuff, and then stuff we would like do it. Already like so it's been like trial and error, but also something that's always been like a thing that I just did and was involved in. Like yeah.
Can you give me a fun memory? You talked about like high school and producing something. Do you have like a memory of like something fun that you produced in high school?
Yeah. So I think it must have been the summer before college. My high school friends and I, we produced a show called Bang Bang You're Dead. And I can only like even vaguely remember what it was even about at this point. But like we've graduated high school, we're about to go off to college. Like we think we're just like big stuff. Like but we did it like with, I don't even think with any money. Like we would get together, we rehearsed it, we sourced costumes. A friend of ours like connected with her church, and we did it at her church. And that was like the first time I ever like produced something completely off the grid, like and produced like with a collective of people who were also just like doing it. And it was really, because we all like we went to like half a year of performing arts school. It was like a weird program. So we went to like regular high school, but then we would leave at like 1 or 2 o'clock, and then we go to like the performing arts like part of our high school. And it was just, it was fun. Like it was, and that's what we did our summer. Like our last summer before college, and it was also nice to spend that time together, because that's like one of the last times we have all been together really. And yeah, it was a good time.
I see it. I can see the feeling on your face. Also, you're just like, you always have the most beautiful smile. I'm always like, thank you, Lanice. Your smile is giving me joy right now. But like, was there, like, when you produced that, do you remember that feeling where, like, what was it like for you? Were you nervous as a, like, senior producing, or were you like confident and you like what were the feelings you were navigating for that first moment? And like, was there discovery once the audience received? What was that like for you?
Yeah, I think like definitely nervousness on the producing end. Like I think we felt good and we felt really confident about like the show we had put together, but we were like none of us were like at this point like marketers or anything. And it's like, and I don't think we might have like gotten to the space like an hour before. So it was like super quick, like tech and figuring everything out. But it was such an accomplishment. Like we felt so accomplished after. But I think this is also like how it is for Theater in the X also, is like, because we are like we're a group of friends. Like at the end of the day, we're a group of friends that do this together. And so for that and for Theater in the X, it's like, if we know that we have put something into this and like we've done our best and we've had a good time and probably also some tumultuous moments, but like before it even starts, we've already done it. Like we've done the thing together. Like we've already done the thing together. So when it starts, it's actually like, that for me is often like, it feels like the end almost. Like when the first show starts, I'm like, we did it. We did it. We're here. We did it. And I think that comes from like being like fortunate enough often to be creating with people that I love.
Wow, that resonates with me. And it almost makes me think, funders put so much value on the product, right? Like, and I think a lot of what me and you and our work do, right, through our organizations and as individuals, and what I'm hearing is the value of the process, right?
Yes.
And so, I think that there also needs to start to be a conversation and a shift with funders about like really rethinking, right? That like, how are we really fueling the process versus just the product, versus just like, right? Like, when I think it's funny because when I'm writing grants, right, is having to rethink, like make sure that I'm writing about the process, make sure that I'm putting pressure on the process, even though like all of their requirements is about, the product and putting excellence on just, you know, the product, you know. And one of the things I've come to name is like, you know, like theater excellence for me is that people experience theater for the first time in their lives. I feel confident enough that I can say through my work and through the organizations I've worked for, there have been children, hundreds of children through my work that have experienced theater for the first time in their lives. And that is excellence to me. And I know that to be true with the work that you do with Theater in the X and beyond.
Absolutely.
And what does that feel like when young people, or even adults that have gone their whole lives in this city and have never experienced theater in their communities, and you are one part of that, you know, tool to like bringing this joy into their life? What does that feel like for you? Do you have a story at all about a moment?
I take pictures every year. I take pictures of the kids who like ride up on their bikes and stop and watch a little bit and then ride off. Like I always get those pictures. And even our professional photographers have started to also capture those moments, because like that's it. Like that's it right there, because they have in their own setting, you know, they're on the playground, they're riding their bike, whatever, and they see this going on, and they roll up and they see people who look like them telling their stories. And so, especially in like, who knows if like arts education within schools is even going to exist after all of this, like honestly. So, and it's already been a problem. So in a world where they might have not encountered theater before, like that's amazing to me to be for them, and for them to also see, because we're out in a park, like our process is very transparent, like literally, like our costume crew is right out there, like you can see everything. So even their interest in watching the props people, watching the costume designers as they're doing stuff, like seeing all of the possibilities in theater that they could see themselves in, even if they don't want to perform, you know, like it's all out for display for us out there. Mm-hmm. And like,
in the heat.
Beautiful. Yes.
In the heat. Yes. Yo, can I just say that so I think most people, I rep North Philly a lot. I'm a North Philly and West Philly John. I mean, it's a long story. It's not a long story, but like I was raised by my grandmother who lived in, you know, North Philly as well. And my family was in North Philly. So I had strong roots there, but I also actually lived in West Philly on 52nd and St. Bernard, right? Not too far from where you're doing your work, right? At Malcolm X Park. And I remember, you know, I don't remember a time as a kid ever seeing almost I swear, I don't know if you got, what was the number? Because I swear it was like 1,000 people
for the Wiz
2 years ago.
Yeah, I think so. Like I've estimated like 900.
Dude, I would say like 1,000 to 1,200, because I remember, and I was video capturing it, and I remember going back to my car, and like, I'm a crybaby, and I keep saying this because I don't know why. I just am so proud, and in that moment, like I just remember like literally like shedding tears, and just being like, wow, what a gift. What a gift to be able to witness this, you know. No, seriously. And as a little girl growing up in, you know, a diverse neighborhood that I love so much, I love West Philly, but never in my life I had ever witnessed something like that. Even Power Streets has never done anything like that. I mean, y'all have brought people together in ways beyond what people really understand. And if you haven't seen a Theater in the X show, you need to see it. Okay. And there's no excuse. There's, you know, I know that Lanish got some videos, right? I know there's ways that you can see past work, but I remember that moment just looking around, and the love, the vendors, the fact that y'all had vendors. Not only are y'all supporting artists, but you're fueling the community as well. You're having vendors that are also vegan. You're having vendors that are like, you know, that are selling like jewelry. You're having vendors like, it wasn't just about the show. Yeah. The show was like the bonus of what you talk about, but like there was so many components that made that experience wonderful. I mean, also seeing folks who are homeless, enjoying your work and smiling and being and feeling like they belong and feeling love from their neighbors, like witnessing all of those things. I can't tell you how Theater in the X has changed my life as a like Philly John, and how y'all have like fueled me to like continue this work and do better. When I call out people, it's not saying that I'm exempt from that, you know, like I literally can do better. And I feel like I'm trying my best, but like there's more, right? Because when I see y'all doing that, bringing 1,000 people outdoors, and the news is not covering that, right? The news can cover everything else, but they're not covering this powerful work that I'm experiencing that's life-changing. That I like you're talking about young kids playing on the playground, being a part of the sound, right? Hearing the ice cream truck, seeing the people go to the bodega and come right back. I mean, that is Philadelphia. That is the world that I have existed in and lived in. And you all have made that possible by just doing what you love with very little, because I know that we're on the same page. Are you full-time with Theater in the X?
No. And when you and James were talking about that, I was like in the chat, I wasn't sure if I could jump in yet. Listen, I think it's like, you know, it feels like a dirty secret, right? Because people see us out, like they see us both out here, like we're doing it and we're doing the work, and they see what Theater in the X is doing. Like, I need people to know that the majority of the work that myself, Carlo, Walter, Naya, Richard, Eric, like we are doing that on a volunteer basis. Like the majority of it happens on a volunteer basis. Because and this ties into like the cultural fund, like we get a lot of project grants. We do not get a lot of general operation grants. And the only general operation grant we have is from the Philadelphia Cultural Fund.
Same.
The only grant that is for all of the things we need outside of what we need for a specific production comes from them. Like and this is like,
and I'm laughing a little bit only because like the Philadelphia Cultural Fund, I don't know if this was your first grant that you received for Theater X. It was our first grant that we received for Power Street. That was general op and could support us. It was the hardest thing I ever did in my life. It was just, I didn't know what grant writing was. I didn't know any of these things. And there's a lot to do for what you get. And I remember thinking, I'm going to get like a $10,000 check. And I remember just opening my check and be like, thank you. Like I had to remind myself that I was like, this is just the first year. This is a reflection because because it's also a reflection on your previous budget.
Yeah, it's what you, exactly.
So like, if we weren't making any money, we're only going to get like $1,000 or $2,000 for a full year. So I'm also being transparent that like, the Philadelphia Cultural Fund has been important, but it's also, it hasn't been, you know, it wasn't a lot of money, but what it did was create a platform for other funders to trust us. What it did was force me to think about how to articulate to funders about our art, right? And so what it did was, you know, kind of push me to like, and open up doors for us, but it's been hard. And like you said, general operating funding is really hard. And one of the things, you know, part of my call to action too is like, you know, we were on a call and, you know, there was a moment that with theater leaders, and there was a moment that was asked, what are you willing to give up?
I was there. Yeah.
Right? You were there. Most of the time, not for nothing, I'm usually the only Latina in the room.
Oh yeah, I told you and Gab before, like when I'm in those, I'm like, okay, where my people were? I'm like, okay, there's Gabby. Okay, there's Kat. And like,
there's three of us. Lose. And the reason I say I have nothing to lose is because most of the, you know, like most of the theater companies in the city really, I'm not auditioning for y'all. I'm not doing, like, I have no interest in a lot of this. Like, and that's not to be rude, but I go support y'all work. And that's true. I go support theater. I'm always around, but I have nothing to lose because I found my mission and my place in the world with my work, you know, and my values. And that's just me speaking, but there's other people that rely on the theater companies to give them the work so they can eat. And so it's harder to speak out against a system that is employing you, you know? So it, for me, I'm like, all right, I have nothing to lose. I can be blacklisted in this community. Not that I don't think that would happen. I think I would hope better from this community, but you know, if I make you uncomfortable, why don't you reflect on what that means, right? If we're speaking out, like if you're only seeing me and Lanish on these calls, think about what it means to listen and like be on these calls and the emotional labor, you know, it takes. There's times that me and you have had to just create our own check-ins because this work is hard. And I don't think we've ever gone publicly to talk about, as producers, how hard it is. And one of the things I'm thinking about, you know, what are you willing to sacrifice? Sometimes that may mean your job. I sacrificed my dream. Not sacrifice. I made a choice. So it's not a sacrifice. Let me check myself. I made a choice, you know, as a kid, I wanted to be an actor. I wanted to go audition. I wanted to do all these things, but I realized there was a bigger purpose. I realized that it was beyond me. And that's just speaking for myself. And that when I say all these things, is not to shame anybody. It's just to speak from my own truth, that I made a decision, but that also meant saying no to big opportunities for myself, you know? And it meant, like, I've said no to money. I've said no to funders that don't align with our missions, right? So if we are able to do that, you know, I want theater leaders to reflect on that. It may mean you may need to, what are you willing to give up? May mean a coin.
Yeah, and that's the thing with like all of the conversations that's being had in the last 2 weeks, like among when it's like, you know, when it's the mixed company of all of the leaders together and everyone reflecting on their statements, etc. It's like you have to make the decision. Like, and it was very interesting. Well, no, I'm not gonna, because what was happening at me was confidential, so I'm not gonna say anything there. But I think that because we have less to lose, less reliance on funders, less reliance on donors who may not align with who we are. It's easier for us to be like, you know, this reflecting on, because we are who we are always, etc. And I think like it is, you have, like, I think a lot of major institutions, like within arts and with other arts right now, have had to actually say, at least internally, we have stakeholders who do not believe like we believe. Like, we have stakeholders who will be offended by saying Black Lives Matter. And so that kind of internal check is like hard, especially for like, I do not like, I'm sure that I would say the majority of leaders they're on board personally, right? Like their feelings personally would align, but they know that their audience doesn't.
And their audience is also a reflection of their leadership. I'm sorry. I'm just like, you know what?
Truth.
Your audience, can y'all hear me? Your audience is a reflection of your leadership because you have fostered that audience. You have chosen to reach out to that audience. You have chosen to send that audience reminders through newsletters, through mail. Okay. So yes, and is what I would add to that, because you know, I understand that there's challenges, but you know what? Your challenges are not as grand as the folks on the front line doing the work for free. And you know what? It's possible because, again, those 1,000 people that were at Malcolm X Park, you know, are they receiving newsletters and pamphlets, and are people out canvassing with flyers in the neighborhood to them that have full-time salaries? Because last time I checked, I haven't had healthcare since I resigned my full-time job to do Power Street and be a freelance artist. Last time I checked, I don't even, like, my salary that was already slim working in the nonprofit sector was cut in half. You know, like, you want, like, I'm transparent, y'all. Like, nah, like, no, like, I'm sorry, not trying to, like, but like, it's one of those things that I'm just like, do you have health insurance, Lanish, through Theater in the X?
No.
Do you have a salary?
No.
Is like you are also a mother,
yes.
right? That like has a whole other responsibility for a whole human being and can't even like all the work that you've done for our community. Like those are moments that I'm just like, wow, like let's put this into perspective, y'all.
Yeah. And I think that's important. Like I think it is, I think that transparency is very important because people just have to know, like people need to understand that where the work is coming from is very often like on a volunteer basis. And from the same people that you see sitting next to people with salaries and benefits who are protecting, their stature and their organization and, want to collab. And that's the thing I want to talk about too. Okay. This has been on my mind for a long time. The concept of collaborations with companies like ours, where we are primarily volunteering, right? So when you collaborate with Theater in the X and you need, there's admin things that have to do with that collaboration. Like, be cognizant of the free labor that we have to do in order to have a collaboration with our organizations. Like, take that into account. Take into account that I'm a freelance marketing person. So an hour that I'm working on a collaboration with Theater in the X with a theater company that has plenty of resources is an hour that I'm not making money for my family, right? And so, like, that's going to be true collaboration. Look at that layer of it, not just, splitting the ticket sales with the organization, which sure, I will take that and that's great. But how are you compensating the people who are keeping these organizations afloat, which is all of us, all of our teams who are not getting a salary from that? Like, it's like, I'm letting it out. I'm letting out the dirty secret of like, we're doing this by and large for free. And like, true partners should take that into account when it comes to how that partnership looks like, how that might look in having us be consultants on a project in addition to having our companies partner with you. Like, what does that look like?
Yeah, yes. Like I was trying to get you on my Instagram because this doesn't stream to Instagram, so you
Gotcha.
speaking truth. So I was like multitasking for a second. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm also something that's been on my mind. And I think we've been on town halls for years. we've been invited to do things for free for years. But one of the things that has really irks my soul is when we decide to just do the one, like, August Wilson show, the one, if there's a Latino show ever, for a certain month, right? But then it's like the audience is not reflective of the show you're doing, and the leadership isn't. And so it makes me question, like, I don't know, like we live in a world where white men in our city are being glorified and receiving awards and a big pot of money to tell the story of a Black woman. And
yes, awards and a big pot of money.
Yeah,
a huge story that isn't theirs.
A huge pot of money. And it makes me feel like, oh, you think you could tell our stories better than ourselves. And it's not to say that you can't be a playwright if you're white, but it is to say, or speaks to the existence of other, like, of humanity. But there is something to be said of like, when you're receiving an award to tell the story of an experience that isn't yours, it's uncomfortable for me. And it's one of the things that I'm just like, and it feels unfair. And I know the world's unfair. I've learned, we all have learned that very
early.
But like, what is that? What's up with that, Lanish? Like, what is up with like people being glorified, receiving awards, receiving a pot of money from the Barrymores, from the city, from nationwide for stories that aren't theirs?
You know what? I think, see, this is the thing that happens is that the people who have always done the work, and I find this all the time, and like when I'm writing grant proposals and stuff, like, it's hard for me, like, they want something new, right? So when a company that hasn't been doing the work historically for 30 years and they start doing the work, they're rewarded for starting to do the work. but they don't want to give us money unless we start doing something different from doing the work that we've already been doing, but we've already been doing the work that they're now rewarding them for. It's like, you're driving me crazy. Like, that's really what it comes down to, is like, they, like, the support is there for people doing new things, you know, all of this, like, engagement with community, engagement with public spaces, all of this stuff. And I'm like, this should be like easy, right? We started on doing things in public spaces, like doing things with the community. That's how we were built, right? But it's like, it's not, and I've been told before from funders that like what I proposed, which is just the work that we do, is not new enough for us to get the grant, which is like, but if someone else who has always done work in a brick and mortar institution brings something to a park, they're going to get money.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
And I remember, you know, shout out to William Penn, because that's been the most, I mean, we received a huge lump sum of money. I mean, which is what allowed me to be, you know, semi part-time this year. Because I have a certain amount that I deserve, like, I know, like my fee. Like, you better not come to me, and it's on my website. You better not come to me asking me for less than, you know, my fee. But Power Street gets, you know, a nice part of like a discount. But you know, William Penn, I remember the new audiences, that language around new audiences, which was the grant that we got. And Hillary Murray has been, from my experience, just a great program officer to work for. Also, preserving diverse cultures with Pennsylvania Council of the Arts. Dana Payne has been amazing to work with. Beth from Bartle has been amazing to work with. Those are like three funders that have been just wonderful to work with. But I remember the new audiences language, and I remember like literally writing a message and being like, I don't actually, was it a message or a call? Don't quote me. It was one of those things. But I talked to Hillary Murray about like, we don't have, it's not new audiences. We've been doing like literally that same thing you were talking about. It was like, actually, we've been doing this. So it's not new audiences. This is what we've been doing, you know, and you will be proud of the work we've been doing. And like, kind of just being like, this is who we are, right? And Hillary Murray really making like, you know, advocating for our work and feeling really inspired. But it was like how funders also expect you to talk about your community. One thing I learned early on was realizing how certain funders, or how we've been programmed, like, again, I didn't go to school to learn how to grant write, but how folks have to talk about a community like you're the white savior. So like this language around you saving the community, you know, they're so disenfranchised, they're so poor, they're so this, they're so that. And I remember feeling very uncomfortable early on with that language, because I'm like, that doesn't align with my values or the values of our company, right? Like, I want to talk about, yes, you know, yes, North Philly is poor. Yes, there's a disproportionate rate of like dropouts with youth. Yes, all of these things are true, but there's resilience there. There is, you know, there's fire hydrants that are spouting water. There's kids playing in the playground with, you know, there's people playing dominoes. There's, you know, there's innovation. If I've learned innovation is from my community, because they make something out of nothing. And so I've chosen to talk about that with funders and change that language, but it's probably been at the expense of not getting that grant sometimes, because this white savior mentality of like,
because that's how they're used to the other organizations putting forth their stories, because that's what they're doing and that is how they feel. Like, and that is the thing, white organizations, like, and I won't say all of them, probably most of them, and also because they know how this grant writing game goes, they're coming in with their how we're going to save this community story. And like, that's not us. We are coming in with how are we gonna, exactly, how are we gonna work with this community? What different thing are we gonna give to this community? How, like, we're just coming from a different place. And I think you're right. I think oftentimes our stories don't feel as strong because we're not saying them in this way of we're going to come in and change their lives, you know, like, even knowing that that is what we do, but like, we're not coming in as saviors, you know, we're not coming in. And that has like I mean, since our onset, like, I kid you not, people asked us our first year if we were afraid we were going to get shot. Like, real talk. Aren't you afraid you're going to get shot in West Philly? Like, so that's the difference.
I don't think. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah. I don't think people understand how neighborhoods work, but I just wanted to bring to your attention. I've been pasting some comments, relevant comments in the chat here, so I just thought you might want to take a look at them. Just keep your eye on the chat, so that you can.
Denise, I also just want to honor your time that you said you had to step out at 10:45, so we have about 3 minutes. But I'll be on till 11 if that somehow changed. But
yeah, I can go until like 10:55 before my daughter gets the Zoom for her class.
Do y'all hear this? Do y'all hear this? I called on Lanish last night, and my sister said yes to this, right? While also like trying to navigate, teaching, school for her child at home while we're in quarantine and during a pandemic. So I just like call to action, y'all. Like, give to Theater in the X now. Like right now. Like $5, $10, $20, $30, $50, $100, $5,000, $10,000, whatever you got. But right now, this is an example, right? The willingness to just even extend 10 more minutes to continue this conversation. Thank you, friend.
No, thank you for having me. No, we're doing this. And so it's interesting that the chats that James has posted in is basically like our teams being like, we need this money, like we're doing this, we're here.
Erlina, y'all should be getting paid $1,000 for this conversation. I think we should be getting paid more. I mean, actually, let's keep it real. Let's keep it funky, There's people that go to conferences. There's people that go to, I've traveled with my sister. I've only been able to speak at the TCG, and the ATHA conference, which were huge things for a huge part of like, a big platform for me. But even there, I have stories about that, and I will share that with my sister later on at 5 about the racism I experienced during speaking at that place, and very different from what she experienced. But the only reason I was able to be at that space was because my sister is a playwright, a Pulitzer Prize winning playwright, the first Latina. But other than that, I would have never been welcome into those spaces, and even then, I didn't get paid. I didn't get paid a lot. I've gotten paid probably more on like individual contractor, work from my own community. Actually, my own North Philly community pays me more than like theater community. That's the reality. The reason I was able to buy a home and build equity into my life was because I was working at North Square Neighborhood Project and being an education director. Okay, so there's money out there. And yes, we deserve $1,000 and we deserve more. And along, not only do we deserve more, our comrades who are commenting on here, who are
Absolutely.
also deserve that as well.
You were talking about the canvassing, the newsletters, flyers, all that stuff. Like Carlo commented, like Carlo gets out and rides around the entire West Philadelphia with our flyers, with our postcards. Like he like that's the work. And that's another thing that's like hard to, like, we're writing these grant things, and they're always a question of like, how are you going to promote this? Like Carlo Campbell is going to get on his skateboard with our materials and go to every single person and hand them a flyer in West Philadelphia. Like that, because that's how we do it. Like, and we really, it's just like all of us, both of our teams, like we deserve more. We deserve more, especially in the work and effort that we're putting in. And I think the direct connection that we have with our communities, the authentic connection that we have with our communities, and the work that we're doing, like we're out here doing it. And
I wonder, like, now switching, because we've been going into a lot of like the real nitty gritty, right? And honestly, I almost feel like, Lanish, maybe there should be a call to action that me and you could talk more about what it's been, navigating funders, navigating, right, like our experience. Maybe we can offer some resources for other artists that may want to produce, right, some of the things we've learned. But maybe a call to action could be theater organizers, theater folks, organize some funds to pay us to do it. Because I'm tired of doing things for free. We're doing it here. but like, what are ways that like we can start organizing to kind of fuel the folks who have been doing the work and labor for free? But tag, I had a thing. Best producing experience, Arlena. I'm sorry. Here it was. I get really hype about this stuff. I'm like, and sometimes I'm a blabbermouth, so sometimes like my friends just need to be like, shut up, Gabby, and I will shut up. But I'm also now wanting to shift, because we only have about 5 more minutes together or so, of what is the world we imagine? What is, what is, because I know that I can be placed as a troublemaker and all of these things, but it's only because I'm imagining a world that I know can exist and that is existing. But what is the world like? What would be your call to action, Lanish, for folks? And what is the world that is existing for you, or that you want to exist moving forward in our community?
I feel like this is the time, right? Things are changing, things are happening. Like, this is the opportunity for the people who, I don't even want to say they're in power, but the people who are more well-resourced, the people who have been established, like, use this time to make a change, to really support communities, support the organizations, us and plenty of others, both inside the arts and outside of the arts, who support the communities. Like, make a shift to, like, in my mind, I envision people at the top of the pyramid, like, walking down to the bottom of the pyramid and pushing up those of us closest to the ground at the bottom, like let's do this. Like, we're already doing the work, and there seems to be some false, some actual genuine interest in the work right now, the real work in changing things. And it can be, we know it can be. And we know what we can do can happen on a greater scale, being more resourced, like more of the support, more of art shifting to being about the community. And I think that is, and like truly doing that, not just for the sake of like talking points and taglines, truly shifting to being about community. Because what the virus has exposed is the difficulty people have in connecting with their audiences when they aren't doing big, bright, shiny shows on their stage in Center City. So use that. Take this, look at this like, the 2008 recession, when things shifted and how people were interacting with their audiences and stuff. Like, let's do it. Let's do the things that you're saying you're going to do in your statements, support people, support the organizations that have already been supporting the communities, and like make big, beautiful, accessible art all over the city.
And how can people donate to Theater in the X, support Theater in the X, support you? Do you have a, like, I'm here. This is my call to action today.
Donate. Yeah, I mean, you can. So if you go on our website and press the support button, you can donate to us there. We get PayPal. And I mean, like, yeah, money is nice. I mean, I got a Venmo at Lanish if you want to hit me up there. But it's real, like, yeah, and get connected. Like, please like us we're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram at Theater in the X, like, to stay privy on what we're doing. Like, we have some fun stuff that's gonna come out for Juneteenth. Like, we're doing some stuff, like, connect with us, support us. And we have been getting, like, we have not asked for like money recently. We haven't done any campaign, but we are getting donations from people who are well-meaning and want to do the work. So like, finance is definitely a part of it. We let out our dirty secret. No one's getting paid. So help us with that, to do this work, because it's people behind this, like people with children, people with other responsibilities, people with families. And so we want to be able to continue to do this work at less sacrifice of ourselves.
With 4 more minutes left, I want to ask a question that came in from an audience member. I believe it was Arlena. What was your best producing experience?
Oh, The Wiz. Best and hardest was when we did The Wiz, because I mean, we're already doing something crazy. We're doing shows outside. That's already a thing that comes with so many like both constraints and opportunities, right? And then let's add music to it, and let's add needing to sing and dance outdoors. But it was, I mean, that to date, that is one of like my greatest producing experiences. Like it was beautiful. It was beautiful. It had performers of all ages. And it really just like, we did the whiz outside in a park. Like
it was 1,000 people there. I'm saying 1,000.
a huge feat, and it was so beautiful. And I mean, and like, did you come to the last show? Because the weather had played us the weeks before that, but like people came back, people were willing, like we had to stop because we couldn't continue with like the rain for one of the shows. But people were like out there and willing. Like it started raining and people put stuff over their heads and they didn't stop until we stopped. So like it was just a beautiful, beautiful, grand experience and outcome.
Thank you, friend. I also want to honor your time. One last thing I want to do is Power Street always does an appreciation, and it could be really brief. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you for always speaking truth, for fueling love and giving love to so many artists in this city, for paving the way for so many of us. I adore you. I love you. And I'm so honored to be your friend.
Thank you. Thank you. I definitely I surely appreciate having you, like, just as we're so similar in so many ways. And like, I feel like we go through very similar things often. And I'm so thankful and grateful to have you as a friend, as a resource, everything.
Thanks, friend. James just asked if you can please, before you leave, send your Venmo so we can paste it to the chat.
I'm back, folks. I apologize for interrupting y'all's conversation in the middle there. I just wanted you to know.
No, it was good to know that our people are out there rooting for us.
They are, and I think it's in. Erlina mentioned like she wants 3 hours of this, and I'm like, as a producer, I am here for it. I will produce the crap out of a black and brown led, femme led conversation about theater any day of the week. Like you all let me know, and I will produce it.
Well, what we'll do is, if people really want this, organize to pay not only me and Lanisha, but James as well, right? If y'all want this, make it happen. We've made this happen, so make it happen, because I'm tired. We all tired. Make it happen, and I'm not receiving anything less than $1,000. None of us are receiving less than $1,000 to do an hour talk. All right? So that's my call to action. You want us to do something, don't come to me with no cheap coins. Okay? We've done enough. So you want this, the minimum is $1,000 each. That's $3,000 you would have to fundraise to get the three of us on board to do this. So if that's what you want, cool. If it takes a year for you to raise the funds, cool. We'll be available, right, y'all? But we agree, a minimum of $1,000. And if you could do more, if you could give us $2,000, here's the thing. The only reason I say this is because when you're investing in us, we're gonna give that back. That's the truth though. Like, come on. When money is coming to us, the work that we do, and even us, Lanish, you've donated to Power Street, I've donated to Theater. There's always cross connection. We're always supporting each other. So your resource, that money is not only fueling us, but it's fueling more people, I promise you. So $3,000 if you want this conversation to continue, for the three of us to get paid. Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day. Let me go give the Zoom to my kid.
Go get that education.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was an amazing conversation. I am so glad you guys jumped on here to have that conversation.
Let's see if we get that $3,000 going.
Man, I've been fighting for every scrap and dime lately, so I know how it is.
Yeah, y'all hear that? James, freelance artist. We were talking about that last night, right?
Yeah.
about like the challenges of a freelance artist and how much I've learned to also admire freelance artists because now I am one. And right. And the importance of, it's really not how much, it's about the action. Like I promise you, like whenever I make a call to action and I ask people to donate, I'm asking people to donate, but I'm also donating myself. When I'm asking people to donate to the, bailout fund, I made a donation, right? Like I never ask something of folks if I'm not going to do it myself. So please make sure that you're supporting also James right now in this moment, as my call to action was for Theater in the X, for this hour and for today and always. But also James is doing this. We're all doing this work for free. And James probably is, I'm tired. If I think I'm tired, James, I think your eye, I'm like, I can't believe your eye is even open right now. Started at 7 a.m. I was like, you crazy. I wanted to text you like this morning, like, James, you cray. Like, I'm like, how do you function on half an hour of sleep?
I don't. I'm just a zombie here, making it up as I go along. I wanted to give a quick call to action. Everybody that I realized as I'm using Facebook here, responding to comments and stuff, that every time people comment in a post that somebody is tagged in, you get another notification that that a post you were tagged in was commented. So all those posts that you tagged city council members in before, if you go back to them and comment anytime you see something or any conversation that you hear that you want them to pay attention to, you can comment and it'll automatically send them a notification, send them all a notification, and they'll be like, why am I getting so many notifications? I've been getting, my phone's been blowing up because all the people who tagged me and are commenting in your posts and stuff like that. So tag people, tag city council members, and get this information out there, get it to them.
Real quick, I just want to say bye because I'm heading out now. But y'all, just as we were talking about funders and grant writing, I had to step out to go work on a deadline for a grant right now. And I will be back at 4:00 with some amazing folks. So I'll be on for 2.5 hours interviewing some of my favorite people in the world. And so make sure you tune in. If you've had enough of me, I understand. But I will try to talk less and make sure that the folks that are going to be joining me are doing most of the talking. But it is a conversation. It's fun. I'm trying to make it as joyful as possible. Love you all. James, I will see you later. Friend, thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you, and thank you for continually supporting me throughout this. This has been a rough process, not because of any difficulties on our end, but just because we're throwing together a really big thing at a really last minute, and I really appreciate you, and I really, 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 really appreciate your help. I could not have done this without any support, and I don't know how to thank you. I will figure out a way.
You've done enough, friend. You are enough. We are enough. Co-creation, y'all. Read Emergent Strategy from Adrienne Marie Brown. Love you all. See you soon.
Love you. See you soon. Marissa, our next guest, has joined us. You can feel free to come back online. I know we were chatting there. You're muted still, so unmute your device. There you go. Hi. Hello. Would you please introduce yourself and your preferred pronouns and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, thank you so much, James. And thank you to Gabby. I think she left, but I have been so inspired by watching both of you and the rest of the folks this past 24 hours. I just thank you so much for even letting me have any space today. Yeah, so my name is Marissa Barnathan. I use she, her pronouns. I live in South Philly. I'm originally from Delaware County. I'm from Havertown in Delaware County. And I am I have, as a lot of us, I'm a multi-hyphenate. I have a lot of different titles, but I am a theater artist, and I'm also an activist. And I'm admittedly trying to go from being an ally to being an accomplice. And I can explain what that means in a moment. But yeah, so the main places where I put my energy in this arena have been in theater. And then I'm a steering committee member for the Human Rights Campaign, which, James, I don't know if you're familiar. Sometimes we get confused with the Human Rights Coalition because they're both HRC. They're both great efforts, but the Human Rights Campaign is the nation's largest LGBTQ rights organization.
That's awesome. When you get a chance, just send me the information in the chat here, and or via Messenger, and I'll post it to all the other channels that we're on.
Sure. So I just I sent you in the chat. This is the national organization's website, but then if you want our Philly, I'm pretty sure that's our local group, because basically there are I think 32 steering committees throughout the whole U.S. for the Human Rights Campaign, and a steering committee is basically a body of volunteer leaders. So I am a steering committee member for the Greater Philadelphia region. Yeah, and we've said this on our national page, and locally we stand 110% with Black Lives Matter. I was sharing with you, James, and I'll share with everybody else. And I feel nervous saying this, but I think it's important to talk about where we are in this work. I am a Jewish person. I am a newly queer person. I've been in a coming out process in the last year or two. And I am a white person, even though I am 25% Hispanic. My grandfather's family are what we call Sephardic Jews. So there are two different kinds of Jewish people, mostly ethnically. There's Sephardic Jews, which are Spanish Jews, African Jews, Middle Eastern Jews, and then there's Ashkenazi Jews, which are the Eastern European Jews. So my mother's family is Ashkenazi, but my father's family is Sephardic. But I am also very much white. So I guess I just want to say that because, when I said going from ally to accomplice, I guess what I've been marinating on, and I encourage other people to think about this too, is, an ally is one thing, but an accomplice, sorry. I was getting a phone call from my friend in England. Okay. Can you still hear me okay?
Tell them you're on live.
What was I saying? Going from an ally to an accomplice. This is something I've been trying to follow, like my fellow, in HRC, we say QTPOC, so queer, trans, people of color. I've been trying to follow my QTPOC colleagues, their lead in what it means to be an accomplice, like a true, not only standing with, but like being able to sacrifice something and use whatever privilege you have towards the fight for social justice. So that's kind of, I guess, why I wanted to lend my voice today, James, just to speak to those people who do have what I would call passing privilege. I have passing privilege in a lot of ways. And I want to encourage people, artists, and really anybody alike, but to harness whatever privilege you do have to create positive social change. And I like to do that through the arts too, which is why we're here. And this rally has been incredible. Yeah, so that's who I am and kind of what I wanted to share. I have some other thoughts too, but.
Well, go ahead, and I have a couple of questions for you because you mentioned some things via chat that I wanted to ask you about. But you had some other thoughts to share. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, I was just going to say, for anybody who's been watching continuously, I wanted to yes and what Lanish and Gabby were saying, that, fueling folks who have been doing the work for free, that is super important. Shifting to being about community. I think Lanish said that. I was even just looking up earlier this morning, the PCF grantees, the Philadelphia Cultural Fund grantees, and I'm not going to name them all unless you want me to, but I personally have worked with 15 of them, and I only just looked into that this morning. And there's way more beyond that. but so companies like Theater in the X, Power Street, Just Act is a company that I've been working with in the past 2 years that is doing Theater of the Oppressed work. And those companies, I totally agree with what Lanish and Gabi were saying, that it needs to be, we need to put our money where our mouth is. And also to that end, I wanted to just publicly say to Gabi and Lanish and anybody else, or Lena, other folks, I would be happy to help fundraise for that conversation y'all were talking about, like a femme-led Black and Brown forum. However, that discussion with the Human Rights Campaign last year, we had a benefit concert for the first time that I directed and produced, where we were raising money both for Morris Home, which is, I don't know if you're familiar, James.
I'm not.
It is the only, as far as I know, it is the only substance abuse residential program for trans people in the whole country, and it's in our backyard in West Philly. And they're incredible. So if y'all haven't checked out Morris Home, they're amazing. I can try to get the info for that too. But anyway, I was just going to say that we had a concert last year with artists, and that for me, that was my way of intersecting arts and human rights issues. And we had a really lovely, it was a queer cabaret celebrating visibility, but I've been thinking about how for this year, whether it's in person or virtually, how we want to be aware of what's going on right now and really stand with the Black and Brown folks in our community. So to that end, I would like to personally maybe connect with those other amazing ladies to help support that. I can't guarantee that we'd raise $3,000, but when I heard 1,000, last year it was our first time doing it. We raised $800, and that was just our first time doing it. So if that would be of interest, I guess, and to resonate to other folks listening, like to me, that's where my wheels turn of like, okay, what privilege do I have, and how can I use that to help in this cause? So,
and that goes to one of the questions I had for you, and you sort of talked a little bit about it, is community building through theater. Often when I post about theater and how the intersection of theater and Black and Brown lives and Native lives, the thing that I'm talking about as a Black person is that folks need to build a platform and then let the people use the platform, not try to take advantage of that platform themselves, not try to jump into the conversation, not try to influence the way that Black and Brown voices decide to express themselves. And one thing that I've been going back to for the past 24 hours, oddly, is that, theater and the arts is so important for learning and growing. You don't learn to be a member of society without the arts. Like, you don't learn how to be in the community without the arts. So, do you have an example of community building through theater? Something that you could talk about?
Yes, I was just trying to multitask a little bit, so you can see what I put in the chat, James, but I was listening. I just put myself on mute, and that's why. Yes, that's a wonderful question, and I appreciate you asking that. For me, the two things that come most to mind are, well, really, I mean, the biggest one, I'll say, is the work that I mentioned before, Theater of the Oppressed. Are you familiar with Theater of the Oppressed, James?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so for anybody who's watching, Augusto Boal was a Brazilian man who started it, and I have trained both with Just Act, and last summer I trained with a man named David Diamond in Vancouver, and he has an offshoot from Theater of the Oppressed called Theater for Living. And what I'm hoping to do with the training I've had so far, but I'm continuing to learn, is kind of make a larger umbrella called Theater for Social Change. And so what you're talking about, I mean, at least for me, I mean, there are many different ways to do that, like the work of Power Street and Theater in the X. But for me personally, what I've engaged in is this Theater for Social Change work, where we are actively having conversations about struggles in social justice and practicing how to take action towards that. And so creating pieces with community, and for community members. So it's community members, you know, who are deciding what the topics are and creating pieces, theatrical pieces, with the community and to be performed by the community. And then when presenting those pieces, presenting, you know, community members presenting for other community members in hopes that the folks who are watching, they become what you might know this language, James, like what we call spect actors, which, you know, basically instead of just being a spectator, you are then, you know, encouraged to join in. And then, so, you know, you do the play, let's say it was on police brutality. I engaged in a Theater of the Oppressed workshop back in February in Virginia, where they did a racial profiling scene. And it was a young Black man. And interestingly, the actor who was pulling him over was also a person of color, but like they still were able to explore the dynamic of, you know, I guess any police officer who's holding racial bias. And then afterwards, what happens is the spect actors in the what would have been the audience of community members have a chance to say stop. And, you know, as let's, for example, when that police officer character pulls over the young Black man and, you know, is treating him unfairly, somebody in the audience can say stop and pause the action and say, okay, who do you want to replace? And you go in and you replace that person. And then you are really, I mean, it's hard and it's vulnerable work, but you are being then put into the place of, and this is a point of contention, whether you're doing Theater of the Oppressed or Theater for Living. And that's why I've been studying both, but as whether you replace the oppressor or the oppressed. But either way, I think there's a place for learning. I mean, especially with what we're experiencing right now, there's places for learning for both sides. That's at least my personal feeling. And yeah, that has been, I know that was kind of a long answer, but that has been the most crucial work I personally have been engaged in for community building through theater. And I'm hoping to continue learning and listening so that in the next few years, you know, I can maybe start facilitating some of that work too.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you for joining us, and I really appreciate it. If there's anything else you wanted to express, you can feel free. I'll give you the floor again. If not, I have a bunch of video testimonials that people wanted to share.
Sure.
So...
Yeah, let's see. The only other thing I was going to say, I was just going to reiterate what the other folks said before of supporting our local companies who are already doing the work of community building through theater. Trust me, I totally agree. As a person who works for a few of the bigger companies, I also think the bigger companies need to be held accountable and not just put words to lip service. So yes to that, but also I totally agree that channeling our resources towards some of those smaller companies that are already doing incredible work. And then also, I think I said this previously, but I know this is the whole point of this Arts Valley, but especially with the City Council hearing today at 3 o'clock, I think I shared this in the comments of one of the watch parties, but I definitely encourage people to call your City Council members. Yes, thank you, James, for sharing that the 14 City Council members signed that letter, which is incredible. I know I was calling my folks, Mark Squilla and the council members at large yesterday, but David O is one council member at large who has not signed on yet. Do you know if he's, since you've checked, James?
I haven't seen anything announcing that he has. I have seen a couple people saying they're constantly calling his office. I've also put in a couple of messages directly via Facebook to his personal and council member account.
Nice.
Both about joining us here to talk about this and also asking him, what to sign on to this pledge and to defund the PPD. He is, interestingly, he has always been part of the arts foundations here in Philadelphia. He has always taken a lead in the arts in Philadelphia for city council. And so it's really frustrating that the person who usually represents the arts isn't trying to make space in the budget for the arts right at the moment. I think, having had many direct conversations with him, I've worked with him quite a lot. I've sat down with him for hours upon hours and actually directly talked to him. Having had direct conversations with him, he's acutely aware of his political position, being the only Republican left on city council.
Right.
He's acutely aware that when certain things are fait accompli, it doesn't help his campaign to support, things like defunding the PPD. And because I had a conversation with him around trans rights and trans healthcare, and with a member of the trans community in attendance, I just brought her so that she could speak to the trans experience, and I could speak to the politics. So having had that conversation with him, his normal political ploy is to, if something's fait accompli, if something's done already, he's not going to risk his seat with members of his voting bloc to support something that he doesn't feel has a lot of support amongst the people that vote for him. It is what it is.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you having those conversations with him.
Anybody can. And I encourage literally everyone to do this. It's harder right now because we're in COVID, and we can't just go to City Hall and walk into an office.
Right.
But I've literally done that. I've literally done that. Like, you can walk around the floor that all the offices are on and walk into any office and be like, hey, I'd like an appointment with the council member.
I know. I felt like I was channeling my best Leslie Knope the first time I did that.
Your best what?
Do you know Leslie Knope, the character from Parks and Rec?
I don't. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Anyway, keep going. Yes, I feel you.
Yeah. So, and I reach out to council members via social media all the time. Some of them are super responsive. Some of them just flat out ignore me. I've reached out to council members by phone many times, and you call, you speak to an aide, you say, hey, I would like an appointment with the council member to discuss blah. They'll decide, they'll pass it up to the council member, and the council member will decide if they want to speak with you or not. It can be hard. It can be hard. They should meet with you. That is their job. But it is what it is. So I've had meetings with Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember O, Councilmember Squilla. I can't even think of all of them. Councilmember Green has responded to me repeatedly, even through this meeting or through this rally.
Nice.
I mean, these are important things, and our city council represents us. We need to actually contact them, though. Yeah. And flooding their phone systems and flooding their inboxes does work, but actually being willing to speak with them and meet with them works even better.
Totally. Yeah.
So, you know, if you have an issue that you can rally behind, that you can get together a group to talk with them, one of them, any of them. Um, yeah, the hearings tonight are specifically about the budget in general. There's hearings tomorrow afternoon about the PPD budget in specific.
Oh, okay.
So it's important today to message them separately about both the PPD budget and arts funding. You know, you might want to keep the lanes separate just because then they know that you have this opinion about arts funding, you have this opinion about the PPD.
That's
So
good advice.
I've been harping on the PPD quite a lot during this broadcast.
Right.
But yeah, arts funding is super important. Everybody should be messaging them about both.
Yeah.
And whatever your opinion is, like I know I hold a very strong opinion about these things, but
You're in good company.
yeah. So whatever your opinion is, you have to tell City Council what your opinion is. Otherwise, they can't represent you. They don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I totally agree. I just, yeah. It's interesting to think about civic engagement, even in this time of COVID. And yeah, I couldn't agree with you more that, like, you know, people really harp a lot on voting, which I agree. Like, yes, we just had our primary election, and that's a huge thing. And we, as the Human Rights Campaign, yes, vote all the way. But I think what you're describing is how do we continue to be civically engaged between those 2 times a year, and that it is in some way our job to hold them accountable.
Oh, and serve your frickin' jury duty. Oh my god. Basic civics, folks. I know everybody wants to avoid it because you don't get paid as well for those days and whatever. And it's a long, arduous process, but serve your friggin' jury duty. Like, that's the most direct action you can do. I don't know why people avoid it so hard. It drives me nuts. Huh?
I said I don't know either.
Sorry. So I don't want to keep you past when you have something else to participate in, but
That's good.
you can stick around, and I'm gonna play a couple videos on the other screen. You'll probably hear them, but you won't be able to see them. The folks on.
Okay. Can I just say one last thing to wrap up? Would that be okay? I was just going to encourage, as we've been talking about, encouraging people to like look at their own levels of intersectionality within yourself, and then see like how you can take action based on that. It's continued work for me, admittedly, 100% every day. But that's what I'm hoping people can do. So whether you're an artist or a person of color or a white person or a queer person or not a queer person or trans, you know what I mean? Like all those Jewish, not Jewish, like all those levels for me personally. And then I encourage other folks to then see how you can, as authentically as possible, try to, whether it's through donating, making these calls, educating yourself, taking a mental health break, you know, if you're somebody who's being marginalized, just really like looking within to then take action outwardly.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Like.
Yeah, I totally agree. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much for the time, James. And this is amazing, really, everything you've done. I've just been so inspired by you and the rest of the folks organizing this. So thank you. All right. I'm going to listen, but I'm going to, I think, say goodbye if that's all right. Thank you. Good luck. I'll keep watching.
My name is Bernard Glenkoski. I'm the founder and owner of the Philadelphia Acting Studio. I've had the acting studio in the city of Philadelphia for over 11 years. I started in 2009 in Northern Liberties. This video is to protest the recent legislation to take away money from arts and culture in the city. I think that's a big mistake. To put it bluntly, we need arts and culture in this city. It's a very important part of a greater whole. Each part is as important as the next. I personally trained many police officers, attorneys, financial people, business owners, actors, college graduates, and younger people that were just starting out in this city and abroad. And to move money away from arts and culture is a big mistake. Art is an important part of one's self-expression. It's an important part of a balanced life and experience. There's a certain energy of importance that it has for each individual. And to allocate in one direction too much it throws everything out of whack. This city, I mean, I've been here for most of my life. I went to college here as well. It's time for us to evolve. It's time for us to see the big picture. It's time for us to take a risk in more forward thinking. So I asked the people that are making this decision to reconsider. I'm here to discuss these matters, to explain why it would be a mistake, and making a quick decision because you're under stress. We know that that's not the right decision. If you really think about it in your heart, you know that's not the right decision. Each individual is just as important, no matter what they do. And I also just want to say, I stand by my African American brothers and sisters in this city, and I believe in equal rights for all. Thank you.
The poetry, the passion, the duende. Yerma's always been a dream for me, honestly.
Hi, I'm Tay. I'm an artistic associate with PAC and also co-producing Yerma with Damon Benetti. Tana's directing.
Tanikia Marcus.
And she's amazing.
So who doesn't want to direct Yerma or any Lorca play?
The Venture Reading Series allows audiences to have access to shows that they wouldn't normally be able to view, bringing new ideas to what people think of when they hear of classical theater and inviting different audiences to come and experience some shows and some work that may have been written so long ago but are still very current and relevant to today.
Lorca paints women so beautifully. I think the translation in English we have is really nice.
It is a bilingual show.
A few words here and there with Spanish, which every character speaks. It's written for Spanish. It's lyrically that way, rhythmically that way.
We are trying to reach different cultures and learn from different heritages.
It's eye-opening, ear-opening to hear it in its original language.
There's a lot of movement. There's a lot of really interesting shapes. The guitar playing is wonderful.
It's not a typical staged reading.
PAC is really just trying to show and highlight the sense of family and community that we already have in the Philadelphia theater scene.
Please support PAC and Teatro del Sol and this union.
Sharing that experience is really exemplified in the Venture Reading Series with the collaboration.
Please support Spanish and English, and just be in that room to hear both languages mixed together is really beautiful. I hope to see you there.
Hi.
Hi, so my name is Tay Sconyers. I'm an artistic associate with PAC. Today we're doing another episode of What Are You Up To? And we have a very special guest with us today, Victoria Goins. Thank you
Hey, everybody.
so much for being here. She's an amazing artist, singer, performer, actress, not only on stage, also in film, director, doula, right? As
Yeah,
well?
I am a doula. Yeah, that's like my little passion project.
Amazing. We have her on today as a guest for What Are You Up To? Usually PAC sits down with artists that we've worked with in the past and we ask them how they're handling the pandemic. Obviously, this is a very interesting, to say the least, time in our country. We're dealing not only with the pandemic, but a movement, a resurgence of the Black Lives Matter movement against police brutality and all the injustices and violence against Black people in this country. It's a very hard time in our country, not only dealing with the pandemic, but we also have a country that is in civil unrest, and we are trying our best to move forward and amplify the voices of Black artists. So we really appreciate you, Victoria, for being here with us with everything that is going on in this country. We at PAC really, really appreciate you for taking the time.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you asking me to do this. I'm excited.
We are very excited. If you recognize Victoria, that makes sense. She's been in so many theater companies in the Philly area, Azuka, Theater Horizon, many other theater companies.
And PAC.
But you may have also seen her in our 2018 spring production of Mariah Martin.
That was such a fun, play to be in. Just shout out to Charlotte Northeast and Damon and Dan Hodge. I mean, and just like everyone who was a part of that cast and that production, we had so much fun.
Was there anything that you were looking forward to or that you had planned on working on that the pandemic kind of shut it down? Or,
yeah. I was aging the niceties with Casey McMillan was directing it. Got into that place of we had the show was up, the actors were blocked, they were working, we were working, and then we got pulled into the room one day and told, hey, like we're not moving forward. Luckily they were in a place where they were like, we're going to do the show again, and invited everyone back on, and but that was what I was working on before outside shut down. Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I personally did not think it was going to be as bad because we had people in leadership telling us that it wasn't going to be that bad. What was it like when you finally felt, or the moment you realized, like, wow, this is serious, especially for the theater community, which seems to have hit us in a totally different way?
Okay, I really didn't think that it was going to be this bad either. I was shooting a TV show, and they called everybody in, and it was like, a bunch of people, and they were like, look, stay off your phones if you can, just focus on today, be extra cautious, but let's not worry because there's nothing we can do yet. And then I feel like, time is just non-existent to me at this point, but I feel like it was just a couple days later when I was at rehearsal for the niceties, and we got the conversation of like, it's done. And that moment was kind of, whoa, but that initial moment was just what is happening. And I was kind of in shock. I figured we would have to deal with it in our country. Yeah. But I didn't think that it was going to shake up our industry so bad, for sure. And cancel season.
We have done a great job of trying to stay connected with each other, even though, we're so far apart. And I've seen a lot of things online. I've seen a couple of things that you've done, actually. I know that you did like a directing workshop.
Yeah, I directed a workshop with Directors Gathering. First of all, that's dope that they're still continuing to educate during this time, right? Because if there's anything that we can do during this quarantine for our craft, it is to come back to the table and remind ourselves what our craft is and refine it and take some of the time to work on our craft that we don't necessarily get when we're working. I directed for the Going Viral Festival. Also just like a way to like, wow, like we can do theater, like we can perform, we can have fun still, we can play. As devastating as it's been, I hope that, you know, for folks who love what they do, that it's also been an opportunity to explore, because that's all we can do in the quiet. That's all we can do, you know, is try to stick together and explore together some more, hopefully in ways that we weren't able to before this happened.
It seems like so many people are making themselves known and making their voices heard, and it's so important. We're dealing with the pandemic, we're dealing with the emotional and traumatic experience of what is going on in this country.
Yeah.
How not to ask how are you, because I think that that question is kind of everything. But how is your spirit and your mind and your body? How are you coping with all of this?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Tay. In times like this, I have to make a more conscious effort of taking care of myself and my soul and my spirit. I don't watch traumatic images. I don't watch traumatic imagery. I think that the spreading of traumatic imagery, unfortunately, apparently, is necessary in order to get people to listen, right? I say apparently because people are really outraged at this time. Even though this has happened countless times before. I'm in the business of not having my soul crushed, right? And I'm Black, so I know, right? I don't have to re-explain death and oppression and injustice to myself. So that's one of the biggest ways I take care of myself. I'm in constant conversation with people that I love that also look like me, because that's who I'm really concerned of taking care of right now. Just asking myself, how can I be better? And after the protest, what are the next steps? And to me, the next steps for me and where I fit in is making sure that youth that looks like us understand that they have so much to live for. What we have to talk about on a political level is the death or the destruction of Black and brown bodies. But what I think we need to talk about as Black people on a communal level is, how do we recover, and how do we help these babies who are watching this on TV, watching themselves be hurt and murdered on TV and on their phones? That right there is where the progression is. Like, I have to feel like the actual lives that are affected are being touched, not that people are just changing laws because now they know something is wrong.
I've gone through this before with Trayvon Martin, and it just kept, that was like big awareness for people. Right. This is wrong. And then it kept happening. Sometimes it was addressed. Sometimes it was ignored, but never ignored for us, right? Because it's like we know, and now it's like so many people are on board. It's complicated. It's really complicated emotionally.
Yeah. It is very complicated. And my question to the folks who possibly care more now, my question to them is, why does this situation seem more wrong to you, right? Because what we can't stop at is just feeling this way when the destruction is so obvious, right? Because that's what Black people are always combating, is the questions that follow after we're dead. Well, what were you doing before? And why did you get put in this situation? And I'm sick of those questions, right? I'm honestly sick of the conversations about those questions. I'm sick of all of that. To me, that's all irrelevant. My sole question for them is why was it so not okay this time? And what about the last times were you able to ignore that you couldn't ignore this time? And were they really different? That's where my fear for that after this active participation of like, I said something, I did something, I wasn't silent, that will be enough for you to stop seeing again. Because I've lived with the repetition, and this is your first awakening.
There's also that question of like white people or other non-Black people of color who are able to kind of take a break from all of this, or like they're able to come out and it's strong, and then they kind of like, where did they go? You know what I mean?
Where did they go? Right.
We don't have the privilege to be able to do that. It's still affecting us, and it's still going to continue to affect
the
us.
effects of racism and what that does to our psyche. And that's what I'm like really concerned about healing. I personally just don't think we have to look to white people to make life better, right? Because like dealing with life and dealing with you and dealing with your community, we can do that stuff. Where I have committed for myself is like, I'm giving myself 6 months to a year after we get to our green phase to create this community. I would love for it to be a community of artists, Black artists, Black and brown, Black and Hispanic artists who want to work within their communities to teach via art and heal. And like heal through discussions on history and what you're going through now, but for like for the babies, for the youth.
Self-care and like taking care of you mentally and spiritually is so important, especially now. What brings you joy right now?
Today was the first time I've been outside in a week, and it was to run, which is an activity that I've kind of picked up during quarantine. This is funny that I run now, Tay, because I told my fiance when we first started dating, I don't sweat. I don't participate in activities that make me sweat.
Love it.
I never thought that I would enjoy running, like genuinely. I've never been on a sports team. I'm like not an athletic person in my opinion. And I always thought that something like running was something people did to either like torture themselves or to like to be a better athlete, right? I love it. I want people to come running with me. Like if you're a runner and you like want to come running, because that is a socially distant activity that we can all participate in. Yeah, come join, because I've seen changes in my mood. I've seen like changes in how I feel about myself. And for me, running has just been a metaphor for life. So, you know, like push yourself. I hate to go on a tangent about running, but I swear to you, it has made me so happy that I'm going to. And for people like people who were like me, looking at the screens like running, really?
Yeah.
Let me tell you, the first time I ran, the goal was run 20 minutes. Doesn't matter how fast you go, just run. Just keep running for 20 minutes. Don't stop. And I stopped it. I stopped in 10 minutes. And
10 to me is like, yeah.
Right. Second time I ran, I was running. I'm going. And I get that same feeling again, like, oh God, I'm going to vomit. I can't do this. But I'm not going to stop. So I kept running. Tay, I kid you not. I threw up. I was trying. Yes, I threw up. I was trying so hard to like not. My fiance literally, he was running like a little bit ahead of me. He turned around at the and literally saw me.
Oh my God.
And he comes over, he's patting my back, and I'm like, I didn't stop. And I got up, cleaned myself up a bit, and I was like, wow, I could keep going.
Yeah.
I've not thrown up on a run since. Yeah. So I tell the story about running to be like, yeah, it does sound awful, and it may be awful when you first start, But the benefits are I feel incredible. And mentally I've been able to like meditate. Like that means I'm also able to meditate for 30 minutes. Hello. Okay.
Oh, hello.
So his name is Garvey.
Garvey. Oh, so
yeah,
cute.
let's see. This is
Oh
Garvey.
my God. You're a baby. Hello. Everyone's gonna love that. You're welcome, everyone. But
Yeah, you're welcome. The goal is just keep moving and breathing.
Oh, I love that. You know, you're gonna get so many people like inboxing you or messaging like you, like, "Hey, can I run with you, Victoria?"
Please come running with me. I'm so down.
So we talked a little bit about like a physical activity. Thank you. What is something? Because I know you are finding things for yourself artistically to work on as an actor, as a director.
So I've been reading this book by recommendation from a friend. It's called The Artist's Way. I'm sure there are like plenty of people who have maybe possibly read this because it's not like a newer book. It's by Julia Cameron. And it's called A Course in Discovering and Recovering Your Creative Self. So I've been like taking some time to just figure out truly what do I love, like what really brings me joy. And because I think that we are all in a place where we have to really think about the expansion of our art form. What I know has been like really exciting me, like directing has been so much fun.
So can you talk a little bit about your voice as a director?
It's so much about ownership, right? And like claiming ownership, like taking the space. I love comedy. I love comedy. I think comedy is the quickest way to change hearts and minds. Like, you know, because if you can get somebody to laugh at something, you can even disarm people. You can disarm people with comedy. Like comedy is so powerful. And then also the complexities of humanity excite me as a director because Mariah Martin was fun and so stylistic, right? Because it was like so clear what each character was. Mm-hmm. Like it was definitive, you know, the villain was the villain, the damsel was the damsel. But that stuff is exciting and fun in its own way. But what really excites me as a director is like when everybody's a villain in their own right and when everybody is a hero in their own right, because we're all, as humans, we're capable of that entire spectrum.
As a Black woman, do you think that you try to bring all of that into something you direct? Do you seek out certain types of plays, or do you try to separate? Because I feel like you could go either way. Some directors could like really take their own experience and want to say something with their work, or other people could be like, I want to separate myself from this experience and say something that way. So
yeah, that's a really good question. I think what likely happens is like because I am a Black woman, that just ends up seeping through, not by choice or you know, but that it just does. But when I'm directing, I really think about, I always relate it back to what I think the playwright was trying to say, like what the playwright believes the story is. When I think about film and television, right, writers don't, from my understanding, writers don't have that as much of a coveted space as playwrights do in theater.
Do you have any preference versus classical or contemporary?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I like contemporary work, but there's something so juicy about the classics. Like, ooh, there's something so juicy about them because they're so dramatic. Right? You know, like, oh my gosh, like they're so soap opera-y, and like you can't really, like, you don't really find that, you know, now with like the contemporary stuff. Like you see more of the complexities of humanity, I feel like, in the contemporary stuff, but like the drama, the guffaw, like I feel like that comes that really just comes like easy with the classics. I'm a Libra, so you're gonna notice like when you ask me to choose something, I'm gonna be like, oh, I can't choose, like I have to just have a perfect balance of both. Yeah.
Sure. I can't believe I didn't ask you your zodiac sign. I love that. Oh, great.
Yeah.
Love it, love it, love it.
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you because I have that little app on my phone.
CoStar.
Yeah,
This
I
video
have
is
it.
not sponsored by CoStar, but maybe
It is not. Maybe it should. Sun is in Libra. My moon, my ascendant sign is in Taurus,
I can see that.
and then my moon is in Capricorn.
Cool. Wow.
Isn't that such a combination? That's so crazy.
Airy stuff going on.
That's probably why I can never make a decision. Like my Libra brain is just like even more complex because I have like, what is happening?
I think, Victoria, it's been really fun talking with you about everything you're doing artistically. Thank you for chatting with me about
Thanks for having me.
Situation of our country right now. As artists, I personally feel like we have a responsibility to kind of step up and vocalize and to make ourselves known and to create and to do all of that stuff, especially when it can have an impact. Do you feel like the Philadelphia theater community is doing that, or do you see certain companies that are doing that and appreciate that, or what would you say, I guess, to the people who are in the community, Philadelphia theater community, or support it about our current situation in this country?
I have definitely seen a lot of theater companies taking a solid stance. And that is like a really solid and great first step. And by solid stance, I mean they have said, out of their mouths, Black Lives Matter, have sent resources. What I challenge the theater companies to do is to really think about their relationship with artists of color in the future, and that they look at it in the sense of not just like, representation and representation in the form of like, we're going to do a show that has artists of color, but representation is a great start. But what about the empowerment of? Think about those things. If you're not going to act on them yet because you're not really truly sure where you stand, think about that too. Black artists, like we've got Theater in the X, and they're dope. What else are we going to do as Black artists to ensure that our stories not only are being told, but we're actually like seeing the financial gain from the telling of our story?
Thank you so much. I have really enjoyed this conversation.
I've enjoyed talking to you. So you can find me on Facebook, Victoria Goins. Don't message me on there thinking I'm going to get back to you right away, because I won't.
Busy running.
Listen, like social media has taken a major backburner in my life, but you can find me on Facebook.
All right, dope. And look out for Victoria once theater resumes, once we get back up and things are, look out for her acting, directing, changing the theater world, basically. We appreciate you so much, Victoria. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Tay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, we are back. And I just want to thank PAC for sending that video in about a little talk they had around some of these issues. I have a few guests joining me. I have a bunch of guests scheduled over the next hour and 15, hour and a half. So I'd like to welcome you. If you'd each just introduce yourselves. We'll go with Katarina first, because she joined first, and just introduce yourself, your preferred pronouns, and say what you want to say. Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Katarina.
Hello. I'm Katarina. I've been watching for, since you've been on. It's just so great. My pronouns are she and her. I do development for going on 2 years now at Zaire. Also marketing. I have not been there nearly as long, though, as our executive director, Carmen, who is here with us, and Marilyn, our education director, who's trying to log on now. I'm going to send her the information through the phone. But Carmen?
I'm Carmen Febo San Miguel, and I'm the Executive Director at Taller Puertorriqueño. And thank you for the invitation and the opportunity.
Oh, no, I can't hear you.
That's me not being muted. That's me being muted. Sorry about that. What does your organization do?
Taller Puertorriqueño is a cultural center in the heart of the Puerto Rican Latino community in North Philadelphia, and it's a multidisciplinary cultural center. We have a number of programs, after-school programs in arts education for children and youth. We have a gallery and an exhibitions program. We have a store, and we do author events about once a month. We do a lot of work in schools through a program we call the Visítanos program. We serve about 2,000 kids inside the public school systems, and we do special events, festivals and symposium and lectures and talks and panels, etc.
Amazing, amazing. So you directly support the next generation of artists, is what I'm hearing.
Right. In our education programs, that's what our intent is. Not only supporting our next generation of artists, but that they are aware of their heritage and, and what that connection to who they are and where they come from is.
Awesome. So, what are your thoughts around the proposed budget and how that would affect your organization, how that would affect the future generations that you help?
So, I am more distressed. Of course, we do receive some funding from the Cultural Fund, and in the scheme of our budget, it makes a hole, but not a crater, let's say. But I am more concerned about the message of a city that eliminates its Office of Arts and Culture or the Creative Economy from the roster, and the support of hundreds of nonprofits, grassroots cultural entities that are supporting artists in different communities all over the city. That's more disturbing to me than the loss of the money that we will lose from our budget.
Yeah, it is about priorities of a city. Like what do we as a culture prioritize, and what do we need going forward? How can we have youth that are responsible to society without teaching them what that society is through arts and culture?
Well, and so, right, I mean, we have been witnessing, right, what the incredible racial and social unrest that is happening precisely because I understand, the people that do the work that we do understand that it is not police, stronger police, more weapons that are going to make communities safer, healthier, kids more engaged, etc. It's it's programs in the arts. It's it's supporting jobs. It's It's supporting, you know, a social network that allows for kids growing in these challenged communities to grow as you know, as responsible adults. So as you say, you know, it's a misguided priority system.
I agree. So we have some. Is this all of you guys have joined now? Great.
Yes.
Marilyn, you can take yourself off of mute and introduce yourself, your preferred pronouns, that kind of thing. You're still on mute.
Oh, yeah. I was on a phone, so I had to figure it out. It's not working in my office. Having some internet issues here.
Ah. So yeah.
So what you want me to do?
Introduce yourself, your preferred pronouns. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. My name is Marilyn Rodriguez, and I'm the education director here at Taller Puertorriqueño. And we're located in North Philadelphia. Our community is very Latin-based, even though it's very diverse. We sit in the heart of North Philly, where when anything crazy breaks in this lovely world of ours, the city gets hit, but we get hit the most, meaning that we get ignored. And these little art cuts are not cutting it with me anyway. They need to stop and find the money that we need to find. I mean, the city was willing to give $14 million to the police funds. Why don't do it to the arts? You could break that money in half or break it in quarters, whatever else they're going to cut into. But they need to share the money and figure out and allocate, find money for the arts.
I would just like to point out that the budget that they're cutting, the $4 million for the OACCE is supposedly being cut in Mayor Kenny's proposed budget because it will help us make up for a $635 million shortfall. If you do the math, that's 0.6 or 0.06% of the budget shortfall. I don't think that's actually, you know, contributing. That's like me asking you for $1 and you giving me 6 cents. So you know, I'm gonna have to hit up a lot of more people to get that.
And I'm gonna tell you more. It's even less than the 4 million because at least 3 of the staff people are just going to be moved to other offices because they're services that they cannot live without. It's the preservation of, you know, public art throughout the city, so that staff cannot be, you know, eliminated, and, you know, a couple of other positions. So you're not even going to, you know, talking about completely saving $4 million. It's even less than the 4 million.
Right. So it's really important to fully fund the OACCE. Probably, I would ask for an increase personally. I mean, that's what I'm asking for is for an increase in the budget to arts and humanities. We can take it out of the police budget if you ask me, but I want to, you know, you guys are the guests, so is there any organized information or any statements you want to make?
Well, I just wanted to make a statement. I said they need to figure it out, and don't touch the arts. It's just crazy. Philly's an art-based city. I mean, can you imagine the city without the arts? It's just crazy. We're gonna have another protest with the arts people soon. They don't get it together. Seriously. Yeah, our community is not happy. A lot of our organizations are getting hit hard, and even the schools. I'm pretty sure the schools are going to get hard, and we can't do that. Our kids need the arts. Everyone needs the arts. We're surrounded by arts. That's just crazy.
Agree. I do have some videos I pulled together, some of Tyre's videos. I wanted to share first a video about our youth artistry program led by Daniel De Jesus, and he kind of tells it all. So I'm going to share the screen now. That's all right.
Yep. Let me know if you think you might need co-host.
All right, I got it now. All right. So I'm just gonna go first. Excuse me. Here's someone outside. There we go. Okay.
The Artist Program is an after-school art studio for high school students who wish to improve their abilities in painting, drawing, digital, and media arts. The program is located at the Taller Puertorriqueño, el corazón cultural del barrio, the cultural heart of Latino Philadelphia, located at 2600 North 5th Street, the corner of 5th and Huntington Street. Our studio program offers students the opportunity to build a strong portfolio to enter an art school or university arts department. The studio offers materials to produce work in 2D, 3D, and digital media. If a student does not wish to go to art school, it is still a great space to advance your skills in visual art for other post-secondary educational pursuits. Those interested in advancing their skills in the visual arts should apply. We provide training in painting, drawing, printmaking, traditional and digital illustration, animation, comics, manga, photography both traditional and digital, and CAD rendering or 3D printing. The program is open after school from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Our Artist in Residence program works to engage our youth artists to understand the creative economy. Working with a professional artist on a project, students learn techniques and are given a glimpse of what it is like to work as a professional artist. Our annual portfolio exhibition highlights the work produced by our youth artists in the year. The exhibition is held in the Taller Puertorriqueño's Art Gallery. The exhibition opening is also our award ceremony. We recognize the hard work of our youth artists. Award one student with the Carlos Pascual Award for achieving the highest level of artistic. The Philadelphia Latino Film Festival and the Youth Artist Program have joined forces to produce the annual Youth Salon. The goal of this collaboration is to provide youth in the region with opportunities to share their films, resources, and build community. Our program attends several field trips during the year to engage with the art community in our region. Most of the sites that we visit are museums, art galleries, artist studios, and other culturally significant sites. The app goes on an annual trip to New York City, where we visit a major museum and spend the afternoon working on a drawing exercise. The Delphi Summer Teen Media Program provides unique training both in the visual arts and filmmaking. For 6 weeks during the summer, students work with professional filmmakers to learn camera techniques, acting exercises, script writing, and film editing. Award-winning photographer and educator Tony Rocco teaches his traditional photography course once a week at our studio. His course focuses on film-based photography mixed with digital manipulation. Students learn about the earliest photography techniques like camera obscura, along with darkroom development. We produce an annual publication called Play Teen Zine, highlighting artwork and other content produced by the youth artists. Our zine is an opportunity for our youth artists to create editorial layouts and original art for reproduction. Each youth artist receives a copy of the annual portfolio exhibition. The best way to register is to go to our website at yap.tallerpr.org and apply online. After finishing the application, you will be contacted to make an appointment for your orientation to the program. Interested participants can also walk in and visit the program in person to apply. There is no appointment required. For more information, you can contact Mr. Daniel de Jesus at the Youth Artist Program by phone 215-423-6320 at extension 2002 or via email at didejesus.
Okay, that was our one video, and I also wanted to share some of our post-COVID programming.
Okay.
that kind of like gave a little bit of a look into our facility that we're not in right now, right, Marilyn?
Well, yeah, I'm in here today, but yeah.
And also, you know, Daniel and Marilyn, you know, we're working towards putting plans together for the slow reopening, introducing these programs. But in the meantime, as we're building up to being in person again, we have been doing distance programming. So I wanted to share a couple of videos. I want to share just a couple minutes of Stay Arts with Valentine, with teacher Valentine. I don't know if you want to say something about the teaching, your teaching artists or anything, Marilyn, or I was going to share the whole thing just a little in the beginning,
Okay.
a little at the end.
Yeah. When the city shut down, we continued our education program virtually, which was really, really challenging. And we're going to focus on one of the classes with teacher Valentine, who did a lot of stuff. You know, she called it stay-at-home art. So this is what the kids did.
Sorry, I just stopped your sharing there so
sorry.
that I could make Marilyn full screen.
No problem.
Yeah, but she has to show you the video. I don't have it.
Yeah, no, she can start sharing again.
Okay.
I still have that song in my head. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, we cater to the kids from K to 8 from the CEP program, and it's just some of the kids working from home.
And this was early too. They're all just so happy to see their teachers and
stay-at-home arts with Valentine. Today, we will be making a puzzle of love, one that you can give away to one of your friends or family members in your household. This is a very trying time, so any kind of act of kindness that you can do for your friends, your family, or yourself is a nice thing to do. Using materials like stamps, markers, and colored pencils, I am creating my own puzzle. The background is going to be kind of a rainbow effect. So as you can see here, I am blending the colors of the rainbow, but I'm making them neon to make it a little more exciting. Then, using my heart-shaped stamp, I'm just going to press down using pink there once you cut it out. It can be random. You can make it look like an actual puzzle, or you can make it abstract. And then taking your scissors, you're just going to cut along those lines very carefully. Okay, so now that you're all finished, you're going to give your envelope to your friend or family member, or maybe you'll leave it somewhere so that they can find it themselves. So now that your family member has found the puzzle, they're going to put the puzzle together and read your message. And I think a really fun thing to do after the puzzle is put together is taping it all together and putting it in a special place.
So yeah, that's one of our education program videos. And I have another one. I was watching a lot yesterday, and then again this morning with Gabby from Powerhouse was on. And
Power Street.
Power Street.
Yeah, Power Street.
Sorry, Power Street. Marilyn was telling me about her, and she was saying how at Taller she learned to do a lot with a little. And I think that's one of the things that's great too about Marilyn's art program is she does a lot of repurposing. It's one of the main themes in her artwork is sort of repurposing, find the meaning in used items discarded, find the memory. And then I also think that like just Taller itself, now we have this amazing facility, but for a lot of years it's just finding how to do the most with the least. And
Leticia.
you know, and I love this video. This is another one of the first ones we released after lockdown, and it's a part of a moving stories, which is now like an episodic thing we're doing every other week. And I think there's like 22 members. Is it all different ages, or is it the older group of people doing moving stories?
You mean for the program?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a mixture. Kids K to 8.
Mm-hmm. How are we on time, James? Do I have time for 2 videos or 1, or are we sort of blending over? Because I can just...
You're blending over. Our next few guests are individuals who have blocks of time, so feel free to play a video, and then I think we'll go over to Kayla.
All right, sounds good. I'll play this last one, and then check out our YouTube site for the exhibition video of Henry Bermudez's piece. We did a virtual exhibition, which was great too, because that's one thing that's continues to be locked, not able to be used is museums and galleries. They're not going to be any kind of use anytime soon. So, but this is new stories.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? I am so glad.
Sorry about that. All right, there we go.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? I am so glad estás aquí con nosotros. I am so happy. We are going to be doing a slow warm-up and breathing and relaxing exercise. Something you can do at home whenever you please. Vamos a hacer un baile despacio, relajando y para calentarnos y prepararnos para el show. Estoy muy contenta que están aquí con nosotros. A empezar con el pianista, music del cubano pianista Ernesto Lecuna. Enjoy. Y ahora, arriba y hacia atrás. Arriba y hacia atrás. Y arriba y hacia atrás. Muy suave, una mano para arriba. Up, and the other hand, reach, and reach, and palmas, 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 para arriba, para abajo. Despacio con la música, y vamos a up and relax. And again, up and relax. And one more. Up, bend your knees, dobla las rodillas y arriba. Suave. Suave. Fuertes. Muñecas, wrist, 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 muñecas. Elbow and forward and up, up and lower, and again, up, full body, and gracias por estar con nosotros y bailar. Nos vemos el jueves. Estoy muy alegre que vamos a estar juntos. Adiós.
I want to correct myself. That's the senior group.
Oh, that is the senior group. Okay.
Yes.
But they're doing a moving stories for the younger kids as well.
We did the podcasting. Yeah, I thought you was going to show the podcasting video.
Oh, the podcasting. Oh, I wish I had shown that.
They were a great high school football team, but they said that after any loss.
That happened to me earlier.
Yeah, autoplay can be a problem. Okay, well,
Yeah.
thank you very much for joining us, folks, and I'm going to let you guys get out of here, and we'll go to Kayla. Kayla, if you would unmute yourself and introduce yourself and tell us your preferred pronouns and all that kind of stuff.
Hi, yeah, I'm Kayla Speedy. I'm a costumer in Philly. I go by she, her, and I also work at a high school coaching costumes, which is lucky. Getting to work with kids. So anyway, I don't know. This whole thing is really great, what you're doing, James, and I appreciate you letting me come on, even if for a couple minutes. Art is so important.
It absolutely is, and no need to thank me. I'm really thankful for all of you guys for joining us. There's no way that I could have done this on my own or without the input from other folks. It's impossible to do this as a single person, and this is really a community effort. We've seen so many people from all around the community, from any kind of description. So thank you for joining us. Is there any particular thing you want to tell us about how the creative economy has affected you? Has affected have you seen stories that have caused it to affect how the creative economy has affected the city? Anything like that?
I will say one thing from the last group of the people. That puzzle idea was really great, and I'm gonna take that with me and send a puzzle to my niece, because that's just like such a great way to connect to the people you love, and so simple, and you get to like be creative and have an outlet, and then show somebody that you really care about them. And I think that's like the biggest thing about art, is that we get to share our talents, and there's so many different types of talents out there, whether it's people who are in front of the stage singing, acting, dancing, or if you're an artist and you get to show your piece of art, or if you're like the support system behind the scenes, making everything run. It's crazy how amazing, how many different types of people and just what you enjoy doing are all a part of the same community, and it's not just one piece. And I think that's even the biggest thing to kind of put out there is, like when I was in high school, we did theater, and you had to be a part of theater, you had to act or you had to sing. And then, at the school I work at, they get to do theater, but they get to either do costumes or scenery or lighting, sound, acting, marketing, even. All of it plays a huge role in theater specifically, but just in art. So it's like all these different kids, you have 150 kids a part of a theater program, and not just what I had, which was about 20 kids, and even that, I mean, there were the people who did sound during the shows, during tech. And then those people are the people I've kept friends with my whole life. So it just kind of goes to show how, even though there's so many different aspects of art, that's kind of what really brings us all together as people. So anyway, it's just really important.
Yeah, I mean, we got to keep the message that art is important out there. Art is essential. It's essential at all levels of life, all levels of society. It doesn't matter, if you're rich or poor. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. It doesn't matter what part of society you hold as your own. We've been expressing as humanity through art since the earliest phases of humanity. It's quite possibly one of the things that makes us uniquely human. Any thoughts about the proposed budget about defunding the PPD, thoughts about how this budget proposal would affect people of color, the economy of the arts, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I saw Instagram posts about it, I was like, all right, I want to read what this means. And, it seems like they are cutting pretty evenly a lot of, pretty much everything in the city. But then to see that they were giving, $5 million extra dollars to the police in the original budget, and then 14 million extra on top of that, when every single other piece of the budget was cut. You're like, okay, well, the mayor's cutting his salary, which is good to see and all that, but it is just astounding that he thought that the police was what was going to fix problems, and that they would get rid of an entire budget of the arts, and then to see that it was never going to get put back. They were never going to give money to the arts again, which was just so astounding. So yeah, I mean, it's the outreach to people who don't have the public funding or the tax funding, like the housing or the taxes or the houses to give to public schools. It's, to have this extra money to kind of give kids and people in lower income communities an outlet to express themselves is so important. So hopefully they do put that money back, and it can still be out there, because it's just so important. That's your voice,
Yeah, I don't know how people are expected to live without being able to express themselves. Even every aspect of our lives is involved with the arts, and our industry is a huge contributor to the economy, regardless of whether it's recognized or not. I was watching a video early on in the COVID crisis coverage, and there's a work group that was briefly established of production professionals, mostly in live event production, and when you account for all the crew jobs, all the set building, costuming, load in, load out, all the jobs and all the money made by live events, and that includes theater, that includes conferences, that includes concerts. All that money, that block of money is actually, I think, 3 times larger than what we consider the largest part of the economy, which is the military budget. So as a whole, as a society, we spend more on live events and the arts than we do on the military, but the government is not the ones spending that money. So if you want to really look at ROI, really look at where it's valuable to invest your money in from the perspective of a politician, to increase your economy, it's the arts. You fund the arts, you get more people into your town, you get more money flowing in your economy.
Yeah.
So yeah. I don't see our next guest yet, which is Irish Heritage Theatre, but they should be joining soon. They were on earlier. I'll just say it over the video, because I think they were watching the stream anyway. But thanks for dropping by, Kayla. I want to recognize your time. If you need to go, you can go. You can stay if you want to stay. And we'll just keep chugging along here.
Thanks, James. I'll keep watching. I appreciate it. Appreciate everybody.
No problem.
With this community.
I want to see what I have as far as short video testimonials. I have this whole whole list of stuff here, and it's hard to find things at the drop of a hat sometimes. Let me. I'm gonna play the bearded ladies, one of the bearded ladies videos, and we'll see where that gets us to. If you'll hold on just one moment. Well, you know what? I have a piece from Il Dutes here that I'll play. 1 second.
We all walk around with our pants all toe up. Youth getting twisted cause the parents all toe up. Who gon' stop the party if the parents don't show up? Who gon' start providing if them bands don't show up? Watch out for the man, all the streets told us. Next thing you know, man gon' roll up. Bullets sliding out of that barrel that make you grow up. Bullets sliding out of that gun and then you go up. Pants all toe up. Brother, sister, sibling, hood traveling. From first wear where I noticed wear and tear unraveling. Rough day, scuff, fade, bust through, still salvaging. Thread down the leg, leave I just wrangling. My pain ain't long enough to make a cuff. You think if I paint hard enough they wouldn't cuff. But we saying we can't breathe is not enough. They try and tell us under hip is underhand. Hand-me-downs is all we had, so you gotta understand. You be rocking in this fashion with no memories attached. We still rocking like a rock star with these pockets full of cash. Made it rip when I hit my dance. I got a wrist, they smell like gas. I bust a run, I hit a snack. Now the denim man was in them left intact. Got rips from the ankle to the hip, but still stand. We all walk around with our pants all toe up. Youth getting twisted cause the parents all toe up. Who gon' stop the party if the parents don't show up? Who gon' start providing if them bands don't show up? Watch out for the man, all the streets told us. Next thing you know, man gon' roll up. Bullets sliding out of that barrel that make you grow up. Bullets sliding out of that gun and then you go up. Pants all toe up.
These rib bleed strips, they patch cut, roll up. Back sack down, skin tight, pull hot, what up? These rib bleed strips, they patch cut, roll up. Back sack down, skin tight, pull hot, what up? What up, what up, what up, what up?
My pants sag down and I walk with a limp. Cause I'm packing, catching bodies with this shit on my hip. Or at least that's what they think. Don't know me from a can of paint, but still gon' try to tell you what I is and what I ain't. Yo, pants sag down, I'm a criminal now. If I ain't got a suit to look like you, I'm minuscule now. Can't code switch and decode the system simultaneously. Guess I'm changing something. Wear a belt, they'll cuff me, so it's really changing nothing. Pants sag, like my brother's face. They hung from trees, but present day we hang from telly poles. Only keeping track of memes, but no one has to see what happens overseas or even in their own backyard. Avoidance ain't hard, but we don't trip. We just rake the leaves and hate police and rip our jeans. I wanna see more of my people fight for freedom, like my jeans rip the stain. Can't stand them neat and blue. My struggle gave me style. Feels like I be wearing my truth.
We all walk around with our pants all toe up. Youth getting twisted cause the parents Parents all toe up. Who gon' stop the party if the parents don't show up? Who gon' start providing if them bands don't show up? Watch out for the man, all the streets told us. Next thing you know, man gon' roll up. Bullets sliding out of that barrel to make you grow up. Bullets sliding out of that gun and then you go up. Pants all toe up. Pants all toe up. Pants all toe up. Pants all toe up.
Okay, and we're back. We have Kirsten. Kirsten, if you would, real briefly, we're going to be opening the phone lines. So let me put that up on screen real quick. In about an hour, we're going to open the phone lines. Folks can join us via the Zoom chat. Make sure that you put your full name and zip code in as your display name if you want to join us live via the Zoom chat and you don't already have an appointment. That's how I'm going to filter people. I want to know that you read the whole thing. Use your full name and your zip code. It'll also help if you're providing a testimonial for the city council to understand who you are and where you're from and why they should pay attention to what you're saying. So with us is Kirsten. Kirsten, if you would introduce yourself and tell us your pronouns and tell us what you think.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Quinn. I'm with the Irish Heritage Theater. My pronouns are she and her. And I just want to thank you for doing this, James. This is really important work, given the current state of our world and what's happening on so many different levels. To hear about the fact that certain organizations, art organizations like the Philadelphia Cultural Fund, are in danger is very, very upsetting to me and to everyone that you've had on the program. I've been watching the live feed for a little while, and it's great to hear so many organizations speaking out and telling city council and the mayor in our way of how important this is to us and making the arts a priority as opposed to other things that really, the arts are super important to everyone, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender identity. We have a great community of shared work that we're doing, and there's lots of partnerships. For instance, with us, we partner with Community College of Philadelphia, where I've been teaching for 21 years at this point, and that partnership is so vital to us and to those students. We offer them internships, we offer them paid staff positions, we have folks that have joined our board, and it's really, really upsetting on so many levels.
Yep, definitely is. So I've been asking some questions. I don't have a actual formula to these questions. Just want to know if you have any thoughts on programs that you've seen, how them being cut would affect the creative economy, the economy as a whole in Philadelphia, how they would affect the communities of color in Philadelphia.
Well, there are so many theater companies within the city, including ours, who reach out to underserved populations, people that haven't been heard. And right now is the time, I think, for city council and the mayor's office to look at this, to look at the programming, Theater in the X is a program that I think is incredible. And that's just one example of the programs that we have in Philadelphia. We can't survive without the arts. I think people are seeing this now more than ever because, people that are creative, that are artistic, are very passionate about the people in our community who are underserved. And now we're hearing their voices. And while these voices are being heard, they're going to cut funding and programs. It seems completely counterintuitive to me.
Yeah, it seems a bit counterintuitive to me too.
Yeah. And I just don't understand it.
And perhaps we shouldn't. Perhaps we shouldn't talk from a perspective of lack of understanding. I think all of us in the arts really think through problems. That's one of the things we're good at. Like we are problem solvers. We will. You throw something at us, we'll solve it like real quick.
I know.
So, I think that we have a pretty good perspective on the value of the arts as artists, but I think that maybe we shouldn't communicate it as a lack of understanding. We understand. We understand no budget. We understand working to build something from nothing. We understand problem solving. We understand cutting a little bit from everything. We've done it. We've all done it. We've all done it in a production. We've all been handed like $1 billion idea and had to execute it for $10.
Yes.
So, at least us in the arts, so, it is a matter of priorities and it's a matter of problem solving. I don't think that the mayor's proposed budget has problem solved this very well. It's emphasizing policing, even though the city council's proposal is to not follow through with the 19 million or the 14 million to PPD directly. I think they also need to look at all the other areas in which the mayor's proposed budget increases budget instead of cut and redistribute all those increases to all the programs that are getting fully cut instead of he didn't do what he said was a great platitude. I cut a little bit from everywhere, but that's not what this budget reflects.
No,
so maybe we should.
It absolutely doesn't. And there are so many things that in addition to arts organizations like social services for people of color, services for people that are struggling with mental illness, the LGBTQ plus community. The distribution, like you said, it's not reflecting what he's even saying that he wants to do. OACCE, it's critical to closing the gap in access to these experiences, and it's absolutely necessary. And we're in a time, and like you said, we are really good at problem solving. We are really good at taking a very small budget and using it to create art and to create opportunities. And so we're used, like you said, we're used to being cut. But now is not the time to do any of that. In fact, we need it more than ever. After what organizations have experienced during the COVID crisis and all of these productions being canceled, or closed early, this is impacting everyone.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't want to. I said one thing to the Councilman Green when I spoke with him, and that is, I've never before considered actually leaving Philadelphia, but if this became a city with no arts, I don't know what I would do here. I don't know what use I would be here. This wouldn't be home to me anymore. Thank you for joining us, Kirsten, and I really appreciate your words. I hope these get passed along to City Council, and a further call to action. Everybody, just please phone City Council. Let them know that these, and even if you phoned yesterday, even if you phoned this morning, phone them again. Leave another voicemail.
Yeah.
If you get through to a person, just be like, look, I really want to speak with the council member. It's really important to me. It's that important to me that I want to speak with them. If they can return my call, I know they're in hearings. If they can return my call tonight, I'm available. I told Councilmember Green, I asked him to participate in this, and he messaged me, oh, I don't know, I'm in hearings all day. And I said, hey, I'll be here all night. I will clear any block of time to speak with you. I will be live until 10. If you want to talk after that, I will go live again. I don't care. If you want to, call me on the phone, I will talk with you that way. But anyway. Thank you again, Kirsten. I don't want to take up any more of your time unless you have any last thoughts.
I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you to the Philadelphia theater community. And if there's anything that IHT can do, we are listening. We're at the ready, and we're at the ready, and we're going to do those things, James. We're going to write again today, call again today, do whatever we can to support the arts and our community at large. So thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. And I see that we have our next guest with us. Hey, Quentin. Hey, CJ. Oh, there you are.
Hey.
Hey, folks. Why don't you? I'll toss it to CJ first. Introduce yourself, preferred pronouns, and then we'll toss it to Quentin and let us know what you have to say.
Great. So my name is CJ, and I use they, them pronouns.
And I'm Quentin J. Alexander. I use he, him, and also they, them pronouns.
And I feel like we should talk at the same time. Like,
I know, right?
And we are
going
using our time efficiently.
Exactly.
Quentin and I are co-producing an event, a virtual event called the #Nightlife Renaissance Fair.
Mm-hmm. And that goes up on June 27th. And it will be on your computer because everything is moving to digital now. And it more than likely we probably won't get to attend an actual physical real life Renaissance fair this year because of COVID and everything that's going on right now.
Because of the everything. Yeah, so the event itself, we're going to be featuring some amazing artists beginning at 4 p.m. that day. They'll be showing us how they do their work and all of that, like you would expect at a Renaissance fair, walking up to somebody making a sword, those sorts of demonstrations. We'll also probably be doing like a small little one-off D&D adventure. And then beginning at 7 o'clock, we'll be featuring about 20 performers from the Philadelphia area and beyond who are going to be doing all types of amazing acts. We've got drag performers, stage combat artists. We've got belly dancers, Shakespearean actors, like you name it, we have it there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and I've also contacted a couple of local artisans who will be demonstrating how they make their crafts, whether they be like jewelry or metalwork, or even like sort of, we have one person that makes a series of like sort of resin trays with a lot of cool sort of witchy designs, everything like that. So we'll get some insight on their process of how they make their wares.
Yeah. And we created this sort, like in the planning process, Quentin and I really were thinking about like how to make the Renaissance Fair, but with less, if not none, of all of the really cool bigotry and microaggressions that often happen at your standard Renaissance Fair.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's in the digital space. We're gonna be less shitty than you're used.
We'll try to.
It'll be a regular hoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people will be able to access that specifically from the Facebook page for the Hummingbirds Theater Troupe. So that's where you'll be able to find it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all awesome. Thank you, guys. I just was wondering if you guys have any input into how the proposed budget cuts to the OACCE and the proposed budget increases that are still on the table for the PPD affect you and the community at large.
Sure. Quentin, do you want to go first, or I can go first?
Yeah, I caught like a little bit of the tail end of your last interview, and right now I am an out of work theater artist, you know, as is CJ, you know, and you know, with COVID and everything like that, I had so much work lined up that I actually had to throw out my day planner because, well, none of this stuff is going to happen. So, and if they continue the budget cuts, I don't know what my place in Philadelphia is anymore. So those are my thoughts on that.
Yeah. I definitely agree. I was in a similar situation as Quint. I think a lot of us were, where we had work lined up and then the work all stopped. And a lot of people who are theater artists also depend on day jobs that are also in the arts that aren't necessarily theater. Like I work a lot in arts administration, museum work, things like that. So it doesn't just affect theater artists, it affects the entirety of arts and culture in Philadelphia, which is what makes it a tourist destination for a lot of people. So that is completely removing a huge part of Philadelphia's economy and then putting it into something that nobody's asking for.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't quite understand the decision-making process that they're using, but it doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Just, you know, I don't know of anybody that comes to Philadelphia to see our astounding police force.
Right.
Honestly, that's the last thing I want to see.
Yeah,
when I go to any city.
There's some talk by the FOP president that if you cut police spending, you're cutting spending to the community itself. I just can't square that with reality because policing has negative ROI. So in the years between 2015 and 2019, the police budget increased by a total of 30%. Across the same years, the incidence of violent crime increased also by, guess what, 30%. That's like a negative 100% ROI. That's inverse ROI. I don't know how that even, like, I'm not sure how that works. Like, I'm not a math person, but that's really weird. So yeah, so when you spend money, you usually assume that the city's going to get something out of it, and we don't seem to be getting anything out of police spending. So I'm actually all for the abolition of the police, and let's move forward with cultural tools like arts and culture organizations. Let's figure out crime before it happens. You know, by giving people an outlet, giving people a voice, giving people the opportunity to express themselves. But I think you guys' program sounds amazing. I'll probably be going. It's not as fun because I usually wear a kilt to the fair.
You can wear a kilt.
You can still wear a kilt.
Home.
I can.
I'll probably be wearing a kilt. I have a trans pride kilt. I'll probably be sporting that.
I mean, I can wear my kilt, but like then I'm just gonna be sitting here in my chair.
Selfies. That's why we love selfies.
It'll be comfy. It'll be breezy.
Easy
while you're watching.
You don't even have to pretend to be wearing underwear anymore. You could just cut right to the chase.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. Well, is there anything else you guys wanted to say in particular? Anything important? Anything last thoughts? You got a couple of minutes left on your time, so I'll just give the floor to you guys.
I don't know. I had like an early morning, so.
Hey man, I've been here since 7 a.m.
Yeah, like I went straight from like doing like online standardized patient work right into this. So I'm like still trying to like get my brain together.
Yeah, I was really busy too. I was playing Animal Crossing and then I came here. So exact same boat.
Yeah, you really gotta. I mean that thumb workout, man. That's it's a lot of work. No, I love playing video games, so no hate in my role. I just, this has been a marathon.
I bet.
It's going to continue to be a marathon. I'm going to be here for another 9 hours minimum.
Champion.
I'm gonna take a couple of breaks. I do get a couple of breaks because Gabby has been helping out.
Thanks.
Yeah, so I don't want to steal any more of your time. If you got someplace to go, feel free. If you want to stick around, stick around. We can just chit chat for a while. Not sure. My next guest is 2 people, and they should be joining momentarily. So.
I mean, I have nowhere else to go but Duckburg, which is the name of my Animal Crossing island, but...
Duckburg. Are you a fan of Tailspin, or...
That was DuckTales.
Yeah, that was DuckTales.
Yeah. Tailspin was like Baloo and like...
Yeah, but weren't they set in the same...
It was Saint Canard or something. Oh, Cape Suzette.
Cape Suzette.
I think that was the name of the town that they lived in. Was Cape Suzette.
You know what the problem is? They played back to back when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Plus, literally every cartoon at the time was about how your favorite characters could be detectives.
Yeah.
So, DuckTales, Chip and Dale. All of them were like, but what if they solved crime?
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hello everyone.
Hey.
So welcome to our next guests. Would you folks introduce yourselves, preferred pronouns, let us know a little bit about yourselves.
Absolutely. Yeah, we didn't give you the copy of who we were beforehand. That's our bad.
Sorry. My name is Becky Fleckner. My pronouns are she, her.
And I'm Jed Kravisky, he, him, his.
We are 2 Philadelphia actors and artists, and I'm also an art educator, theater educator in Philadelphia, and we started an organization at the beginning of the pandemic called Artists in Place.
Yeah, it's not at all an affiliate company or anything like that. It's a collaboration of artists who come together, who are basically just producing their own original pieces, whatever speaks to them, whatever is in their wheelhouse or reflects the work that they do as an artist or creator of any type, really. And we've been producing almost every week some kind of live variety show that is streamed on Facebook, and you can check us out at our Facebook page, Artists in Place.
That's the elevator pitch of that one.
Yeah.
That's awesome, guys. Do you have any particular statements on the budget, the PPD, etc.?
We sure do. We brought props.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Props.
Yeah.
These are hot off the presses. Yeah.
Yeah, that did some research. So just to preamble the research that we kind of looked up, or I looked up, and you looked up separately. Like I said, I'm an arts educator as well. I have my master's degree in theater education from Emerson College. I only say that because I feel oftentimes as an artist, as a theater artist, and as a woman, I need to clarify my credentials. So that being said, I come from a lens or from the standpoint of arguing until I'm blue in the face how important arts are in education, but that is not just for children. Arts education is important for all walks of life. I have taught from preschool to age 99 and above. It is vitally important that we use the arts for what they are intended to do, which is to teach, to inspire, to enlighten, and to educate, to use the same word in the definition. Arts teach you empathy, arts teach you collaboration, arts teach you perspective. It is the most important thing I think we have in our society. Now, obviously, me saying it is the most important thing in our society is because that is the field I am in. But if we focus on arts, then we can absolutely start to tackle all of the other things that go on as well, including mental health issues, but not only mental health issues. We did research. I did research a lot from that lens, but we also did research on how arts help economies, because there are studies upon studies upon studies of why why arts are important for economies. And so we pulled up some numbers.
Yeah. And I mean, before we get into that, even I think we can speak from personal experience about where it is that we went to school. So Becky and I attended undergrad together a decade ago plus at the Massachusetts College of Liberal Arts, which is located in a small town in Massachusetts called North Adams. It's up in the Berkshires. And it was, at one point, a factory town. And that whole, area was very industrialized.
Textiles.
Yeah. Until the late 80s, early 90s recession came around and everything folded up shop. And so you had an area that was completely thrust into a depression because it's, a small town with, a small sector of jobs. And, if a handful of those, textile factories, a handful of those shops and everything go belly up, then the entire economy of the area falls out from under itself. So it took, the better part of 2 decades until, when we were seeing that transition when we were in school there, for that area and for that town to rebuild itself. And the way that they did it was through the arts. So all of the empty storefronts that were, just privately owned businesses, whether they were restaurants or whether they were other shops, a lot of those storefronts became art galleries. And students had the opportunity to, have their, own creations put up there. They were curating their own exhibits. And the arts is low startup cost. Anyone can do art, but not everyone can do art. But it's also a way of bringing people in. It means tourism. It means I'm losing my train of thought there, but it's basically a way of creating something out of nothing in a small area. And what city, what area wouldn't ask for something like that? It's not a sports stadium, which costs hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not, a concert or something like that coming into town, which is here in a day, great, it makes some money, and then it's gone forever kind of thing. It's something that is permanent, it's long lasting, and it is constantly growing and evolving without, taking millions of dollars and overhead and things like that to come in to create it.
I think that's a super important point, and I just want to highlight it there because one of the reasons why I organized this rally and why I think that this is a super important topic to discuss with your representatives is because once these organizations disappear, once they're defunded, it takes a really long time to build them back up again.
Right.
People move, people leave. You don't have the pool of talent any longer. And we live in Philadelphia. We have 2 major metropolitans pulling for talent all the time. You have DC pulling for talent in both advertising and promotional work, and you have New York pulling for talent in every part of the arts economy. So yeah, it's super important that these things don't get cut because they won't come back very fast. They won't come back in a generation. It might take 3 or 4 generations before they would come back, even if they were refunded.
Yeah.
Well, and first off, I want to say thank you for doing this as well, because it is such an important thing to keep this vocal and to keep us going on this. Not only for the idea of defunding the police, which I know is also a topic that we want to talk about, and I know you guys have been talking about as well, but also for where that budget money needs to go. And forgive me if this has been spoken about throughout the stream. I've been able to jump in and jump out when I can. But the budget that's being proposed right now is a 5-year plan in which the way the city does it. So this is a 2021 to a 2025 budget with a 0 amount for the arts and cultural. So that is devastating.
Yeah, that actually hasn't been discussed. I wasn't aware of that. So
something that I had said also in one of our variety shows for Artists in Place when the budget had been first released last month, I said, if you like the arts, if you like us today, you need to help us out because tomorrow we are not guaranteed to be here. And if we disappear tomorrow, what does that mean for the restaurants downtown that are next door to the theaters that people are going out to? If you eliminate one huge reason for people to come to your city, for you to visit and spend money in the area, what's the domino effect of the areas around it? And what does that mean for your city in terms of what you are spending money to advance?
Definitely. Well, I didn't actually want to interrupt your flow. That was super important. So continue with your thoughts here. You have receipts, as it were.
Thank you. We do. Yeah.
You don't. Yeah. This is all. I'm happy to have open discussion with anyone and everyone who wants to have this discussion because I got lots of opinions about it all. So the first thing that we want to bring up is that I looked into the National Endowment for the Arts, which is a great resource for anybody who wants to figure out how much arts actually give into economies. They have a pictograph that you can click on a state and you can see how much your arts programs contribute to that state, how many industries classified as the arts contribute to that. So for Pennsylvania, it's 35 different industries that contribute to this. So that's film, fine arts, museum studies, theater, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And on a grand scale, the arts and cultural, and so the National Endowment for the Arts, friends, there you go. They have a fun little graph there. The arts and cultural section contributed $804.2 billion, or 4.3% to the nation's gross domestic product in 2016. And it has only gone up from there. So you think about when you contribute to arts programs, when you go to the theater, when you go to the museum, families who are coming into the city to do those things, they're not just going to the museum, right? They're contributing to they're going to the restaurants. They're, they're using gas to get to where they're going, or they're using public transportation to get to where they're going.
They're staying at hotels.
They're
Philly
staying
has
at
the Philly
hotels,
overnight
yeah.
program.
And so it's not just to arts. It's not just to the arts that all of this money is going to. I mean, this all contributes to economic growth. I mean, like I said, there are many, 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 many studies that you can look at that go for this. And this isn't just for cities. There are many studies that you can go and look at for rural situations where they are specifically bringing arts into rural communities so that they can thrive, not only in an economic sense, but also on a social sense, so that people can have an understanding and grasp of other cultures and think outside of their perspective. So cutting the arts fund is so devastating.
Yeah, arts is like so many other things. The arts and theater is local. It's not Broadway. It's not Hollywood. It is so many other small venues that you might not know about, and that with a small change, with what sounds like a small reduction in budget, can completely evaporate.
So if we look at Pennsylvania alone, this year, right? Sorry, I just want to double check. No, sorry. In 2017, there was a 3.5% increase to the state's economy because of arts and arts funded programs. There was a 25.8 billion increase in the economy, 11.7 billion arts workers compensation, and
176,787 arts employees.
Sorry, I'm all worked up that I can't even speak numbers. But that alone, so cutting that, we are going to be losing a slew of jobs, not to mention just so many other important things that go on with that.
I think too many people who, whether they realize it or not, are detractors for the arts, or who don't see it as vital work being done, especially when it comes to jobs and things like that. You think of it as being like fanciful. It's impractical. You don't know how to explain it or whatever. But so many people consider themselves working artists. They are independent contractors. I remember this project, going back to undergrad and everything. In our intro to arts management class, there was an assignment of just looking up, just straight up Google searching, and make a database of all of the arts related businesses in your area, just in a given county, right? In a small part of a country in Western Massachusetts. But that means anyone who is a sculptor, anyone who makes decorative cakes, these things are arts. It expands to so many different avenues and outlets and things like that are not necessarily something that you go out to see, but it is a business in your area. So you can't, say that you are caring or concerned about small businesses, but not also being concerned with the arts as well.
So in our 1 minute that we have left, I just want to point out that I was looking up the Philadelphia budget proposal. Yes, they are adding more funds to education and to schools, but the amount of money that they are adding to the police department, knowing full well what is going on in this country right now, and knowing that there are other departments that have absolutely restructured the way they have gone, if not defunded at all and dismantled, and been fine. The fact that they are taking that from the arts is just completely astounding to me, and it is disgusting.
I think my last thought is, if Mayor Kennedy, if elected officials are looking at the parts of their city which are struggling or doing the worst, and you are thinking that those places are doing fine, I think that speaks to what you are concerned about in your job. Because it's not going to support the things that everyday people need. It's going to support things that protect large money interests.
15 minutes flies by when you're heated.
Yeah. Thank you so much for all of this. And if you want to send me any of those resources as links or whatever in an email or however you want to get it over to me, that would be great. I'll post some of it online in the chats. Also, I don't know if you know, but we do have a financial management Philly City budget special takeover at 7:30 this evening. Don't know if you have time to join that, but Asaki might be willing to have you join that with her. She'll be running it, and but you bring a lot of receipts, so I'm sure it could be helpful and add to the discussion. So
we're available.
Yeah, if you could just send us that information. I can't think straight right now, but that would
oh,
be...
yeah. Just keep 7:30 in your mind and join back into the chat.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
We'll do.
Thanks. Thanks
All right.
for everything you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Good luck.
Hello, friend. I'm admitting Miriam as well.
Great. Hi,
And,
Miriam.
Miriam, you're still muted. We've been saying that a lot today. I even did it to myself. If you folks wouldn't mind introducing yourselves, say your name, your preferred pronoun, whatever you're here to say. I'm going to turn my video off so you guys can be kind of uninterrupted on the screen there.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Becky Wright. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a founding member of Apply Mechanics, an experimental theater collective, and also a founding member and co-facilitator of Hatch, which is a residency for Philly-based female and trans and non-binary artists that takes place in New Hampshire every summer.
Hello, my name is Miriam White. My preferred pronouns are she, her. With Becky, I also am a co-founder of Hatch, the residency that takes place in Harrisville, New Hampshire. I'm also a theater artist in the Philadelphia community where I've been working since 2004, give or take.
Right. Yes. I'm in addition to those affiliations, I'm a freelance director. I work primarily as a director. And I've been in Philly on and off since 2002. And taught at a bunch of schools around here as well. And primarily at University of the Arts since 2011, 12. But we just, first of all, I want to shout out Power Street and Girls Rock Philly and the other orgs for getting together this amazing online digital rally and even kind of braving the concept of a digital rally for the arts. So exciting, and I think such an indication of the strength of the arts scene and community here in Philly. And this is like exactly the reason that it does need protection, elevation, amplification, more, not less funding, is because there's a lot of passion here and a real sense of community. And, getting together something like this digital rally, it's not like Power Street's trying to raise money for themselves. They're trying to save the money for all the artists that live in this region, to be able to continue doing their work and serving the multiple communities that are served by this work in Philadelphia and the surrounds. So I feel like that kind of community spirit deserves its own applause and shout out, and I'm really honored to get to participate even in this small way.
Yeah. Oh, I also wanted to add, because art, I'm always looking under the lens of theater, but I also worked at the Barnes Foundation for 2+ years as well, and also was moved by a lot of the work that they were doing as well.
And they do partnerships with the theater and performance community, pretty regularly.
They do. They have First Fridays, and on Sundays they have programming for children that often brings in all kinds of different multidisciplinary arts groups. Yeah, and they're recently working on spearheading or maybe they already have an all-women's takeover of the Barnes, women artists of all kinds. I'm not sure if that's actually has happened yet, but they were in talks when I was there about a year ago.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, I think that kind of cross-pollination too, it's so valuable for artists and audience members and also young people to kind of have access to the different art forms speaking to each other and the kind of spaces that can open up. So
absolutely.
I always thought it was cool that the Barnes has been doing more of that since they moved into the city.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we wanted to talk a little bit about what the arts in Philadelphia means to us. We've both been here for a pretty long time, and also we're both parents of small children. And so, at least speaking for myself, I had the my experience was that having kids made all of this stuff that we do seem even more important. And not just because like I want my kids to have access, but I want a world where all kids have access to art in the way that a kid like growing up in a household of artists gets to. So that makes me want to fight for a future Philadelphia that has plays for my kids and their friends and the friends of their friends and like children in neighborhoods far away from mine to get to come see. I want there to be museums that are free so that anyone could like happen in off the street and become somebody who loves art. For me, like becoming a parent has made this seem really vital in a much more expansive way than it did when I was just kind of working as a practitioner. So
absolutely. I just think about the value of empathy, and when I look at my children, and I right now specifically in this time, I think I see hope when I look at them, and how theater and art, like nothing else, breeds empathy. It's how people learn and engage with empathy and sort of flex those muscles. So I can't imagine a world in which, I believe that that's where my empathy comes from, growing up with it in my school as an artist from, birth.
Those shops and everything.
In Philadelphia, for many years I've been here, and I've gone to theater spaces and felt moved by the performances that I see on stage and able to empathize and learn about new kinds of people.
Absolutely. Yeah. What brought you to Philly initially? Did you come here because of theater?
Yes and no. I would hate to say that I did actually follow a boy here, but my family was here as well. And I very, very quickly became involved with the Philadelphia theater community. The first company that the first show I did was with Simpatico. I did Vietnam 101 in the Shubin Theater ages and ages ago, which was a pretty exciting activist-driven piece of theater. That was in, what was that, 2005? I think it was their first or maybe their second season. What about you? What brought you to Philly?
When I was graduating from college in the Midwest, I got an internship at Interact Theater Company. I'd never been to Philly before. I just was kind of looking at, I was looking east. I didn't want to go to New York. I still believe that, so much of the power of theater is about gathering people and liveness, and the fact that it kind of has to be local. And I was really interested in finding a locale to be in, and not just in a kind of more offbeat cosmopolitan milieu than just the kind of commercial scene up there. So anyway, I applied for a bunch of internships and I got one at Interact, and then I arrived and they were like, "Oh, we've never had an intern before." What do you want to do?
Internship class there?
I was their first season-long intern. They'd had
were you the
several
only
interns.
one?
Yeah, it was just me. It was me and I think they had a staff of 5 at that time, and it was all men. So it was me and 5 guys in the office at the Adrian, this like bi-level office. But it was quiet and education. It was like that year was, because I was the only one and the first one, I just got to do a lot of different things, and they really worked hard to find things for me to do. And I found like the community in Philadelphia, the community around that place was full of people who wanted to find work that they could pay me for and all that stuff. It was just this kind of instant supportive network. And so I stayed for a couple years after that and did various odd jobs for them and other companies. But I feel like I'm so lucky that Interact was my landing pad, because I didn't really know at the time how rare it is to have such a longstanding theater company that's values driven in that way. And I think, their mission is to do new work that has political content is a pretty specific mission. And in the years that I worked in that office, which were many, because even after I came back, I left to go to grad school, and then I came back to Philly to do another job for Interact, and I was a literary manager there briefly. And, they just, pretty regularly people come through that office and are like, "You've been around how long? And your mission is what? That's like extraordinary. That's amazing. Like, what kind what kind of city is this that can support a theater company like that? And they're not the only ones actually in town that have a kind of specific niche mission, that have made a commitment to new work, that have made a commitment to local artists. That there's a really special thing in Philly where I think it's safe to say like every theater company here prides itself on being a good community member. People have different interpretations of what that means. People define community in different ways. There's like lots to unpack there.
Yeah.
But on the kind of heart level, the commitment to the scene here, the community here, the artists who live here, is I think a shared ethos, which kind of gives me hope for the future of the scene. I think if there's ever a city in the country that has like the ingredients to become a kind of truly inclusive, diverse, equitable, forward-thinking, artistically viable, multiplicitous, like artistic sphere, I think it's Philadelphia. Like we're not there yet, but I think we have the makings of getting there.
Yeah.
And that people want to get there. So a lot of my sense of that snapshot, my sense of the city is operating that way, comes from starting out at Interact, this place that was kind of like always kind of on fire with engaging the world and thinking about how that translates into art and to like art in our city.
I agree. I also respect that theater and have worked in different capacities there as well. But it's always moved me that they've made, Seth specifically has made the concerted effort to stay within the mission when he has gotten pushback. And, you could grow, you could become a larger institution if you were less rigid in adhering to this mission. And he has really deliberately made the decision not to. And I have utmost respect for that. I remember when I first came here, another reason that drew me to stay was that I looked at people who had careers, specifically Catherine Slusar at the time, who was able to work exclusively in the arts and also able to raise a family and own a home in the city limits. I thought that was really unique and remarkable, and I've spoken to many people that had aspirations to have Broadway careers or more regionally focused careers, but have ended up landing here because of that ability, that you really can afford to be a homeowner and you can afford to start a family and continue to work exclusively in the arts in Philadelphia. It's unique. I know it's not, the only in the world where it's possible, but it certainly is becoming somewhere where that is noticed for that ability.
Mm-hmm. And I think like within that, performers and designers, especially if they're working exclusively in the arts and are based in Philly, they're working at companies that are a range of sizes, like it's not unusual for people here to be like, a show at the Arden, a show at Simpatico, a show they wrote themselves and are producing in the Fringe, like all that kind of mix of things. Which is part of why these proposed budget cuts are so devastating, is because what they basically say is, go away. Like you shouldn't live here if you want to be an artist, because we cannot, will not support you, and like don't believe that the work you do has enough value to pay for. And like little guys, we don't care if you go away. Like it kind of tells the small companies to go find another way to make a living.
Yeah.
And I find that really heartbreaking, because I think really the lifeblood of the city is as an artistic scene. I think the artistic scene is part of the lifeblood of the city, and that part of the lifeblood of the artistic scene is that there is this kind of range and diversity of company sizes and styles, and that freelance artists can have a life that involves interfacing with all of them.
And also just, there's been exponential but yet sustainable growth in theater as well since we've moved here. I remember when I first got here, people talking, and it's been, coming up on I can't do math, almost 20 years. 17 years, 18 years. But there, in that time, and people were saying, Philadelphia used to have 6 equity theater companies. It's tiny. And now there's just been this explosion of different kinds of theater companies, and they have been able to survive, and it has been sustainable for them to create work. And again, yes, absolutely. I remember learning in college that you know, you have to stay in your lane when you become a theater artist. You have to, if you want to be an actor, you got to be an actor. Don't show anybody that you can do anything else, because then they'll just put you somewhere else. And that was really drilled down my throat, like force fed. But that's just really, truly not the case here at all. People really cross disciplines, and there's director, designer, playwrights, all kinds of different people that are practicing the many multitude of art forms that they were born to do.
I don't want to interrupt you guys. This is a great conversation, and I want you to keep going if you feel like it. I just wanted to remind everybody that the Zoom chat information is up on the lower third of the screen right now on the stream, and so you can dial in anytime between now and 2:30. We'll also have a later dial in for folks, and you can either join the conversation or just give a brief statement and hop back off. That's up to you. If you Erlina says F staying in your lane, Miriam. Multidisciplinary artists are the future.
Absolutely.
So yeah, so anybody who wants to join us, just join us. You can join us for a moment, join us for an hour, join us for a discussion. Just give a shout to the arts being essential. Give a shout to defunding the PPD. Whatever you want to do, the lines are open for the next hour. Please join with your full name and your zip code. And I'm going to turn it back over to you guys. I'll admit people, and people might pop up in your chat. So just if you'll give them space when they do.
Great.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. Call on in. Yeah, I mean, to me, defunding the PPD just seems like such a no-brainer. Obviously, the city is not becoming safer because of that. I think it seems completely clear to me that investing in communities is the real road towards public safety. I feel like, it's 2020, that anyone who's still making any kind of a case for any version of trickle-down economics is really lying to themselves. It clearly doesn't work. End the tax abatement. Incentivizing predatory development does not help the people of Philadelphia live here, make life here, flourish here. All it does is help people build buildings and not contribute to the neighborhoods around them. With the money, the property taxes that they could be paying on those buildings that are currently escaping the tax abatement, they could fund so many programs in Philadelphia public schools. They could build so many community gardens. They could fund so many small theater companies. I mean, it's an absurd, draconian, ridiculous construct. And I truly believe, okay, so maybe the tax abatement is going to take a few more years to really talk the city out of, but if you took even just the money they're talking about adding to the PPD, you could fund the entire Office of Arts, Culture, and the Creative Economy and PCF, and they have $10 million left over. I mean, give me a break. Look at the times that we live in. There's no parent on the planet who would be like, I don't want my kids to grow up with arts. I don't care about that. I'd rather have them surrounded by guns, which is what police have. There's no parent in the world would make that case. And I remember when I first moved to Philadelphia and I was trying to figure out whether to stay here, a few years in, I was trying to figure out whether to stay here. And I was like, my real question is whether or not I want to raise kids here, because I want to have kids someday. And my aunt said to me, why would you stay somewhere where you didn't want your kids to live? No one should be someplace where they wouldn't feel okay having kids. Even if you don't, even if you want to have them, we should be kind to ourselves. We want a world that is safe for everybody, right? So I don't want my kids to live in a town with no arts. I don't want anyone else's kids to live in a town with no arts, and I don't want to live in a town with no arts. There's no reason why that money shouldn't be going towards making the world and the city a better place for us all to coexist, and giving us a chance to make it even better than it is.
Amen. Hi, Marissa.
Hi, Marissa. I love you nodding. It makes me feel very empowered.
Yeah.
I want to interrupt.
No. Join in.
And hi, James. So I guess if you two want to lead me in, I know is from now till 2:30 is like this public testimonial time. Is that right?
Oh yeah. If you guys can keep talking, yeah, I do want to be able to have this time for public testimonials. So just if as people join, just recognize them and allow them to speak, and then we can continue the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Did you want to say something, Marissa?
Sure. I was trying to also pull up Facebook. Are we live in the Digital Arts Rally stream right now?
Live for everything. Yep.
Great. Earlier I had both screens up, but right now I don't. And I also had my Instagram up before. So yes, hi, I'm Marissa. I use she, her pronouns. I'm coming to you from South Philly. Earlier today I was up in my, what I call my Miss Marissa music studio, was when I was doing my earlier chat with James. James, thank you again on earlier. And now I'm in my living room eating lunch. I was actually really inspired by some of the conversations I was listening to yesterday from some of the amazing folks from Power Street Theater. And I was really encouraged by hearing Asaki and Gabi and Arlena. They were talking about their first impressions of each other, and it was just really beautiful to watch. And I first encountered Power Street. I was telling them through my friend and former housemate Melinda Gulick, and that's in 2012 or 2013 when I learned about Power Street. But anyway, I was saying I was inspired by, they were chatting about their favorite foods in quarantine, and they were chatting about how I think Gabi and Asaki have sort of been like sharing foods across cultures. So it's just me in my house right now. My roommate is not here right now, but I was inspired, so I kind of made a little my own like poke bowl situation. I myself am Jewish and have no Asian descent, but I was really inspired by their conversation. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing right now. I felt like I already spoke earlier this afternoon, so I'm happy to help highlight other voices, but if there's anything else, James, that you or Miriam or Becky you'd like me to share right now, I certainly can.
I'm just jealous of your lunch.
Last night I made sushi and like not meat. It went so. And so now I'm doing sort of a like poke bowl type situation, which is
1 minute
here because you can just throw it all together.
Nice. I'm impressed that you even braved making sushi at all. That's amazing.
Yeah. Actually, Becky, I guess since you're here, could I ask you a question? Would that be okay?
Yeah, anything.
Well, I don't know. In the effort of like public testimonial and around this, I think everything you were saying was beautiful about, channeling our funding, rechanneling our funding, which is what this whole rally is about. And Miriam, I don't want to speak for you either as far as your identity, but I don't know if folks know Miriam and I both went to WashU.
Oh.
But just since this is our little group right now, I guess I'm curious, I was talking with James about passing privilege. And that can look a lot of different ways. And I was talking about how that looks for me as being I'm half Ashkenazi Jewish and half Sephardic Jewish. And I'm very much white, but I do have some Hispanic heritage through my grandfather. His family went from Spain to Turkey to America. And I have a lot of cousins who live in Argentina and Mexico and et cetera. So, but I'm still very much white. And also being Jewish, but that is not on the, you can't necessarily see that. And I'm newly queer. I've been sort of in a coming out process in the last 2 years. But that you also can't see. Thanks. So I don't know, I guess I'm just curious to you two, as far as like our place or where we can harness whatever privilege we have towards social change and or like being a listener and taking a step back. I don't want to throw that out if that's okay.
Yeah, I think it's such an important question. And not one that I can claim to be an expert on at all. I feel like that the last thing you said about being a student, like a listener, is really important. Being kind of a student of the the times, the community, the world around you, being, you know, if you're in any kind of a visible position as artists always are, like being willing to make mistakes and keep going and learn new things and change your positions, all of that stuff. I mean, for me, yeah, I don't know what, I'm not sure how defensible it is for me to gain employment right now, or if it ever has been. I do think that when I gain employment, I'm often in a hiring position. And so one thing that I get to do is just have some say in who I cast and who I bring onto creative teams. Depending on the producers I'm working with, I have like varying degrees of say in that, you know, but to the extent that I have control over that, I'm thinking very deliberately and acting very deliberately about like considering not just like diversity on my teams and in my cast, but really like looking at the makeup of like who is on a stage and who is shaping the world of that stage, and being thoughtful about making sure that there's I don't know, just Black and POC and queer and female and representation on all possible fronts. I just think this is, I mean, this is always a bit of a question of legacy. Like if you don't look very far in the circle around you, you'll probably see a bunch of white guys because that's who's been empowered to do this stuff for the longest. So you have to, I expect more of myself and of us than that. But I also think that I am also very much a flawed human who has lived her whole life in a very fucked up system. And so all I can do is like try and, at least all I know to do right now is like try and keep learning.
Me too. I'm thinking I mean, as cliche as it sounds, I'm thinking and placing a lot of hope and resources and learning in my children right now, because they are at kind of the perfect age to be learning differently than I learned, and to be really deliberately having conversations with them that are scary and challenging and hard, and in some ways sometimes feel counterintuitive to protect because I want to protect their innocence and I don't want them to hurt or be scared or suffer, but really deliberate, being very, very deliberate in any of the time that I do to be really purposeful in seeking out voices that can help me figure out how to teach them right now and how to help them enter a world and be part of a world that's going to be different from the world that we grew up in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Becky, were you going to say something?
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I appreciate both of you sharing those sentiments, and Miriam, to what you were just saying, I myself am not a mother yet, but I am an aunt of 6, some people call them nibblings, but you know, my siblings' children. So I have 6 nieces and nephews. And yeah, that's been a question even I've been asking. And in this time of COVID too, like being removed from them, and still trying to be in the conversation of how are we raising them. I might be telling you something you already know, but for anybody who's watching too, have you watched the CNN Sesame Street town hall?
Yeah, I did.
Did you find it helpful at all? Or
I did. I want to rewatch it by myself. It was, you know, I sort of had this like utopian dream that we would sit there together and they would be like, yeah, I get it. This is awesome. I'm totally, you know, absorbing everything. And it wasn't, it's not entirely how it played out for them. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad, you know, exposing and having them see and recognizing that this is all fucking privilege for me, and that you know, they're already 3 and 4, and I haven't had to, you know, worry about them in ways that I feel very lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. And there's also this is the teacher in me coming out, but there's one other resource that I'm actually planning to tune into today, later at 3:30, the PBS programming. It's specifically for parents, I think, as opposed to like Town Hall was for parents and kids. But did you see that one?
I didn't. Mm-mm.
Maybe I'm going to try to find, one of the places I teach for is Zoom Dance.
Oh, cool.
And yeah, are y'all familiar with Zoom Dance? So, and my boss, Sarah Gladwin Camp, has been incredible. We're a pretty much an only female led organization, or femme identifying too. I'll put a pin in that. But yes, that's basically, and I've been really grateful for her leadership. But anyway, the point being that we have shared that on our page. So I'll maybe, as we're chatting, try to get that for you, James, in the chat. But yeah, at 3:30 to 4:30 today, there's I don't exactly know how it's been called, but it's by PBS for parents about talking about race and racism with kids.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it might actually be quiet for a moment so I can find that.
Yeah, I think this is another area too where it's like so important to try and figure out how to talk about it with our kids, but also how to talk about race and racism with each other, as I think white people are bad at that. And certainly, like whether you're whatever group you're putting yourself in at the moment of being a white person, like white parents are bad at talking about that with each other. White theater makers are bad at talking about that with each other. There's like a lot of, I think there's a lot of room to grow among adults, and that our conversations with our children might be able to feed that, but that also our conversations in the industry, I just think it's so past time, and now everyone knows that, to just be kind of frank and honest and deliberate about how we are addressing the kind of ongoing inequalities about like hiring and representation, which is like representation is like kind of one of the fundamental aspects of our medium. So we ignore it at our peril, and the capacity to consider it like the facets of representation inconsequential, I think kind of like undermines the entire pursuit of theater. We should be thinking of that. We should be thinking only in terms of how powerful representation is and what do we want to do with that power. And I think if we could do a better job as white practitioners of like tying our stated values to our actual artistic practice, the world would start looking very different very quickly. And I think we all have that power.
As a non-pale person, very I don't I've had different things told to me. I am a black man. I was very recognizably black when I was a kid. People would just assume that I was black, and as I've grown older, people assume that I'm everything else. So I have to say, as a person of color, a black man who is on this chat, just yes, theater, very specifically Philly theater, and very specifically high up people who've been in the industry a long time, have a very, very difficult time talking about race. People get very defensive very, very, very fast. And those defensive reactions are as violent as the defensive reactions that cops take when they're accused of racism or accused of being bullies. There's been a conversation around Philly Black Theater and whether or not we should bother anymore, so to speak. The number of times that Philly Black Theater has reached out and tried to assert our voice in Philly theater, and members of Philly Black Theater have tried to integrate with the rest of Philly theater. Year after year, we more and more of the folks that are of minority description get shut out of the conversation, and or get discouraged or get angry, or whatever their individual reasonings are. It seems to be a revolving conversation. How are we ending up back here, back at this conversation about integrating theater? I mean, this particular moment is great. This particular moment in time where we're recognizing that race is still an issue. There's very visible examples of that there is systemic racism. Why are we? I guess the question is, why are we back to systemic racism, to discussing systemic racism? Why does this conversation keep having to happen? What is going wrong here? Like, where, folks want to know how to be of help, but the Black community at this point is like, okay, you guys need to figure it out then, because we done told you. So I just, I'm fascinated by this conversation. At the same time, I'm upset at the conversation. Like, why are we back to having this conversation? I don't know. Maybe it is what it is. I keep saying that today. We had a few people join. Feel free, if you want to make a statement, to let me know. Liz, you just joined. Did you want to make a separate statement on to City Council?
I'm here to support everyone who's here, and just be present in solidarity with everyone and everything that's been said. I was able to say this earlier today, but in case someone else is listening now, thank you, James, for giving me the opportunity to just re-articulate and echo a lot of the things that Miriam and Becky and Marissa have just mentioned, that Philadelphia is my home, it's my chosen home, and I came here because as an artist, I was looking for a place where I could build a life, own a house, raise a family. These things are possible here, not just because of the economics of the city, but also because of the community and the way that those two things work together. And it feels like there's now suddenly a breakdown in that ecosystem that will throw everything out of balance. So my plea to City Council is to reconsider, to not succumb to Mayor Kenny's proposed budget that cuts out arts funding entirely and gives more money to a police force that needs to start looking for actual practical solutions to all of the maladies that we are suffering from as a community. And I also just wanted to say that even if we have to wait for the arts to come back because of COVID, we can't stop investing. We can't stop planting seeds, because it will be completely barren once we are healthy enough to emerge from this, if we don't keep nourishing and taking care of our community now. And it really matters that we take care of each other. So thank you all for the work that you're doing. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you for the statement. This is one of those intersectional moments. I'm sorry to jump into the conversation as a cis male, it's not always the easiest conversation to jump into. I just felt like I wanted to express some of, at least what I know of the Black theater community's, understanding of these things. This conversation, it's difficult. It needs to be had. I don't know the stats, but as far as I understand, the OACCE and other Philly arts funding organizations do spread their net very widely. And a lot of organizations across all kinds of description do get money from the city to continue being artists. It's essential funding for an essential service, and it's an essential service that serves more than just one part of the community. It serves all of Philadelphia. So I just wanted to recognize that and put that out there that while we have these internal discussions, at least they're discussions. It's not like, when a producer dislikes me, they beat me with a stick. So, the arts and artists in general, we're pretty good at taking. Thank you for that link. I'll paste it in the chat. This is a grant link, the grant history of the Philadelphia Cultural Fund. At any rate, these are conversations, and yes, we get frustrated. Yes, we get tired. Yes, we want to be heard, but I think the arts gives us a unique opportunity to be heard and to problem solve. We have a few other guests that jumped in. Feel free to go live on your video if you'd like to make a statement, and I'll recognize you. I'll pin you on the other screen, and you can make your statement and everything like that. Adrian Mackey. PCF is one of the few funders in the region that allows arts orgs to define success on their own terms as opposed to those imposed on them by the funder. So yeah, it's a grant organization that doesn't. You'd be surprised that the people outside the arts would be surprised at the strings attached to most grants. I got a grant for a project from the city, not from the Arts Fund, but from a fund that's set aside for councilmanic privilege. So I got, but the documentation requirements on that grant basically would have been that I needed to open an office for the next 8 years with at least one full-time employee, so that the files that I kept on the spending of that grant, which was $500, could be examined at any time by an inspector from the city.
That's crazy. What good does that do anybody?
I don't know, but I read that and I was like, "Yep, nope, that's in the trash," because I can't I can't spend that money. Like, I can't take that money and then I'm gonna end up spending, all of that money in 2 days worth of paying somebody to actually be that person.
That's absurd.
So yeah, there's strings attached to most grants, very 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 wild strings sometimes, and so I just wanted to bring that up. So I do have a a little bit more block of time here. Rock the Future is going to take over the broadcast at 1:30, and we're at 2:00. We have about 30 more minutes in this open call time. And I like that this is turning into kind of a chat. It's awesome. If anybody else wants to join us, the information is on the bottom of the screen. I can see it's going out on the stream over there. I think if I could just guide the conversation a little bit, just guide it back to how each of you has seen your organizations interact with the community, especially communities of minority description, which includes the LGBTQ, TI plus community. It includes, communities of color. It includes Black communities, underfunded, underserved communities. What is at least, I know I work here too. I'm just asking the question this way. What is at least one project that you've done that in a specific way that it has impacted those communities? I'll throw it to Becky first.
Great. Well, I guess I want to talk first about Hatch, because Hatch's community is in some ways the arts community. Like, it's basically a service organization for Philly-based artists. And we created it like specifically because to kind of address this niche need where like artists who are generating work want residencies, need residencies, just that time to like get away in a supported and supportive environment and just focus on your art project. Like, everyone wants that. Everyone who writes applications is like, all I want is some time, but there's all of this data out there that shows that it's like very, very, very hard for women, and femme and female aligned people to gain access to that kind of resource when they're at an early stage of a project. That women are like kind of more often asked to kind of to talk about the to like prove that something is seaworthy rather than just be like, I have a kernel of an idea. In case it doesn't go without saying, opportunities like this also disproportionately go to white folks. And opportunities like this, this is like not an underserved group per se, but like opportunities like this are often not available to parents, particularly parents who are primary caretakers. Like, residencies mostly will not let you bring your kids. They also will not help you cover the cost of not bringing your kids. So if you fall into like any of these groups, you just don't have as much access to that time and space thing. And that's why we wanted to start this residency. And Hatch, every year, we're currently in our 4th year, and every year there's been the first year we invited Jen Kidwell to bring a project that she was already working on, just to kind of like learn what our processes were. Every year since then, there's been a panel that has determined who comes. The panel includes the previous year's artists. The panel did select artists that would have come this summer. They will now come next summer. But it's always always very self-consciously Black and brown people are kind of centered in the selection process and in the artistic groups that end up coming. So artists, we're not serving non-artists, we are serving artists. But I think, we're serving Philly-based artists. I think that as we've been talking about in this chat, Philly has a long way to go in terms of sufficiently serving, supporting, funding, and amplifying Black and POC artists who live here. And so Hatch has been doing its little part to make space and provide resource. And I really think that it's a lot of what we can do as artists is make artistic spaces. I don't know. I think that Gabi Sanchez is going to be running the most the biggest and best funded theater company in Philadelphia within 10 years. I know that's not where Power Street is yet, whether that Power Street becomes that or it's some other thing. I mean, she is the future. I wish she was the present, but meanwhile, she's the future. And I think like a big thing that we can do as practitioners, as leaders, as white folks, as people who like have like a bit of a track record in Philly is support the next generation. And the next generation is much cooler than the current one. The next generation is much more is Black and brown. The next generation is queer. Like, let's help in whatever way we can funnel resources in that direction and make stages for everyone.
So, and I mean to be pointed with this question, but I don't want to be rude. So please don't take it as rude. What is a specific way? So I hear you saying you're holding space for black and brown folks. What is a specific way in which how is your organization guaranteeing that? How do you avoid bad actors or unconscious bad actions through policy, through whatever? How are you guaranteeing that?
Oh, I don't know if I have an answer to that. I also don't think that that's rude. But I'm not sure I have an answer to that, really. And I don't say that defensively. I'm just I just don't think I'm not sure what I have to offer. I mean, in thinking about Hatch, are there guarantees or holding? Let's talk about holding space and more like one of the resources of Hatch's space. It's like $500 and room to work and board and travel money for projects. So like that, those are just the concrete resources of that program that are offered to people.
So I guess my question is, okay, so for example, my wife works for an organization. She works with a nonprofit organization. She's on their board of senators, and so they make decisions about. They're in the midst of making decisions about things that they can put in place to guarantee that they don't accidentally fall into the same trap that organizations have fallen into generation after generation. There's internal bias that we all have that we don't think about, yet we apply it to our everyday lives. So you actually have to work against that internal bias with the things that you put in place to make those guarantees. At least I've found personally, and I would say that to my knowledge, the research supports that. So, for instance, one of the things that they've been looking at doing is that when people apply for work positions with that organization, stripping the names and identifying info off of the application so that there's not bias in accepting that application. Doing interviews via a methodology that doesn't bias for wealth or doesn't bias for access or these kinds of things. I'm actually kind of interested in how arts funding is doing the same thing too. Just because, not that I would say it doesn't do it. It's just interesting that some organizations seem to be capable of serving the community in an equitable manner, and some other organizations don't. What policies could we put in place? What policies are in place in those organizations that are equitable? How can we ensure that all of arts funding is served in an equitable way?
Can I jump in on that for a second?
Sure.
really lovely to just listen, both to you, Becky, and James, and Liz, and Miriam too, with your fam. But just what was said was lovely. I just want to, on your point, James, about I guess I feel like what I'm hearing from you two is like holding theaters accountable. Is that part of, would you say, like a way to?
Theaters holding themselves accountable.
Okay, great. So to that, and I'm going to be completely honest in my like naivete in this, but something that we do with the Human Rights Campaign on a volunteer level, at least, is like we have someone on each of our committees who is a diversity, equity, and inclusion liaison, and they're just a volunteer. But there's somebody on our committee who is actively looking at every piece of our work through what we call like a diverse and inclusive lens. Now, I know some folks are like sick of the word diversity, so I feel you on that, but that's just what the language has been in the past. Could certainly change, but like so that every piece of what we do is looked at through that lens. And whether that means like including make sure that it's wheelchair accessible in every event that we have, or having an interpreter there. And we mess up too. I mean, I'm totally being vulnerable in that. However, I do feel like that has shaped now some of my artistic work. And I hope to continue that because I'm newer at being at the helm of artistic work. I have mostly, for the past 8 years here in Philadelphia, been an actor or a teaching artist, and I'm sort of now just transitioning in these last 2 years to being a director and choreographer and theater maker. So anyway, just to offer that I wonder, I've been chatting with some friends in New York, in the New York theater scene, and I'm curious if in Philadelphia there can be internally in organizations, whether it's a volunteer position or a paid position, to have diversity, equity, inclusion chairs. So I'm going to just throw that out there, not only to you four, but like to all theater companies here in Philly. Of course, I know we're lacking in resources, many small companies, but those big companies too, you know, and if anybody here knows of theaters that are doing that, we want to like praise them, great. But to me, that's what I would see as a step.
To echo something that Lanish said and that Gabby said, and that was actually on a video that I shared from Theater in the X yesterday. This is how much I've been paying attention. I've been paying attention to all of these things. So to echo something that they said is that people of color, Black people, don't want to do the work anymore, especially not for free.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't, I wouldn't expect that to be a volunteer position, if anything.
Oh, I totally, agreed.
And then how do smaller companies afford that?
Yeah.
Becomes a question, because some companies are so small, and they're white-led companies. How do they afford that? There's a lot of questions here. I don't have a lot of good answers for anybody. This is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. I've been working in Philly theater since 2001. And I've been fighting for equality in Philly theater since 2001. It's 2020. I feel like I haven't really made any progress, but other than calling out people every once in a while and getting kicked off of admin positions for things. So. That's a personal gripe. It's interesting that we're on a call in support of funding Philly theater. We're in support of funding Philly arts, and these things need to be funded. They need to be funded, and they need to be funded in an equitable manner.
And they need to be given the space to get better. I mean, I feel like you're saying I have these questions, I don't have answers. Like I've said a similar thing. I don't know. Like I think a lot of white folks have speaking for myself, I have a lot of catching up to do. I have a lot to learn. I'm involved as I'm a freelancer, and I'm involved in like 2 small companies. Taking all of the funding away from the arts is not going to help anybody improve their practices. Like I think there is however shameful it is that we haven't made it farther already, I think there is the will to grow. That growth cannot happen if we cannot fund our companies. And it really can't happen in Philadelphia if we cannot fund our small companies, because change comes from below. And the reason that the big guys ever change their mind about anything is because the little guys are advocating for it and making noise and frankly, like looking cooler, doing better shit. The small, right? Like the small companies have to survive and thrive if the big companies that can pay people the kind of paychecks that really allow for a flourishing life in the arts are ever going to change their minds and their tunes.
In order to serve the community better, and to your point, change comes from the bottom. You talked earlier about top-down economics, trickle-down economics, which it drives me insane that people still believe this is a thing. I don't understand. Like, have you not paid attention anywhere?
They have not. I guarantee you.
So yeah, change does come from the bottom. Change comes from the bottom because the more you invest in the smaller and smaller areas, the more result you get because your dollar goes further. PWI could offer a fraction of their budgets to boost current content and general operations of BIPOC orgs. Could. They're not gonna.
Is that a comment from someone, James?
Sorry, yeah, that was a comment. That was a comment from Jay. I think we've been fighting for that for a while. At any rate, I mean, we're on a conversation about supporting Philly arts and culture, and the reason we are talking about race as it has to do with Philly arts and culture is because it's important to in order to equitably service the community, we need to have equitable service of organizations and equitably led organizations. So that's probably the only place where I would say change doesn't come from the bottom is within an organization. From what I've seen, anyway, folks leading organizations have to be on the idea of becoming more equitable in order for them to change. As far as I've seen, I've not seen successful change from, I've been a TD in this city for 19 years. I've barely been able to budge the needle on paying crew, and how am I going to budge the needle on equitable, equality when it comes to crew, when it comes to leadership in the organization? It's all interesting. Just had somebody join us. I lost track of who it was though. But yeah, if you want to join in the conversation, feel free to turn your video and audio on. You have control over it. So yeah, I don't want to monopolize the conversation. I just wanted to kind of bring us around to the budget itself and figuring out, where we've already seen arts organizations servicing communities, because I think history teaches us this lesson that, in the early 90s, I lived across the bridge, and you didn't come into Philadelphia for anything. It was a mess here. I don't know if any of y'all lived in the area in the early 90s, but there are some pictures.
I was Delaware County. I was west.
There are some pictures. Yeah, so and then I actually don't know when the OACCE was founded, but I think that was pretty integral to turning that around.
I think you're right, James. And I think that it's worth noting that every up and coming neighborhood in Philadelphia was once a place where it was all, you know, like the poorest neighborhoods, which is where the artists go because they can't afford to go anywhere else, right? And then those places get built up, and then businesses start to realize that they can take advantage of that. And that's when the snowball of gentrification begins, you know. But I think that a big part of that comes from artists who come and create in their community and bring life, and it starts to thrive, and then somebody thinks they can make money off of it, you know. But artists are nourishing, you know, the poorest parts of the city, and I think that there can be a balance if we invest in those artists and in their work. I also, just listening to your questions and to the conversation in general, wanted to say that I had the opportunity to be on the peer review board for the Philadelphia Cultural Fund. So I've been privy to the way that that system operates and the things that they take into consideration, the things that they value. And I think that even though change does come from the bottom, that there are strong, thoughtful leaders that are there in that organization that are making sure that funding is allocated to as many different kinds of organizations and different groups as possible. I think that they can keep doing that work, but they need the funding and the support. And I think that the question that you bring up about diversity, equity, and inclusion in the Philadelphia theater community is also very, very important, because we need to let City Council know that they're not just investing in, you know, the people that are in this Zoom call, but that they're investing in a whole group of people that are working on either lifting up people of color or on interrogating themselves and their practices. The questions that you ask about what specifically we're doing, like you were talking about your wife's workplace, I think that it's probably good on certain levels to take names and identifying factors out of job processes. But I think in other parts of our work, it's important to actually pay attention and look for those things, to not just be colorblind, but obviously color conscious in casting practices and hiring practices, in selecting seasons, in bringing people into administrative positions, that the people making those decisions, we can't just be left to chance, but we need to pay attention to the stories on every level. And I really appreciate all of your comments. And I have seen different theater companies attack this in different ways and try to adopt more anti-racist beliefs and practices. And some of them honestly are really struggling. And I ask myself, why am I trying to help or intervene? Why are my friends and my loved ones who are people of color trying to help and offer these gifts? And sometimes they're not seen as that. And that's something that I think we all need to work on as a community, to help each other listen and just listen, really. But, you know, I will say that I had the opportunity to be behind the table during the audition process for the production of Twelfth Night that Delaware Shakespeare is planning on producing. And David Stradley, their artistic director, creates these spreadsheets, and he uses color coding to very clearly step back and look at the picture of who are we bringing in, who's getting an opportunity to audition, what are the proportions, what are the statistics, you know, to be very, very clear about what the data and what story is that telling, because that speaks volumes more than any published statement that someone can put out. And there are a lot of other examples of ways that other theater companies are working. The Wilma Theater just assembled a board just like the one you were talking about, Marissa, but they're paying every single member. As I'll never forget hearing Anthony Martinez-Briggs say, consultants get paid. And so they should.
Yes.
So I guess I'll just say his wisdom is more than I can,
That is, Liz, I thank you for saying that. The consultants get paid. I'm sure, well, I shouldn't say I'm sure. I'm not going to say anything. That's great. Hear it.
So I looked it up real quick. This may be inaccurate, but this is from the Philoculture, the Cultural Alliance website. It's part of their history. So in 1991 was the foundation of the PCF, the Philadelphia Cultural Fund. And in 2008, the Philadelphia Cultural Alliance worked with the city to re-establish the OACCE. So yeah, these aren't ancient organizations, and their dates really do show how effective they've been. Like this is, 2008 to 2020, and the OACCE is now funding $4 million in arts organizations every year and getting somewhere between 80 and 100% ROI in terms of increased economic activity. That's astounding. That's simply astounding. And to think that in an economic downturn, to think about cutting a program like that in, I hope I'm doing the math right, 12 years, has learned how to spend $4 million to support the entire city and increase the economic output of the city by the same amount.
For lay people, I know what it means, but can you describe? What's the word? Define ROI.
Oh, return on investment. So ROI is return on investment. When you spend money in a business sense, and I'm an entrepreneur, along with everything else that I do. When you spend money in a business sense, you tend to, at least if you're a good business person, track how much you get back on that money. If I spend $4,000 on a new laptop, how long is it going to take me to make $4,000 from using that laptop? If I spend $1,000 on a new camera body, how long is it going to take me to make that money back? What's my ROI? How long does it take? How much do I make? I have a piece of equipment sitting over here on my desk, which is going to be sitting here for a while because we don't do events anymore, but that has had a 100% ROI in under a year. So that's good. It paid for itself. Spending on arts in Philadelphia has between 80 and 120% ROI year over year. Every year it does, and it does this everywhere. Spending on the arts always does this because it's a lot like the arguments about universal basic income. If you give artists money, we spend it. We don't keep it sitting in a bank account. I hate to tell you, but every single person, anybody watching this, every single person you see in the Zoom chat, and all the ones probably watching it, if you gave us $1,000, would spend it probably tomorrow on something.
Spent it yesterday.
Yeah. So, economic theory around universal basic income. So we're going to get esoteric here, and I apologize. And I will hand this over to our takeover in just a moment. But I just wanted to touch on this before I give this over to Rock to the Future. the economic theory behind universal basic income derives from the fact that the lowest percentages of income people spend more than their income every year. And it's something like the lowest 15%, I want to say. Numbers don't always stick in my head correctly, but it's something like that. And then the next 20%, and this is by income bracket, not by numbers of people, because I think the over 50% of people live in the lowest 30% of the economy. But the next 20% of income bracket spend at least 100% of their income every year. And then the next, as you go up, it goes down. So the next income bracket, so let's say you earn $100,000 a year, you spend 90% of your income every year. You earn $300,000 per year, you spend 70% of your income per year. It doesn't go down in direct correlation, but it goes down. So if you want to invest in something as a country, as a state, as a government, you want to invest in the lower end of your economy because that money is just going to churn through your economy and go back into your net profits year over year. You're gonna get the taxable income from that. Anyway, that's my rant about economics.
It's good. I think, honestly, I didn't learn enough about that in school, so I appreciate it.
I learned all of this in many late nights, just basically browsing around the internet, arguing with people because I care about people.
So in conclusion, universal basic income, decommodify basic human needs, and fund the arts.
Yes. And defund the PPD.
Defunding the PPD would allow us to do all of those things, actually.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. It absolutely would. I mean, just talking about it, the city's been dumping money into small businesses for the last couple of months. The application process is convoluted, and so a lot of us artists aren't eligible for it. But I forget the amount that they dumped into it, but I'd be curious to see what that was and how it compares to the amount that they wanted to spend on the PPD next year. So you could basically pay off all those loans tomorrow if you wanted, probably if you abolished the PPD. I think we have our guest from Rock to the Future here. Are you guys here?
Thank you so much.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, thanks for having me.
No problem.
Sure.
I just want to let me make you a co-host. Great. Awesome. And you're doing a takeover for the next hour?
Yeah, I think so. We've got like a video playlist with some of our student performances and some testimonials from staff and students that I was going to play for the next hour. So Rock to the Future, we're a nonprofit organization that provides free music programs to students all over Philadelphia, both after school, over the summer, now virtually. And during the school year, we also provide music classes in schools that have had their funding for arts programs reduced or cut. So as a nonprofit, we're able to go into these schools and provide arts programming to students who many times have never had a music class, played an instrument. Through donations and grants, we're also able to provide instruments for students to practice on at home, which is really important during something like the current shutdown where students don't have access to our spaces for their own health. So, we're just one of many community-based arts organizations in Philadelphia that are just able to provide services for students on the ground floor, from the ability for them to practice music and art, express themselves, get these really strong social and emotional skills, to the mentoring and help that they get from our instructors and volunteers who they get to see after school every day, and interact with. It's been really amazing for me in the 3 years or so I've been with the program to see students who join really blossom and write original songs and perform them on stage in front of people, and just the amount of self-confidence that means. I don't think I would be able to write an original song and perform it on stage. So it's really amazing to see how much students grow through the program. And we're one of many organizations who is funded partially by the Philadelphia Cultural Fund, and who these cuts directly affect. And there are beyond dozens of other similar organizations. So I am going to play some videos that we had from our recent rally, which was a little less than a month ago. And we're ending with a breathwork exercise that one of our teaching artists did. She does stretching and mindfulness exercise on our Facebook Live every Monday. And she's a teaching artist named Amara. So, great.
Thank you. You fully have the floor, and you have co-hosting. So and the feed is locked to the second screen. So if you share a screen, it'll go there. If you spotlight anything, it'll go out on the stream. So I'm gonna shut off my video for now and step away for a few minutes, if you don't mind.
All right. Yeah. No problem. All right. I'm gonna share a screen. So bear with me. Here we go. Share computer sounds. All right.
Rock to the Future is a music education nonprofit in Philadelphia. We provide music programs for over 300 kids and teens after school, over the summer, and during the school day. We provide our programs for free because every student deserves to rock. Music Corps After School takes place directly in underserved neighborhoods in Philadelphia public schools. Music Corps combines innovative music programming with academic support, like homework help, tutoring, and college and high school application assistance. Students learn guitar, bass, drum, piano, or voice, form bands with other students, write original songs together, perform live at free community showcases, and record at professional studios in Philly. Since Music Corps started in 2010, all of our student graduates have gone on to post-secondary education, like college or trade school. We are proud of our alumni, especially since 86% of the students Rock to the Future serves are considered to be at risk of becoming disconnected from school. Music Corps students get the full Rockstar treatment after school. Mobile music workshops bring Rock to the Future's music clubs to Philadelphia schools that have had their music programs reduced or cut. Students in grades 1 through 12 learn guitar, ukulele, piano, voice, and digital music production during the school day and perform at free community events. The magic of music is incredible. We see it in the students we serve every day. Learning music benefits the whole student. Research shows that music and arts programs help students improve academically and establish the social and emotional skills that youth need to develop into successful and joyful young adults. Rock to the Future summer day camps, Guitar Star and Rockadelphia use music to inspire students to discover what they love and who they want to be. Students learn an instrument, form bands, attend creative workshops, learn from Philly musicians and artists, and spend a week playing and writing music together. At the end of the camp, students perform live on stage for friends and family. Both summer camps are low cost for all students, and most Philadelphia kids and teens qualify for a scholarship and can attend for free. Rock to the Future creates an environment where kids of all ages and abilities feel confident, safe, and respected enough to perform on stage. No matter what instrument or music style they choose, we create a support structure that allows students to explore and grow in a safe environment. Rock to the Future prepares children and youth for every stage.
Music organization is a music nonprofit whose main project is a series called Shaking Through. Shaking Through just tries to tell different stories in music than people are used to, like why people make music these days, aside from just to be creative. And we also do workshops and various like education-focused things. This Rock to the Future thing is sort of in that same category of we bring the students in here, they get to record the song and sort of just learn about recording via the actual process of recording instead of just talking theoretically about it.
Recording at a professional studio is pretty awesome. You know, it's my first time here, and like hearing your guitar over the record.
I mean, for the first time recording in a professional studio, it turned out pretty well. It felt weird, it was different. You had to listen to my voice playback, and the instrument playback was like weird because I'm not used to hearing me. So it's odd, but it's fun.
It was a lot of fun making the song. We spent a lot of time together practicing and just running through it. A little stressful, but I think it was all worth it.
The students are immensely talented. I had a really good time. It was very easy, and I feel like we all learned from each other during the collaboration.
To work with Chill Moody was awesome. He was super nice, helpful, gave feedback to all of us, and it's pretty cool.
Basically, yeah, he was real chill. Working with Chill Moody, he earns the name Chill because he's real chill. He laid back. He likes to help us. He was giving me feedback on what I had to do and how I should do things.
It's a great song. I mean, every time that these students have come in here, and a few of them have been here multiple times, so I've worked with them multiple times, I'm always amazed at how complex the songs are and how like well that they can just execute them. Even they always come in and they're like, we haven't practiced as much as we'd like, or like we don't feel like the song's completely finished, and then they start playing and it's like awesome and ready to go.
Rock to the Future is very determined, and children, when it comes to music, basically make opportunities for them to expand their horizons into music, learning more and more about it, even though not many people have that opportunity.
It gave me opportunities to go places I've never been, do things I've never done before. It's different.
Rock to the Future has probably improved my communication skills over last year the most. I've gotten better at saying what I want to do, or like giving input on what I think about certain things instead of just like going with the flow of anything and agreeing to get it done. It's given me the tools to actually be confident in what I'm doing.
Dead on the inside. The only thing that's keeping me alive is knowledge that if I tried, I'm dead on the inside. The only thing that's keeping me alive is knowledge that if I tried, you would see me for me. You would see all the grief. You would see my hollow bones, skin split from off my bones. I'm falling from the only world I've known. Teeth grit, just take me home. I'm dead on the inside. The only thing that's keeping me alive is knowledge that if I tried, I'm dead on the inside. The only thing that's keeping me alive is the knowledge that if I tried, you would see what's beneath the layers and walls I'd always keep. You would see the pain that's never left and died. I'm but a mortal, a hello piece from a broken home. Where are angels who protect us? Now I'm dead on the inside. The only thing that's keeping me alive is knowledge that if I tried, I'm dead on the inside. inside. The only thing that's keeping me alive is the knowledge that if I try, they say keep going, but does it ever truly end? Will there ever be a time where I don't have to pretend? And I've tried so very hard to hide away my broken parts, and I've tried so very hard to keep you from ever knowing that I'm dead on the inside. The only thing that's keeping me alive is knowledge that if I tried, I'm dead on the inside. The only thing that's keeping me alive is knowledge that if I tried, I'm dead on the inside. The only thing that's keeping me alive is the knowledge that if I tried.
Hi, my name's Nia. I'm a current student at Rock to the Future, and one thing I've learned about myself while in the program is that I'm really interested in music business as well as music production. So everything that goes into putting a song out and saying this sounds good because I know what went into it, like the whole process leading up to a release is something that I'd really like to pursue as a job in the future. So yeah. I'm going to be performing Liability by Lord. Baby really hurt me, crying in the taxi. He don't wanna know me, says he made the big mistake of dancing in my storm. It says it was poison. So I guess I'll go back into the arms of the girl that I love, the only love I haven't screwed up. She's so hard to please, but she's a forest fire. And I'll do my best to meet her demands, but romance will still dance in the living room. But all a stranger would see is one girl swaying alone, stroking her cheek. They say you're a little much for me, you're a liability, you're a little much for me. So they pull back, make other plans. I understand I'm a liability. Get you wild, make you leave. I'm a little much for everyone. The truth is, I'm a toy people enjoy. To all of my tricks don't work anymore. Then they are bored of me. And I know that it's exciting running through the night, but every perfect summer seemed to be alive until you're gone. I'm better off on my own. They say you're a little much for me, you're a liability. Get you wild, make you leave. I'm a little much for everyone. You're gonna watch me disappear into the sun. Oh, you're gonna watch me disappear into the sun. Oh, you're gonna watch me disappear into the sun.
Bye.
Well, the first time I played guitar, I think it felt good in my hands. It keeps me focused and it makes me happy. A lot of people don't think I would be in a rock band, but I really like guitar.
Last year, I was on drums. And then this year, I switched to bass because it got new tunes and different abilities. My name is Zaire McGriff, and I'm in 7th grade.
My name is Patricia, and I'm 11 years old.
This is a great community of people that help me with everything and try to improve me to be a better person.
Rock to the Future is really about empowering, equipping, and allowing students to have the opportunity to be a holistic adult. That comes with music education, academic tutoring and mentoring. That also comes with creative talks and kind of just that room to explore together. Those are touching on 3 different aspects that you're going to be doing in your everyday life.
In band practice, we jam out to our songs and our originals.
And sometimes it's challenging because we're having trouble working together. We might not have the same ideas about what we want it to sound like. So that can be hard.
We just get to understand each other when we're in the band together. And it's like by the day of school, we get better and we know what we're doing with our bandmates.
Sounds really good when we all play together.
You learn empathy, you learn storytelling, you learn how to count in time, you learn how to work with one another. So all of these aspects of music, some of these can't be articulated just through a lecture. You just have to experience it.
Rock to the future, yeah, it is our day. If I'm having an off day, they ask me what's wrong and they try to fix it and they try to lighten my mood. Last year, I wrote a song called School Stress about like what you go through in life and stuff. School stress. Sometimes it's like the best, sometimes it's like the worst. But you need an education to get you somewhere, not in a prison. My raps are like an epic rap battle.
Last year, we performed at World Cafe Live, and when I got on the stage, it just felt really good that people liked our music.
Got the beat in my brain, got the music in my ears, got the thought in my heart when the music almost starts. So come on everyone, get up and dance to the orange skit and see your pants. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. We're rock stars, we're rock stars. Hey, hey, we're rock stars. Hey.
This program is so important because it helps you with other life lessons, not just playing an instrument, and get to make new friends and work on homework. I think I've become more confident in myself. I think I'm better on stage.
It's a great community and it helps people to strive for what they want to do.
We're rock stars, we're rock stars. Hey, hey, we're rock stars. Hey, I like to rock, rock, rock. I like to rock, rock, rock. I like to rock, rock, rock. I like to rock, rock.
Hi, my name is Patricia Buckner and I'm in 6th grade. I go to public school in Philadelphia. I started playing guitar last year when I joined the Rock to the Future program. Rock to the Future has exposed me to many experiences, including going to a recording studio and performing at World Cafe Live in the Kimmel Center. I love my Rock to the Future staff and the people who work there to help me and my bands. I get lots of solo experiences on stage, and I'm the lead singer for my band. Please support Rock to the Future by giving a donation, and thank you. your name, but you're not around. I say your name, but you're not around. I need you, I need you, I need you right now. I need you right now. So don't let me down. Think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, darling. I hope that you'll be there when I need you the most. Don't let me down. 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 Running out of time. I really thought you were on my side, but now there's nobody by my side. I need you, I need you, I need you right now. Yeah, I need you right now. So don't let me down. Think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, darling. I hope that you'll be there when I need you the most. Don't let me down. 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 I won't lie to you. I know he's just not right for you. And you can tell me I'm up, but I see it in your face when you say it's the one you want. And you spend all your time in this wrong situation, and anytime you wanna stop.
My name is Mariah. I am in the 7th grade and I play the piano.
My name is Jermaine. I'm in the 8th grade. The instrument that I play is the piano.
My name is Sean Harrison. I'm in the 9th grade and I play the drums.
I remember when he was 6 years old, we went to BJ's and bought him a drum set, like a $50 drum set. And we're upstairs, this is the Christmas Eve, and we're upstairs and Mariah's singing and Jermaine's dancing and Sean's playing the drums.
We was all jamming because I just had got my new drum set. And then as I did the rolls, it popped.
5 minutes, that drum was broke.
And I was mad because I couldn't play the drums no more.
I said, this kid is a drummer.
Who's the best musician?
Me.
Mariah.
No, yeah, you're on the side. You're on the side. I'm in the middle. It's me.
We live in Mount Airy, which is far from here. And we brought our kids here for summer camp. He found out they had an after-school program, and I said, no way. There's no way I'm definitely not riding to Kensington every day.
Yes.
He said, well, I will.
Yes. It was a good day in my life coming here on the first day.
At first, my mom was telling me about Rock to the Future. I thought it was going to be boring. I thought it was going to do like all these like burn activities and stuff.
They have homework, which I think is really nice. So the fact that they've designated time for them to actually do some homework, that amazes me.
My favorite part of the kids, just interacting with other kids. And it's a good thing for my children, so there's no worries. I know my kids are here.
We create sounds and music, and then at the end, we present or rap to it. It's a lot of homework help, and you're in a band, and you're going to enjoy it if you come here at Rock to the Future.
No one
tears. I just love it.
I get excited. It's exciting to see your kids. Nervous, there's excitement, there's pride, there's a lot of emotions that go on. I think it's brought them closer because they're always looking out for each other. It's so inclusive. It's always Sean, Jermaine, and Mariah.
All of us love each other equally.
Well, if I had to pick my man Sean. Psych, I would pick my man Jermaine.
I would pick you, Psych. I would pick Jermaine.
See, they both pick me.
Psych, I would pick Mariah.
I want to thank Rock to the Future.
That'll be the ending.
No,
segment.
no.
He just closed out the segment.
No, I didn't.
Rock to the future, baby. Rock to the future, baby.
Rock it. Yes.
God bless anything testing the of Jesus Christ and the rest of the time. No, all of us have all the crew. Remember to the end there, no for Jesus Christ. Lift them high. I'm not the of Christ. Bust the place, bust the place. No, bust. Yes. It's all right here. Dedicated to all my people that felt like giving up. Thank you for
Hi everyone, this is Cami, the site director for Germantown during the 2019-2020 school year. Just wanted to send a quick note saying how wonderful it has been to work with everyone at Rock to the Future all of these years, and to know that I'm a part of the village that helps students to learn, grow, and succeed, not only on stage, but in life.
I attend a lot of programs, but I really like Rock to the Future. I saw Rock to the Future, I'm like, okay, it looks cool. I'll try and join. The fact that I can create music, which I find really cool. Mostly music itself that I really like. When I started playing the drums, I was really good at it. If I'm correct, I'm pretty sure I was drumming ever since I was little, automatically, without noticing. Like, kinda born with it. Because I usually bang on everything, just tap, tappity tap. It's been good. I thought I could practice really hard on it, so I learned more about how to use my head a lot. I keep on learning. I start learning how to do things correctly, make beats, learn how to compose things together. It takes a lot of time, really. It takes a lot of time. Practice. Yeah, just that, practice, really.
Camila Garcia, Rock to the Future. I started playing the guitar when I was in 9th grade. I feel like I'm in heaven when I play guitar. I go to this other universe, and it's my universe. I was really excited because ever since I got here from Hurricane Maria, I wasn't really able to go back to music the way that I was before. So when I found Rock to the Future, it was like an open door to music again. So I was really happy that I found my way back to music. It was horrible back in Puerto Rico when the hurricane came. I was displaced and I had to move to this new city from Pacific Islander to this city girl, and I didn't feel welcome. So I felt really depressed, and so that reflected on my music. So I was kind of out of music for a long time until I found my way back when I finally accepted that my fate is here. Like, I'm here for a reason. So that's when I started to go into music again, and it definitely was a motivation for me to keep on going and knowing that my dreams are set wherever I go, that wherever I am, that's what I want to do, that's what I want to be, and that's my dream. For the future in music, I just really want to help people in any way I can. I always have the thoughts of helping people with my talents. So I want to give a message with my music. I want to write stuff that people can refer to and can say, hey, I know how that feels. So I just really want to make a mark in the world with just my music and my talents and however I can.
Keep it deep within your soul before it come home.
Our stress zones, we hold a lot of tension in our face, in the jaw. Hey everyone. So today is Monday and it is our time for a brain break. And so instead of doing stretching, I think honestly we've been doing a lot of moving this weekend and just this week.
So I think it's time for us to actually practice some internal stretching. So we're going to do a meditation right now. And I just want to say to all of you who are watching right now, I pray that you are well. I pray that you find peace during this session right now. I pray that you are safe. And I hope that wherever you are, wherever you're watching this, you know that you are seen, you are loved, you are valued, and we need you. So just to get some movement going, we're going to get relaxed, but sometimes we don't know what that looks like. As far as our pressure points in our stress zones, we hold a lot of tension in our face, in the jaw, in the temples. You can feel it when we have headaches, our neck, our shoulders, right? So we're going to just roll the shoulders right now before we get into this, okay? Whatever you feel like needs to move, just roll your head around and take deep breaths, okay? Okay. So what I'm going to ask you to do is we're going to have our hands faced up, resting on our thighs or on our knees. So you can see in the reflection over here. So I'm placing my hands on my thighs. I'm going to close, we're all going to close our eyes, and we're going to take a few breaths silently. Okay? So let's just sit with ourselves. Take a deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. And I want you to count to 4. So you're going to count to 4 as you inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold for 4 seconds. 3, 4. And exhale for 4 seconds. 2, 3, 4. Do the same process. So you inhale, hold, exhale, hold. So it's like you're drawing a box, right? You inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, hold, 1, 2, 3, 4, and exhale, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4. We're going to do that a few times, okay? So in this first few stages of our meditation, any thoughts that try to come as you're focusing on your breathing, you can allow them to come, but then just graciously allow them to leave. We're focusing here on just the body first, coming to center. We're not living in our head. We are cleansing ourselves of stress. We are cleansing ourselves out of negativity, out of fear, shame, anger, rage. Those feelings might come up, but they are not allowed to stay. You're allowed to feel, but you are not allowed to stay. going to do this circle of breathing just 2 more times. Full circle, full counts of 4. And on this next deep breath in, I want you to let out a huge sigh, okay? Just do that again. One more time. So at this point, you should probably feel some warmth around your shoulders as you're taking that deep breath in and exhaling out sound. That's how much energy we have in just how we breathe, okay? So understand the power that you have already just in this position, okay? We are powerful human beings. We are not helpless. We are full of energy and light. So I don't know what things sound like where you are, but as you're breathing now, take a step outside of yourself and focus on your hearing, on your ears. What do you hear around you? Can you do this with your eyes closed? Okay? So I want you to take that deep breath in, and as you're listening, what do you hear? As you hear it, do you think you can see what the sound, the cause of that sound looks like? Is it a car? If it's a car, what does the car look like? If it's a bird, what does the bird look like? If you hear your neighbors, what do you think they look like? What do you think they're doing? Allow your ear to tell you, okay? And again, any thoughts that try to come, they're allowed to come, but they are also allowed to leave. And as you're listening, do you think you can place where you're hearing the sounds come from? Are the sounds coming from your right, through a wall, across the street, behind you, above you, beneath you? Where is the sound coming from? And if you are getting tension, it's okay, roll your shoulders, still breathe. Now the next focus that I want you to see is focus on your eyes, okay? So we moved from our breathing to our ears. Now we're moving to our sight. We're keeping the eyes closed, right? But anyone who knows that when you close your eyes, you can still see some semblance of light through the eyelid, okay? Try to focus and see what colors are coming up to your eyes. Sometimes I see red and blue. Sometimes I see orange, yellow. Take some time and focus on that. Take that deep breath in.
Don't force anything. All right. Now, as you are focusing on what you see in your eyes, you're behind your eyelids, see if you can see any shapes. Do you see shapes? Do you see patterns? Don't force things, just allow what is to be what is, and you observe. Right now I'm seeing circles, just a bunch of circles opening up. I would imagine it's probably just the way that my eyes read energy and light interaction. And I'm probably seeing, you know, some of the effects of how blood cells are moving across the eyes, but you can notice these things. So see. All right, we're going to move to our nose now. So take that deep breath in. Now let's notice what we smell. Sometimes I can smell the air, and I can smell when it's going to rain. So perhaps you can smell lunch or your cat or dog. Can you smell the wind? It doesn't really have a smell, it more has a feeling, but your nose still can tell if there's movement. Or are things very still for you right now? Do you think you can smell the scent of the rug beneath you or the floor beneath you? Can you smell your hair? Do you know what you smell like? And just sit with it. The tension is that you feel like you want to move on when it's a sense that's not so easily accessible. But if you allow yourself the same equal amount of time to focus solely on one sense at a time, you will see that you are serving not only your whole body, but your mind and your spirit. The mind loves intentional focus, and the spirit likes things to slow down, and the body likes to be paid attention to. All right. Now, this is the fun one. Let's move to taste, okay? What does your mouth taste like? Did you just brush your teeth? Did you just have a snack? Sit with it. And as your thoughts come, if your thoughts start to think of food that you could eat, imagine what it would taste like.
And see if you can notice the change in your mouth. And if you feel like you want to open your eyes, I would challenge you to sit with it just a little bit more, to allow your eyes to rest, for your thoughts to drift, and come back to center, come back to focusing on the sense of taste, of the changes in your mouth. We'll be here for a few more breaths before moving to feeling, to touch. Last breath here. All right. So with your eyes remaining closed, I want you to take your thumbs to your fingertips and start to rub them together, almost like when you're sprinkling glitter. You can do it fast or slow. Just be very intentional with what you're how you're touching. And just notice what it feels like. The pads of your fingers as you're breathing. Can you feel the different ridges of your fingerprint? Do you think you can trace your fingerprint with your index finger and your thumb? And do this all while breathing. This is a reminder here that you are alive, you are strong, you are resilient. You are also more than just a body. You have a beautiful mind, and your spirit, your personality is needed and necessary. If you feel like you need to speak things over yourself right now, like I am calm, I am at peace, I am necessary, I am a beauty, I am truth. Whatever you want to say over yourself that's life-giving, do it now in this intentional time, because your ears are now awake. Your eyes can imagine. You can breathe in the positivity. Your mouth is ready to speak life. And please do not forget to breathe. And if your tension tries to creep in your shoulders, you can roll your shoulders. You can raise your eyebrows if your forehead gets too tight. You can relax your jaw. Now I want you to bring your hands together to heart center and take a few deep breaths in. imagine there's a ray of light around your body. Wherever you go, people will feel this light around you. Wherever you go, you will carry peace with you. Wherever you go, you will carry love with you. And when you're ready, you can slowly open your eyes. When you're ready. Thanks, guys. I want you to know that I am with you. I love you guys. And we are stronger together than we are divided. So have a good week. Stay safe. And I will see you on Thursday as we create. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. Thanks for joining the Rock to the Future takeover. I hope we're all feeling refreshed after that breathing exercise from Namara. I just want to say that Namara, in addition to being a teacher with Rock to the Future, she's also a singer-songwriter and artist and creator. And you can find her online. She's at I am Namara on Instagram and at namara.com. That's it. So thank you for joining us here at the Rally for Digital Arts.
Thank you, Allison. That was fantastic content. Really appreciate it. A lot of the comments I've pasted in the chat for you. Feel free to pass them along to the performers.
Oh, and sure. Absolutely
yeah,
will.
that's super valuable. Super valuable programs that you have highlighted, and it would be a shame to see programs like that affected. There's no measurable way to explain the impact of something like that as it ripples down, the years and the lines of the economy.
That's absolutely true. All right, thank you. I also said in the comments, but I'll just say into the stream too, that if you want to see some of our students perform, we have a virtual student concert coming up on June 28th that everyone is welcome to join, and we'll have live chat too with the students and their families and everything too.
And if you could paste your the URL for that.
Yeah, give me 1 second and I will find that.
Thanks. Yeah, so super valuable content. I really appreciate it. I think we all do. Yeah, this is the exact kind of thing that funding for the arts means. Thank you.
In the chat. Yeah, absolutely. I think when we're talking about defunding the police and what that money in the city budget can do and can support, it's organizations like Rock to the Future, of which, there are dozens all throughout the city that are having this kind of impact for students. Yeah. All right, well, thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for joining. Have a good one.
Thank you.
While Rock to the Future was on his takeover, there was a post on the City Council's website that I've posted about in the feeds. It is a statement by the mayor's office on changes to the budget and policing. Super relevant, super interesting. Also something that I've barely had time to review, so I'm not certain the value or lack of value of any of these proposed actions. A little disappointed that that whoever wrote this chose to put the listening portion in the past tense. A little disappointing. Yeah, don't know what I can do about that, but clearly you want the listening to be in the present tense. I don't, it's got to be hard to be a public official, but so new actions. Follow President Obama's pledge to include engaging in communities by including a diverse range of input, experiences, and stories in the review, reporting the findings of our review to the public, and sending feedback and reforming our police use of force policies. So this is a pledge that President Obama had asked people to follow through on with a use of force review in any police force. Immediate updates to use of force policies. So here the Office of the Mayor highlights some updates that have already gone through and some that they're proposing. And then eliminate proposed increase to Philadelphia Police Department budget. This is an interesting one because they are, in fact, discussing defunding the police department over the next 5 years to fiscal year 20 funding levels. What I mean by that is fiscal year 20 levels is just locking the budget. But fiscal year 20 should not, I believe, have included the emergency raises that the mayor's office agreed to during the COVID outbreak emergency. So it's possible that they'll roll it back and defund by at least that amount. It's still important that the mayor's office reconsider some of the funding that he's earmarked for the police department that isn't considered in that particular budget. There's a capital budget and a couple of other budgets. I'm sure, excuse me, I'm sure our folks reviewing the budget this evening will talk briefly about that. Eliminate the proposed increase to the Philadelphia Police Department budget. Create a permanent civilian police oversight commission. This is interesting. They want to put an independent police oversight commission on the Home Rule Charter, which would just basically make it a part of essentially the Constitution of Philadelphia. But I'm not sure how much value that has yet. I'm interested to find out. Increased transparency. Hey, Charlotte. Charlotte. Are you on mute? Yes, you are. You're muted.
Oh, hi, James.
Hi. I was just going over the this letter that just came out from the mayor's office with regard to some changes for the budget proposal and the PPD, but
yeah, nothing about the art still, right?
No, nothing about the arts funding yet. Nothing with regards to the rest of the budget at large.
Sure.
So still need to keep up a little bit of pressure there and express to our friends in city council what our priorities are, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, that's the wonderful thing about this rally is that this is still a time to have a call for action. This is not over yet. You know, I myself submitted an open letter a month ago about the budget. I can't believe it's still going. You know, yeah, this is important. This is still something we can change and we can fix.
So introduce yourself, preferred pronouns, tell us about yourself.
My colleagues are going to be here in 2 seconds, so I do want to wait for them. I'm not
Okay.
live now yet, am I?
You
Am I
are.
live? Oh, fabulous.
The Zoom is live.
Oh, fabulous. Hello, everyone.
We do everything live. Well,
Fabulous.
not really. When I'm
Yes.
playing music, I can do things in the background. Unfortunately, I can't do things in the background right now because I was already live. Hey, Gabby. Your name isn't Gabby on the thing yet. Yeah. So anyway, it was yeah.
So yes, my name is Charlotte Lowry, and
Yeah.
I am from the Philadelphia Museum of Art, but I am going to wait for my two colleagues because we wanted to kind of have a conversation together.
Great.
And they should be here any second.
Awesome. Thank you for joining us, Charlotte. I'll just go over the rest of this while we wait for your colleagues. And I think, how many are you waiting for?
2 people.
Okay. Here's Elizabetha.
Hi, Elizabeth.
And
you just have to unmute yourself. And Elizabeth, we are live. We're going straight into it.
Straight into it. Yeah.
Right.
We had a gap just after the Rock the Future takeover, and I was reading about the letter that the mayor had sent out with the changes for the budget request and the changes to the PPD that he's proposing.
James, is there a phone number to dial into?
No, I didn't set up this chat with a phone number.
Okay, got it.
Is this live? Yeah, I think so, Gabby. If
Wait
not,
one
I might
second.
have to... Yeah, no, I see it live on YouTube. It's black on my screen. Is that on Facebook? Check my Facebook feed. It might just be Facebook might have dropped at 6 hours. Yeah, we're live, not on Facebook though, Gabby. How to fix? Yeah, I can stop the stream and start a new one. Unfortunately, we won't pick up the whole audience right away, so... Alright, I will, so I'm gonna just drop the stream for a second. I'm gonna...